There had been no wind for a whole month, and a gray, turbid shroud with some kind of bluish tint, smelling of coal dust, stove smoke, gasoline fumes, and something else that couldn't be named, filled the entire hollow where the village was located, surrounded on all sides by the mountain dumps of the oldest open-pit mine in the region. Accordingly, the dumps here were the highest, and the rising shroud, having reached their tops, beyond which they could no longer be seen, flowed down the outer slopes like cooling volcanic lava to the foothills and spread around on farm fields and forest outskirts. Of course, this had happened before, coming down from the neighboring Krasnoarmeysky mountains, where the village's population would rush by car on weekends to breathe fresh air in the birch grove, ride the rides in the children's park with their children, or skate in the ice palace on the site of the village. All one could see was a murky spot that completely hid the houses, the streets, and even the boiler house chimney, the highest point of the buildings in the village. But 2 or 3 days would pass, and a breeze would disperse this awkward gloom. The sun would shine again in the village, people would hurry along the streets, children would ride the slides that had been built before the new year, cheerful voices, laughter, and car horns could be heard. Life could be felt again. And now, there has been absolutely in the mornings, the light of modern LED lamps installed before the Miners' Day along the central streets, barely illuminated only a piece of space next to the lamp. The light fell on the ground as a gray-yellow spot without clear boundaries, in which it was impossible to see either tree branches or the edge of the roadside, or even car signs installed near pedestrian crossings and intersections. If earlier, people with flashlights on the street in the morning could only be seen on the outskirts, which the RES service did not care at all about, and where no one installed lighting lamps, now, a person lighting his way to work early in the morning could easily be found on the main street, where there were plenty of lamp posts. But they were of little use. The most interesting thing is that something unimaginable was happening with the weather in the country, which could be judged from the loud reports of television weather forecasters, which fortunately worked without interruption.
Distant Sakhalin and Kamchatka were in the grip of a cyclone.
Krasnodar Krai was covered in snow. In the blessed Crimea there were prolonged rains. In Moscow there were hurricane winds, tearing out trees and knocking down billboards like houses of cards. In St. Petersburg, the wind was driving water shafts from the Gulf of Finland, creating a threat of flooding. And only here there was an absolute, some kind of terrible multi-day lull, covering the village more and more harshly, with a hopeless haze. In the first days of this incomprehensible collision, everyone noticed sharp temperature changes that were absolutely not typical for January. During the day, the outside air temperature could change from -20 to +3. Hypertensive patients associated their unstable blood pressure with this, and asthmatics with their progressive suffocation. Those who did not consider themselves particularly ill also grumbled about headaches, dizziness, unmotivated weakness, nosebleeds, and the like. The ambulance service was working to the limit. The hospital administration even decided to send a third reserve team onto the line. In the last 2 weeks, the temperature suddenly became predictable, even very predictable. At night, it was still -20. During the day, at 4 o'clock, -8, and so on, day after day. Between the extreme values, it changed smoothly. At noon, 12. At 8 in the evening also, 12 below zero. You could even guess the time by the temperature. -12 during the day. That means noon. -8. That means 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In addition, it did not snow at all. Imagine, a whole month. And what a month. January. Absolutely snowless. Okay, there was no wind, but snow can fall without wind, and there was none. The snow that fell earlier at the beginning of the month melted due to temperature fluctuations, settled, became covered with coal dust, became porous, dirty gray, and in places, melted in different size spots and stripes all the way to the ground. Especially on the slopes facing the south, people started getting sick, and the number of sick people increased almost exponentially. By the time the clinic opened and started accepting patients, it was already packed with coughing, sneezing, complaining of chills, sore throats, and other various complaints. It was difficult and scary to walk down the corridor between the patients, sitting and standing tightly on both sides. The therapists, of whom there were only 3 left instead of 5. The gynecologist saw 3 to 5 people per shift, the ophthalmologist up to 10, and even the surgeon, who often had no fewer visitors than the therapist on normal days, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. 15 to 20 visitors per day, and that's it. And more of them were emergency cases, and those needing an extension of their sick leave. There were practically no scheduled patients. People were afraid to come to the hospital, which they began to consider the source of all troubles. The head doctor, the head physician, and the head of the polyclinic, trying to overcome the situation, put paramedics from the ambulance on therapeutic reception, alternating them. But this practically did not help. 2 paramedics, having become infected during, he categorically opposed the decision of the management to close the problems of the polyclinic with the ambulance staff, and it was necessary to simply transfer some calls from the polyclinic to the ambulance. The situation was close to critical, and the head doctor finally contacted the village administration with a request for help with cars and gasoline, which he received without delay. The head of the village administration, who had recently replaced his predecessor, who had lost his credibility, lived in a neighboring town and got to work in a company car. He arrived when it was still dark, and it was impossible to make out the gloomy gray spot hiding the village as he descended from the Krasnoarmirsky mountains. And he left in the dark as well, so all his communication with the village during those days was limited to those few meters of the road that he walked from his car to the entrance to the administration building and his office. No, at the very beginning of his work, he really did drive a lot along the streets, even sending mobile teams with a cameraman to meet with residents every week, which was then broadcast on local television, and some problems were actually solved. There were no questions for him here. But it was summer then. A breeze blew periodically, and that huge, all-consuming gloomy spot was not there. At first, all these health problems of the residents were attributed to the new strain of coronavirus infection, Omicron, which affected everyone, and the number of infected people throughout the country and throughout the world grew by leaps and bounds. But if in the world Omicron was relatively mild, and the number of deaths did not exceed the standard statistical error, then here, in the village, people began to die much more often. Not to say in batches, but for a village with a population of only 14,000, where previously about 200 people died per year, 3 deaths per day already seemed unnatural. 3 per day, 30 in 10 days, in 100 days. And how much in a year then? The only person who felt quite comfortable against the backdrop of this catastrophe was the director of the funeral service, who had once taken over both the village cemetery and the funeral supplies stores. Of course, every funeral brought him several thousand rubles of net profit, and in the first days, when funerals were held in the village almost every day, he assured everyone who had lost loved ones with absolutely honest eyes. What are you saying? There is no growth. Everything is within last year's framework. Not a bit more. Shouldn't I know? But gradually he also fell silent, because it was no longer possible to hide it. And then, people started leaving the village. First, young mothers on maternity leave grabbed their little ones and went as far away from this gas chamber as possible. Then, older people, both mothers and grandmothers, trying to protect their children and grandchildren by any means, went to relatives, friends, to distant sanatoriums, and even abroad, those who had a vaccination certificate, hoping to return when this terrible gray shroud dissipates. Someday it will happen. Surely it can't last forever. Max had been working as a pathologist for 5 years already. Yeah, it was a job, nothing to brag about. It wasn't surgery, of course, but someone had to do it. And here, too, the scalpel was the first tool, just like a surgeon, which is what Max wanted to be since childhood, but it just didn't work out somehow. He sincerely believed his mentor, the head of the city pathological anatomy bureau, Ina Genadievna, that their work was primarily needed by the living. After all, only they, pathologists, could accurately name the cause of a patient's death, either confirm the diagnosis of the attending physician, the same surgeon, that led to death, or refute it, declaring a medical error. Maxim understood in his heart that this medical specialty was also very important, no less than any other. But in conversations with strangers, he still tried not to advertise it. And how did Lena marry him when she found out that he was not just a doctor, but a pathologist? How he scared her then. The fool, calling himself a ripper of corpses. What an idiot he was. But somehow, she came out. And it seems she doesn't regret it. For a whole year, Maxim got used to the smell of the morgue. At first he tried not to notice it, then gradually stopped paying attention to it altogether. For this purpose, he had recently even started brewing strong coffee, several packs of which he had brought from Vietnam. And this fragrant smell of flowers and burnt sugar hung not only in the corridors, but even in the autopsy room. 3 years later, Max defended his second category, and now it was time to write his thesis for the first. Growing up, Alyoshka demanded money, and it was impossible to earn extra money here, like, for example, in surgery or therapy on extra shifts. There was no other morgue in the city. He was already working 1.5 shifts. According to the order, a pathologist was supposed to dissect at least 200 corpses a year per shift. If you throw out vacations and weekends, it turned out to be only 0.8 per day. But Max usually dissected 2 a day, exceeding the plan. There were days, admittedly rare, but there were days when autopsies were not performed. There were no dead people. But then there was still biopsy work, which also required time, which, as probably every doctor, was catastrophically short of. Maxim had no doubt that he would defend the category. What was the main thing? The main thing was more color diagrams, tables, graphs, so that they looked nice and he would draw conclusions. And the testing would go smoothly. He was sure of that too. Now it was time to generate numbers. And he did. Today he had already opened 2, even started a third, but somehow he lost heart. Either he was tired, or his mood had worsened at the wrong time. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Only more and more of the deceased were coming from the COVID patients. They even allocated a special small dissection room for them. Indeed, a pandemic. But Maxim did not know what interesting things could be dug up for work on the category. Everything was the same. Despite his promise to his wife not to drink more than 3 cups of coffee a day, he brewed another one and began to look through his latest report for the day. Uneven hemorrhagic changes in the mucous membrane when examining the distal sections of the trachea and large and medium-sized bronchi, processes of circulatory disorders in the vessels of the microcirculatory bed of the submucosal layer in the form of microangiopathy were revealed. In all cases, the main morphological signs of diffuse alveolar damage were found. No, that's it. That's enough for today. The dead man from Krasnoyarsk, who was also brought from the COVID area of a neighbor. In the meantime, having taken a shower, which he always did after work. He dried his hair with a hairdryer. It was winter after all. He changed his clothes. It had become completely dark outside. Having pulled the flash drive out of the computer, in the hope of working at home a little more, if his son Leshka, of course, let him and, grabbing his briefcase, Maxim left the office, turned off the light in the corridor, and, as if saying goodbye, looked into the already dark autopsy room. The next minute, the skin on his head and all over his body tightened with some unknown force. His body was covered in goosebumps, and a squeak or a sob escaped his mouth with difficulty. Maxim froze, unable to move, and there was a reason for it. A stream of pale blue light was gushing out of the chest of the deceased, lying on the autopsy table, whose autopsy Max had begun but not finished. The light did not come in a beam like from a flashlight, but somehow dispersed. But this was enough to see the edges of the table and the sink at his head, the tiled walls, and even the ceiling above the table. Despite all this, it was so quiet that Max did not even understand whether he was breathing or not. A minute later, his ability to think returned. It was as if he had been released, and, exhaling deeply, he reached for the switch. The electric light hit his eyes, and the glow in the chest of the deceased immediately disappeared. Well, Natasha, the bitch. Maxim immediately thought about his third colleague, the pathologist, a dashing 30-year-old broad, capable of various similar dirty tricks, which she had practiced very widely, especially in Maxim's first year of work. Even the head of the department had taken shavings from her, but it was all in vain, like water off a duck's back. She must have put in some kind of flashlight that turned on in the dark, he thought, and even smiled. Well, well, the swindler. And he had been scared. And how? Maxim remembered his chilling feelings and shivered. You'd get scared here. Then he began to reason. What the hell is Natasha? She left before I even started the autopsy? So what? So I didn't imagine all this? And there really was a light? Maxim again felt anxious and uncomfortable. He almost tiptoed up to the dead man lying on the table, not forgetting to put on a respirator. The last thing he needed was to drag the infection home, and looked into the open chest cavity. Everything seemed to be as usual. He had been working there for many years, and anything unusual would have immediately caught his eye. The trachea, lungs, and heart, not yet separated, were in place. No foreign body was visible. And there couldn't be any. He had opened it up himself. Had it gotten in somehow before? Nonsense. Maxim remembered the medical history he had quickly looked over before the autopsy. The patient was from the COVID ward. Bilateral atypical viral pneumonia. They had probably done X-rays and CT scans more than once. There was no way they could have seen a foreign body in the pleural cavity. And what if it wasn't radio-opaque? Even more nonsense. He moved away from the corpse just as carefully and reluctantly turned off the light. A second or two later, a creepy dead glow, Maxim couldn't find another word for it, appeared again from the open chest. Maxim panicked again, grabbed the phone and mechanically dialed his wife's number. Lena, 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 can you hear me? He almost screamed, not even bothering to make sure his wife was listening.
What's going on? Maxim? Are you okay? Where are you?
Lena insistently repeated.
Lena! Please, don't interrupt me. Listen to the end. Then we'll decide what to do.
He took a deep breath, realizing that even his wife would find it difficult to believe him, but he would try.
I was late at work. I was doing an autopsy on the body from Krasnozersk in the evening, and when he was leaving, I noticed that there was a blue light coming out of his chest in the dark. Well, pouring out or something. Len, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know what it is and what to do. I don't want to call Inna Genevievna. She'll probably laugh.
Maxim imagined what his wife was thinking about him now and still said once more,
Len, I'm absolutely sober, normal, believe me. This is not a joke.
His frightened voice, the despair with which he was trying to reach out to the person closest to him in this unimaginable situation, did not make Lena doubt Maxim's words for a second.
She began to think and make suggestions. It was easier for her. She had not seen it. Max? Her voice, from frightened and questioning, was quickly becoming firm and decisive. First of all, calm down, she demanded. Think, maybe some kind of phosphorus? Or something else? What could glow in a corpse? Well, some kind of gas? Max, encouraged by his wife's support, also began to think and make suggestions. Well, what kind of phosphorus is inside a living person, even if not alive? The chest was absolutely hermetically sealed, for sure. And the gas? I don't know. It would have evaporated, and that's it. Would I have shown it on just a little? But I turn off the light, it shines. I turn it on, it disappears. Some kind of mystery, and he added a little more quietly, a stupid one. Max, Lena suddenly suggested, take a photo and send me this light. Max slapped himself on the forehead in anger. Why didn't he think of such a simple thing himself? He quickly disconnected from the conversation, adjusted the smartphone camera and, waiting for the glow to appear, clicked. The flash filled everything with its deathly white light. And Max realized that he was unlikely to achieve anything this way. He needed to turn on the night shooting mode, turn off the flash. This should work. Having sent the photos to his wife, in which it was difficult to make out anything, he waited for a minute or two. Finally, Lena called back. Max. She paused, as if considering how to tell her husband more gently that there was nothing in the photos he had sent. No blue light. I don't see anything. I see the table and the corpse, but there is no blue light. Max lowered the phone and fell silent, not knowing what else to say. He saw that light clearly. Then he heard his wife's voice, already screaming. Max. Max. Don't be sad. Maybe it's something else that we don't understand yet. Max brought the phone to his ear. Lena, I'm on my way now, he began tiredly. Maybe I really am overworked. No, Max, wait, his wife interrupted his pessimistic mood. You can invite someone from the hospital to your place now. You have plenty of people on duty there. You have friends there, right? You'll show them, got it? No longer doubting that Maxim would do exactly that, his wife, determined to figure out what was going on, drew the line. Yes, if you talk to them, turn on the recorder. I want to hear their reaction later. It wasn't for nothing that she worked as an investigator for the prosecutor's office. The surgeon on duty, Volodya Potemkin, or as they called him in the hospital, Potemkin Tavrichesky for the similarity to the surname of the favorite of the former Russian empress, had just left the operating room and what to do next. Either first write the operation protocol or drink coffee, perk up a little, had not yet decided. No, first coffee. The protocol can wait. And Vladimir Ivanovich opened the cabinet where, along with monographs on surgery, atlases of operations, shaving foam, cookie crumbs and other nonsense, cups, packs of different types of tea and cans of coffee were stored. The only thing was that they stood on a separate shelf. An old electric kettle with scale half a finger thick, probably the same age as the hospital, which they still could not replace with at least a plastic Chinese one, was constantly standing on the refrigerator next to the sink. Yeah, and the only coffee left was instant, and that was black card on the bottom. Too bad none of the grateful patients had brought normal coffee for a long time, at least Egoist or Davidov. Potemkin remembered what a good Robusta, Maxim, the young pathologist, had treated him to 2 days ago in the morgue after the autopsy. Not Arabian, of course, but also good. And you can't find anything better here. Vladimir Ivanovich tried to imagine the memorable taste of the aromatic, freshly brewed coffee that he had drunk just recently and he didn't want to try instant coffee, which, as he had read, contained God knows what, even ash. Okay. Later. I'll go to the traumatologist. Borya is on duty there today. He is also a coffee lover. As a last resort, he definitely has English tea. Richard. The ringing of the landline phone installed in the staff room during the Soviet era and repeatedly repaired due to frequent night falls from the hands of sleepy duty officers was both sharp and somehow boring. It was impossible not to answer it. They called more often from the emergency room, inviting you to an incoming patient, and less often during the day when relatives tried to find out about the condition of patients.
Although recently less and less often, almost everyone has a mobile phone, even grandmothers, deep pensioners, and it is easier to find out about the patient's health than to call the staff room, where no one is there during working hours. This bell ringing, as Potemkin dubbed it for himself in his youth, rang out just when he was finally finishing writing the operation protocol. That's it. Signature. Vladimir Ivanovich picked up the phone, not doubting at all that they were calling from the emergency room. Not at all. Max called, the same young pathologist who had treated him to coffee 2 days ago, although the occasion for coffee time was not the most joyful. They buried a baby with umbilical sepsis and multiple metastatic foci in the liver, so Volodya went to the autopsy as the attending physician. He was listed as a pediatric surgeon on the staff, since he was the only one in the entire department who specialized in pediatric surgery, but he was on duty simply as a surgeon. In his heart, he understood that he could not do more in that case than he did, even from the field of specialists, a pediatric surgeon and a resuscitator, but his soul was sad. It was especially hard to explain to the sobbing mother, for whom this baby was the only one. That's when Max, seeing Potemkin's mood, treated him to coffee, trying to distract him from his sad experiences. Vladimir Ivanovich. Maxim's voice was a little worried, which seemed strange to Vladimir Ivanovich. It was practically night outside. Why is Max calling? Something must have happened. Good evening. Not bothering you. Oh, Max. Hi. Potemkin addressed him informally. Why are you so late? Still at work? Or did something happen? Max's uncertain intonation interested him, and he continued. Aren't you very busy? He paused, waiting for an answer, but didn't get one. And I wanted to invite you for coffee. He paused again and finally blurted out the most important thing. Well, and to show you something interesting. He paused and added something completely incomprehensible. Something unusual. You've definitely never seen anything like this. Count Tavrichesky himself did not understand what interested him more. Either the coffee, the taste of which he could now clearly imagine, or the intriguing promise of something unusual. Although, probably, it was still the coffee. What could be unusual in a morgue? Did the dead come back to life or something? If you get there through the emergency room, it's only about 30 meters down the street, so you don't even need to get dressed. Just throw on a jacket. Having warned the nurse on duty in the emergency room that he would be staying in the morgue for a while, Vladimir Ivanovich hurried along the passage, habitually putting his hands in the pockets of his robe and hunched over slightly. Maxim was already waiting for him. The enchanting smell of coffee in the staff room spoke of this. No, I did the right thing by coming, thought Vladimir Ivanovich. Borya definitely doesn't have coffee like this in the emergency room. Listen, Max, Potemkin decided to ask after shaking hands, sitting down at the table. Where do you get this coffee? The whole hospital says you've been drinking it for 6 months, but you still haven't run out. Maxim waved it off somehow easily. I brought a whole suitcase from Vietnam. We bought $300 worth at once. Both my wife and I are fans. He paused and, not hearing another question from the coffee lover Potemkin, who was already busy savoring the drink, he continued.
Vladimir Ivanovich.
Help yourself. Drink. And in the meantime, I'll tell you about my problem. You'll see everything for yourself later. I just don't know. What I don't know, Maxim never said. He waved his hand hopelessly and also took a sip from his cup. Already the fifth one that day. Potemkin even became a little worried, seeing Max's lost face. Maybe he's here. That moved a little among the corpses. Don't push it. What happened? He asked, finishing his coffee. Let's go into the hall. You'll see everything there. Only here the light needs to be turned off, too.
This was completely incomprehensible, but Vladimir Ivanovich, grateful for the coffee, remained silent. It was light in the autopsy room, but when they both entered and Vladimir Ivanovich confidently examined the half-opened corpse on the table, Maxim turned off the light.
For a couple of minutes, nothing happened. Then Maxim again saw the now familiar, somehow habitual milky blue light, born in the chest of the corpse and rushing out. I wonder why it can't be seen in the light, thought Max, and immediately smiled at the pun that arose. No light in the light. Holy shit, Max, what the hell is this? Potemkin began to inquire, almost frightened but still surprised. With his hand pulled back in the darkness, he felt and squeezed Max's wrist and apparently felt more confident, although Maxim was much younger than him. You see too, right, Max? But that doesn't happen? What is this? A trick? Maxim turned on the light and immediately saw the astonished and frightened eyes of Potemkin Tavricheski, who was still squeezing his hand. Then all he could do was exhale. Well, Maxim somehow carefully touched the doctor's palm with his other hand and sorrowfully, until his skin crawled, declared, Vladimir Ivanovich. And at first I thought I was crazy. Potemkin gradually came to his senses. No, Max. Two people don't go crazy together. Two people only get the flu. And he himself somehow artificially laughed at the cartoonish joke. A couple of minutes later, the experiment was repeated, but with less surprise and fewer unprintable epithets. The thoughtful Vladimir Ivanovich, who had already forgotten that he was on duty in surgery, suddenly said, Max, let someone else see this, otherwise no one will believe it. Max realized that there was a grain of truth in this. The phenomenon is not reflected in the photo. Let there at least be witnesses, and the more the better. And Potemkin was already getting out his cell phone. Bordia! He dialed the traumatologist on duty, with whom he also often had tea or coffee, when he had the opportunity while on duty. What are you doing now? Any serious cases? Then grab your feet and go to the morgue. You won't regret it.
Boris Nikolaevich, who came to work at the hospital about 5 years later than Potemkin, seemed to be resisting, and Potemkin continued to persuade him.
What? Ours the hospital. He meant the morgue. You'll go through the emergency room. You don't even have to get dressed there. We're already waiting for you here. Yeah, with Max. There will be coffee for you. He turned to Max and spread his arms. What a fucking salesman. He'll come, if only there's coffee. And he decided to sweeten the pill for Maxim. You see, Max, your coffee is already famous throughout the hospital. Max smiled and went to put water on the coffee and prepare the coffee, a filter, a fin, which he also brought from Vietnam. He won during a bus excursion to Dalat. Borya's reaction to what was happening in the morgue after the lights went out in the autopsy room was a little different from Potemkin's. There was more swearing.
It's understandable. Traumatologists are rude people. They mostly deal with alcoholics and their injuries, and their vocabulary is something else. Maxim, who had not forgotten to turn on the recorder before Vladimir Ivanovich arrived, completely forgot about it and their entire conversation, as well as the conversation after Boris Nikolaevich arrived, where better, where worse, was recorded for future evaluation by Elena. When the last coffee had been drunk and the doctors were about to leave, Maxim suddenly noticed the words that Bordia, throwing on his jacket, repeated in admiration.
The first time Max had half heard something about fireworks, but somehow he hadn't paid attention. But now, he was wary. No, well, great. It's like fireworks, and the sparks are so tasty, powerful. But where do they go? It's not clear. And in general, everything is unclear. Then he looked meaningfully at Max. What are you going to do with all this?
Maxim stared at Borya in confusion, then asked,
Boris Nikolaevich, what did you actually see? What fireworks? Then Potemkin stared at Borya and also had a surprised face. Fireworks. Have you seen fireworks from a chest, Borya? Borya stood in the doorway, turned around, looked at the guys in confusion, and said quietly, Well, it was like fireworks. Only low, about a meter, bursting out of the chest, and yellow sparks quickly died out, and there was no sound. What did you want? Potemkin and Maxim stared at each other and began to speak almost simultaneously. Max was the first to speak. Guys, Maxim said, confused and completely ignoring the fact that he called people almost twice his age guys. I saw a blue light, solid, even white and blue. It almost reached the ceiling. I saw the walls and the windowsill clearly, after which he fell silent, waiting for Vladimir Ivanovich to continue. And I saw smoke, white, swirling like that, and also disappearing. The stunned silence lasted for a minute or more. Each person was digesting what they had heard from the others, and recalling what they had seen in the dissection room in the complete darkness, and why their friends had seen something completely different. Potemkin broke it. Max, is your coffee normal? Maybe it has some hallucinogens in it. What hallucinogens, Vladimir Ivanovich? Max answered, offended, like a child. I bought it in a regular supermarket. I just took it from the shelf and put it in the cart. I even felt ashamed that I had bought so much. Hearing no response, Maxim continued heatedly. They have the death penalty there under Article 21. Then some kind of internal struggle was reflected on his face, and he came up with an idea that everyone liked. Look here, guys. I think we should keep quiet about all this for now. He saw puzzled looks. No one will believe it anyway, and dragging everyone here at night, proving you understand. Or they will start dragging us, or they will shut everything down to hell. While Max and Boris were getting used to this thought, Vladimir Ivanovich continued, You, Max, deal with this corpse more seriously. Who, where from? What was the treatment? Why did he die? Take all the tissue for a biopsy. Sew it for microflora. Maybe some kind of glowing mushrooms. Although, what kind of mushrooms? Fireworks, smoke. Contact the forensic authorities. Let them check for toxins, if they can. Lie to them something for speed. Look at the other corpses. Will there be more like this? If there are, from what places, and with what? If there are a few coincidences, it will be easier. Otherwise, they'll lock us all three up in a mental hospital. Maybe the psychiatrists at Prostokvashino weren't looking, and the first one laughed, although his eyes weren't at all cheerful. Maxim lived not far from the hospital, in the 3rd microdistrict, across the road, past 2 9-story buildings and already at home. And now, half an hour after everyone had left, he was already sitting in the kitchen, and once again reliving everything that had happened. Little Alyoshka, not having waited for his father who had returned late, was already asleep. After dinner, Max told Lena everything in detail, who at first listened to him silently, without asking a single question. Then he told everything again, where practically every sentence of his memories was followed by a question, or even several, from his wife, the investigator.
Then she listened to the recording for a long time and attentively.
not at all embarrassed by the doctor's foul language, probably understanding their state at the moment of the unexpected light show, as Maxim had dubbed the light, smoke, and fireworks. Lena had no doubts about the reality of what was happening, although any sane person could easily write it all off as a masterfully conducted joke. No, there's clearly something else here. Why did you all see such different things? She repeated the question several times, more for herself than for Max. It looks like the effect of some drug. Drug addicts use one drug, but the sensations are different. Then she repeated, No, there's something else here. Then, until midnight, they searched the internet, hoping to find at least something similar to today's events in the morgue. They failed.
There was nothing similar to the glowing dead, except for horror films, where they were encountered. Although they learned a lot of new and interesting things about drug addicts and toxicomaniacs. By the beginning of the new day, a small program was developed, where all further actions were described step by step, mainly for Maxim. 1. Conduct a similar autopsy on a person who died in a similar way, not from COVID. Evaluate the results. Compare with the current ones. 2. Conduct a similar autopsy on a person who died in a similar way from COVID, but not from Krasnoyarsk. Evaluate the results. Compare with the current ones. 3. Conduct a similar autopsy on a person who died in a similar way, not from COVID, from Krasnoyarsk. Evaluate the results. Compare with the current ones. Well, and 5 or 6 less significant points. The only thing left was to find a few suitable corpses and explain to the head of the Pathological Anatomy Bureau why her employee preferred to dissect corpses at night. Trying to explain to Inna Gennadievna why he had not finished the autopsy the day before, which was absolutely not the practice in the Bureau, Maxim referred to poor health, which seemed to suit her perfectly, and no reprisals followed. Max finished the autopsy with all due diligence. He took pieces of all possible tissues for a biopsy, smears, prints, sewed the contents of the chest cavity for flora, having previously agreed with the sanitary and bacterial laboratory, photographed and documented everything. Then it became more difficult. According to the plan, the corpses of the deceased had to be autopsied either in the evening or at night in order to evaluate the results by analogy with the previous case in complete darkness. Otherwise, the purity of the experiment would be violated. He had to work for several days in the usual mode, and only then, citing the need to collect material to protect the qualification category, which the head of the department knew about and herself spurred Maxim, allegedly delay the start of the autopsy of the late-arrived corpse. Moreover, the patient was from Krasnoyarsk and fell under one of the points of the planned program. He died not in the Covidary, but in the city PSO, Primary Vascular Department. A common stroke, the number of which has increased significantly recently. Max was terribly nervous. It was something akin to mild panic before an exam, but he knew perfectly well that it would pass as soon as he started answering. The sensations were still fresh in his memory. Only 5 years had passed since graduating from the institute. But this was not an exam, and the jitters did not pass. Maxim even wanted to invite either Potemkin or Boris to the autopsy, but neither of them were there today. They had already finished their work and left. Then Max called his wife. By the time she had briefly placed Alyoshka with the neighbors, without explaining the reasons, and ran to the hospital, it had become completely dark. The purity of the experiment was maintained. Lena saw the same thing as Vladimir Ivanovich. Clouds of white, gradually disappearing smoke coming from the chest of the deceased spread out on the table, which she told Maxim about. Max again saw a dim, pale blue light like the first time.
Lena wanted to experiment with the incomprehensible phenomenon and even approached the table with the obvious intention of reaching out her hand into the clouds of smoke. Max barely managed to intercept her, but did the same himself. He stuck his hand, not into the clouds of smoke, which he did not see, but into his blue stream.
True, at first he held various objects in the beam of light, a dissecting knife, a sheet of paper, an ordinary light bulb, which he specially unscrewed from a table lamp, thinking that it would suddenly light up. Nothing happened. The objects did not disappear, did not light up, did not glow themselves, and fell from a height with the usual noise. Everything as usual. Then Max ran his left hand over the chest of the deceased through the stream of light. Nothing. No sensations. I held both hands over my chest for a while, and, having made sure that nothing was happening or changing, I wanted to finish the experiment and turned on the light. "Max," Lena stopped him. "We see different things for some unknown reason. There must be some explanation for this. It will definitely appear later. But we must be on equal terms. I also need to feel the effect of the smoke that I see on myself. Turn off the light."
Maxim could not convince her of the danger of the as-yet unknown phenomenon, no matter how hard he tried. Before his eyes, she was turning from an investigator into a researcher, and a fanatical one at that, which was later fully confirmed. Only after his wife's wish was fulfilled, Max turned on the light and completed the autopsy, so as not to have to explain it to the head of the department again in the morning. A week later, they knew that the unusual phenomenon was happening only to deceased patients from Krasnoyarsk, and not necessarily from COVID. Nothing other than their place of residence and gender connected the glowing dead at night. They were all men. Neither age nor the nature of the disease or methods of treatment, the duration of the disease or the cause of death, nothing. Of course, there was very little statistical material, and it was too early to draw conclusions, even preliminary ones, but something had to be done. Either inform the hospital administration, or the competent authorities, or psychiatrists, maybe? Maxim still couldn't shake off the thought of the unreality of everything that was happening, and it seemed to him that all this was not happening to him. He invited Potemkin and once Boris Nikolaevich to a consultation in the night morgue, each still seeing their own thing twice more. But they didn't bother too much, and agreed that Max himself should decide who to inform first, and they would confirm everything, even under oath. While Maxim was gathering material during evening gatherings in the morgue, Lena had dug through the entire internet and knew almost everything about Krasnoyarsk. Where, what, when, well, and so on. She found the latest news on the website Krasnoyarsk all here, especially interesting, and was a little surprised by the numerous complaints that had appeared in abundance in various authorities, including the prosecutor's office, over the past month. People wrote about everything, about problems with housing and communal services, the poor performance of management companies, about the open pit mine motor depot located right in the middle of the village, which they linked to the smog that had not disappeared for many days, and with it, in turn, the increase in illness and mortality in the area. Complaints were, as expected, registered and sent down the chain of command to the management companies, the director of the open pit mine, the chief physician of the hospital, and some to the head of the Krasnoyarsk administration. There were no clear answers yet, and the regional administration and the relevant ministries, which the former departments were renamed into in light of new trends, apparently did not yet know about the village's problems. And if they did know, they did not consider them to be anything out of the ordinary. So far, everything was quiet. Maxim's wife, met him after work. "Did you know that Krasnoyarsk has been in some kind of unusual weather anomaly for 2 months now?" Maxim made surprised eyes. He didn't know that. Lately, he had no time for other people's anomalies. He had enough of his own. There has been terrible fog or smog there for 2 months, and there has been no wind or snow for 2 months. Can you imagine? People have started leaving. They are afraid of oncology, or they themselves do not know what. You'd be afraid here. Even their corpses glow, Maxim grumbled to himself. What else is known about this Krasnoyarsk? He tried to find out, not knowing how to react to Lena's statement about people leaving. 6 kilometers from the village there is a station, Krasnoarmeyskaya. It is administratively in a different district, and the relief is 120 meters higher. It is located on small mountains. So, there's a completely different world there, Lena said, looking at the computer monitor screen.
Can you imagine there's even a ski slope, an ice palace, an entertainment center with a swimming pool, a 5D cinema, its own zoo?
What a station, Maxim was surprised. What else is there?
The birch grove is huge and very beautiful, with different wooden figurines, the wife continued.
Look how many photos there are. She turned the mouse wheel. Maxim joined her, and together they began to look at the photographs of this mysterious little station with such a huge number of places for rest and entertainment. The photographs were impressive. I especially liked the Eco Hotel Zastava. 5 neat, 2-story wooden houses beckoned to them, but in front of them, on horseback ready to protect them, as well as all of Mother Rus, from uninvited guests and enemies, sat the most real epic Russian heroes in full height. And their height was impressive. Typical Ilya Muromets and his comrades in carefully designed armor, holding a sword, a shield with a spear, a bow with an arrow on the string. The children taking pictures against the background of this original and unusual composition, cast from an alloy of copper and bronze, barely reached the tops of their heads to the stirrups with huge heroic boots. After a short conversation, it was decided to go to this park hotel the next weekend to look at all these man-made wonders, and, at the same time, to the mysterious shrouded Krasnoyarsk, the source of the dead glowing at night. They decided not to take Alyoshka with them. Of course, it was tempting to show the baby the wooden Baba Yaga, and Leshy, and Puss in Boots, living in the birch grove. Those same heroes guarding the outpost, and to ride on the buns from high slides, to swim with him in the children's pool, but that's exactly it. But this ill-fated Krasnoyarsk confused all the cards, and it was simply necessary to visit there. It is not for nothing that all these shows, the dead, are from there. They did not want to take the baby into the gray zone without figuring out what was going on there. Grandmother, Lena's mother, happily agreed to mess around with her grandson on the weekend. He is not a baby, soon 4, the most interesting age. True, dozens and even hundreds of questions a day, asked by an inquisitive little one, often led her to a dead end, as, incidentally, did mother and father. But she promised to endure 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. The first surprise awaited Maxim and Lena right after the turnoff from the highway to the place of Saturday rest. Yes, only 1 day was allocated for rest. They decided to devote Sunday to work and figure out what was wrong in Krasnoyarsk. The only road to Krasnoarmeysk, according to the navigator, led right through Krasnoyarsk. Maybe there were some bypass, field, or technological roads along which one could get to the rest place, bypassing the ominous village. But the navigator stubbornly refused to show them. And, most likely, in winter, they were covered with snow. So Maxim had no choice but to rush past the huge blue and white monument stela, stating that it was here that the very first coal mine of the region was located, which was only 7 kilometers away. The asphalt road would have been quite decent if it weren't for the shallow rut that was starting to form, which Maxim had to watch out for. He knew how dangerous these dents in the road surface were, the depth of which was increased by the ice on the edges. After a few minutes, the road became smoother, and for the first time he tore his eyes away from the road. The car was already surrounded on all sides by powerful 2- or 3-tiered mountain dumps of empty, overburdened rocks, in places poorly covered with snow. Moreover, each tier was no less than a 5-story building high. On the left, the road retreated from such a dump by only 20 to 30 meters. On the right, the dump towered about 500 meters. And to the dump looming ahead, where the road seemed to end, was 2 kilometers. These dumps clearly lacked attention. In any case, there was no sign of reclamation there. It was a different story in Germany, where Maxim managed to visit the largest open-pit mine in Europe for brown coal mining. There, in the continuous neat, as if trimmed forest planted on slopes no less high than the dumps here, even birds nested. Here, uneven, completely unplanned slopes, with huge, ugly, protruding pieces of rock, giving them a very unpretentious appearance, were overgrown with stunted bushes with huge bald spots and rather tall trees rarely encountered along the top of the next tier, which confirmed the idea that these dumps were not a single decade old. Having run up a small hill, the road, a whole kilometer before the dump that was flashing right before their eyes, swerved to the right, and soon the car rolled along the cemetery, enclosed by a low fence that looked like cast iron. The high gates, made of metal rods, with an orthodox 8-pointed cross welded on, were slightly open, despite the early hour. And there were a little less than 10 cars parked in front of them. Maxim thought about it. It was still too early for a funeral. Usually burials were held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but according to tradition, relatives were obliged to visit the deceased the day before, in the morning, take breakfast to the cemetery, and reconcile the soul of the deceased with the fact that it would already be in the afterlife. What was that? So many relatives for the deceased? Doubtful. Or were several people buried at once yesterday? Most likely the latter. What was going on here in this Krasnoyarsk? After another turn, leaving behind a crowded cemetery, Maxim, frightened, almost drove into a roadside snowdrift, finally seeing what today's trip was for. More than once, he imagined what Krasnoyarsk looked like, shrouded in an ominous, gloomy shroud. But what he saw exceeded all his expectations. Literally half a kilometer in front of the car stood a gloomy, dirty gray, frightening wall that seemed to breathe. It spread out slightly to the sides and fell again, rose slightly and fell again. Moreover, it also changed shades. It suddenly became lighter, then, just as unexpectedly, darkened in different places. If its height only hid the houses hiding somewhere behind it, then to the sides it spread surprisingly wide and rested with its edges on the dumps surrounding the village. He really didn't want to drive into this devilish darkness, and that was the impression it made. Maxim chose a cleared spot next to the Krasnoyarsk stele, somewhat reminiscent of the stele at the Cosmonautics Museum in Moscow, which the gray wall hadn't reached, slowed down, and began to watch. The cars passing by, without even slowing down, calmly drove in, and immediately disappeared behind the gray shroud, and just as calmly drove out with their fog lights on. They've probably gotten used to it, Max thought somewhat detachedly, and glancing at the silent Lena, slowly moved off into the unknown. They're lucky. He continued to think about the desperate motorists of the village. They haven't seen the glowing corpses. Behind the seemingly opaque gray wall, something could still be seen. And it seemed that it had even become lighter. They drove past a gas station, which remained on the right. Then on both sides stretched small, rather neat wooden houses of the private sector, fenced off from the road by identical yellow-brown fences. Then, as they went up the hill, 2- and 3-story houses built in the 60s appeared. On the facade of some of them, one could see some multicolored drawings, a rainbow, smiling children, flowers and trees. True, it was not as clear as in the sunlight, but it was possible to distinguish and understand what was drawn. And the sun itself had not gone anywhere. It continued to hang over the village in the form of a faded, dim disk, which one could look at quite calmly without any dark glasses. A left turn at the traffic light, as instructed by the navigator, and the old houses were replaced by more modern, 5-story buildings.
There were even special sanitary patrols that monitored this. But gradually all this went somewhere, and the all-Russian doctor, Malisheva, even declared the uselessness of masks in her TV program. Here, it was quite the opposite, and this was surprising. Soon, the 5-story buildings gave way to private houses again, among which there were new 2-story brick buildings with balconies and even domes over real towers. Then, the residential buildings finally disappeared. A fenced area with several metal barns and a sign, "Peasant Farm," flashed by on the right, and a milky white shroud appeared ahead, completely hiding everything, except a piece of road in front of the car about 30 meters long. Only this shroud was not as frightening as at the entrance. It looked much more attractive, did not change its color, and vaguely resembled thick fog.
Having overcome several turns at the lowest possible speed, having driven under a railway bridge, along which a barely distinguishable freight train rumbled, the car went uphill, and Maxim saw the houses that had appeared again. With each passing second, they became more and more distinct, and completely unexpectedly, the winter sun began to shine brightly again, in the light of which the snow lying here seemed dazzlingly white. "It seems that this is Krasnoarmyskaya," Maxim suggested with relief. Using the navigator, Max meandered a bit along the streets, and soon came to the very birch grove that he and Lena had looked at in photographs on the internet. On the left was the ice palace with many parked cars, so it was only possible to drive to the Zastava with great caution. Here, finally, are the copper bronze heroes and the park, the hotel, where the couple had booked a double room. There were no fewer cars around than at the ice palace, and Max was surprised by his wife's foresight in persuading him to book a room at the hotel in advance. Saturday, a day of rest, flew by. After a short registration and check-in procedure, leaving the car in a guarded parking lot, Maxim and Lena went to entertainment places. They looked at the ski slope and rode the buns from the high hill a couple of times, after which they decided that it would be better to ski. After skiing down the mountain, you could go up the lift without much effort and with great pleasure, which was evident from the flushed, joyful faces of the happy skiers. But with a bun in hand, you had to go up the mountain yourself, and the faces of the bun lovers who were having difficulty climbing the mountain were completely different. For only 400 rubles they rode a dog sled, wandered through that same birch grove, not forgetting to take pictures of Baba Yaga, Leshy, and Puss in Boots. The photos were immediately sent to Grandma's smartphone, so that she and Alyoshka could also enjoy the unprecedented beauty. Well, in the evening there was a swimming pool in a nearby entertainment center and dinner in a restaurant. In short, we had a great rest. In the morning, after breakfast in a cafe next to the hotel, with an unusual name, On 7 Winds, which was generally true, the cafe was located at the very top of a mountain blown by all the winds. It was time to go to Krasnoyarsk. They began to think, where exactly? There was no point in hoping that a random passerby on the street, stopped by unknown people, would immediately start pouring out his soul and complaining about the problems in the village. It was unlikely. These are not the times. People have withdrawn. They had to think of something else, and a way out was found. "Len, what if we go to the hospital? To the doctor on duty? It seems like we came to the village to visit, and I felt unwell. And then maybe we can talk.
Maxim unexpectedly suggested.
Anyway, you have to start somewhere, Elena agreed. They left their things in the room, hoping that the conversations and research in the village would not take much time. They took only a Geiger counter, which they had grabbed specially. Lena had asked for it from a friend, the head of the research department, who had bought it on AliExpress for only $4,500, hoping to measure the radiation background in this village covered with an incomprehensible shroud. Why the head needed a personal counter when there were exactly the same ones in the department, one could only guess. Maybe all these incidents with corpses are a consequence of some ionizing radiation. And then, to solve these already not small problems, it is really necessary to involve completely different specialists here. Although the background of the glowing corpses in the morgue, which they measured almost immediately, was within the permissible limits and Max was not in any particular danger. The hospital in Krasnoyarsk was found immediately with the help of a navigator. There were only 2 main streets here, and it was located on one of them. A decent 3-story brick building, built according to a standard design, was connected by an overpass to a similar 2-story building. Most likely, an inpatient department and a clinic. The clinic is closed on Sundays, that's understandable. So you have to go to the inpatient department. Having left the car on a small area near the entrance with a sign, State Healthcare Institution, Krasnoyarsk City Hospital, located under a gentle canopy resting on columns covered with plastic, Maxim and Lena entered the building. The hospital was being watched. In the lobby, paved with expensive tiles, there were a number of recommendations on COVID, a dispenser with antiseptic, and a typographical sign that there was video surveillance here. Opposite the entrance, behind a monitor screen divided into several squares, sat a thin, middle-aged security guard in a black uniform, who stood up and immediately addressed those who entered. "What did you want, young people?" "We need a doctor on duty," Maxim began, uncertainly, not forgetting to make a suffering face. "I don't feel well. Blood pressure, probably?" The guard sat down again, put his black horn-rimmed glasses on his nose, took out his phone, and found the necessary number. "Natasha, a patient is admitted here. We need a doctor on duty." He listened to the questions of the unknown Natasha. "Bad," he says. "How should I know?" "Call Nassim." Maxim realized that Nassim was the doctor on duty. A minute later, a middle-aged woman in a red and pink medical suit came down in the elevator. Almost the same ones were worn at Max's work, only without the colored collars and cuffs like here. So, a nurse. But definitely not Nassim. The now famous Natasha invited the patients to the emergency room, the door of which was next to the guard's post, and began to enter Maxim's data into the log of those who called, since it was he who said he was sick. Maxim, in order not to complicate the situation, hid the fact that he was a doctor. After all, colleagues are treated differently than mere mortals, and he did not need that at all. He simply introduced himself as a funeral service worker. The nurse was quite satisfied with this, and she wrote down the place of work of the patient who called. Funeral service. Another minute later, the doctor on duty in a long white coat entered the emergency room, from under which pajama pants with a blue diamond pattern peeked out, and the upper part was a t-shirt of an indefinite gray color. However, that was all Maxim had time to think. Our doctors on duty don't walk like that. When the supposed doctor on duty joined the conversation, from his Central Asian accent, Maxim realized that this was the sought-after Nassim. "What did you want?" in Russian asked Nassim, whose patronymic remained unknown. The nurse had not yet joined the conversation. "Yes, well," Maxim drawled vaguely. "We came to visit friends yesterday. Everything seemed to be fine. We didn't drink, but today my head started to hurt. I feel nauseous, weak somehow. I don't think this has ever happened before. Maybe my blood pressure went up?" and decided to immediately throw in the line, "Everything here is in some kind of smoke. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe because of this?" Maxim, without a patronymic, silently sat down at the table next to which Max was already sitting, took an electronic tonometer out of the table, and began to measure his blood pressure.
The pressure is good. 120/80. "Natasha, take your temperature," he asked the nurse, and he himself took a phenendoscope out of the same table and asked Maxim to undress. He listened carefully to the lungs, tapped on the lower back, then looked at the stomach, laying Max on the couch, right there in the emergency room, and was apparently satisfied. "There is nothing bad," he said thoughtfully, more to himself than to the patient, and then suddenly said a phrase, addressing the nurse, from which Maxim really felt sick. "What are we going to do, colleague?" The doctor, judging by his age, not a young intern, asks the nurse for advice. What is this? And if she was not there, what would he suggest? "Maxim Istamovich," the nurse began tiredly, finally revealing the secret of the patronymic of the doctor on duty. "Here, most likely, it is a banal cephalgia. The man arrived from another region. It is not surprising that he got a headache and felt sick." "How come we are not all sick here yet?" she finished grumpily. "Yes, I am." She took the bait, Maxim joyfully chanted to himself. "We need to build on this success." "How long have you had this veil here?" he asked, hiding his interest as if in passing. Lena seemed to be taking no part in the events that were taking place. She was looking thoughtfully out the window of the emergency room and was not listening at all to the conversation between the doctor, the nurse, and the patient, her own husband. She was clearly interested in something outside the hospital. To the right, about 50 meters from the hospital building, stretching out towards the clinic behind the permanently open barrier and the vegetable kiosk standing nearby, in the middle of the gray snow sprinkled with coal dust, there was a completely black, smooth square of about 40 by 40 meters. It was somewhat reminiscent of freshly laid asphalt, but somehow it was also elusively different from it. To the left, also not far from the barrier in front of the Magnet store, there was a vast, asphalted area filled with cars, but here the asphalt was completely different. The snow, although dirty and gray, still covered the road to the hospital, the vegetable stand, the square in front of the Magnet, and even in front of the entrance to the hospital, there were small snowdrifts left by the janitor. Where did this completely clean, flat black area come from, where there was not only no snow, but not even any trash, which is usually found everywhere? There are several trees with bare branches next to the clinic. And where are the fallen leaves or plastic trash bags on this mysterious square island? Where are the scraps of paper? Why is there not a hint of traces of human activity on this square limited by blackness, as if some neat freak had just vacuumed and washed this giant black floor in the open air? Meanwhile, things were going on as usual in the emergency room. After some consultation, Natasha and Maxim, who had acquired a patronymic, decided that, since there was nothing wrong, the patient needed to be treated symptomatically. If he had a headache, he'd get keterol in his buttock. If he felt sick, he'd get metoclopramide in his buttock. Maxim, who realized too late that he'd gotten carried away and would have to pay for it with his body, stoically endured the keterol injection, which he knew about, but categorically refused metoclopramide. The name, somehow vaguely associated with bedbugs, scared him. The doctor on duty, quite satisfied with this development of events, humming something and waving his colorful pants with each step, majestically left, not forgetting to instruct the nurse to do everything as it should be. It seemed that he himself didn't know how it should be done. While Natasha was writing a certificate of appeal, signed in advance by Maxim Istamovich, which Maxim in fact did not need, they continued to discuss the problems of the village, the multi-day gray shroud, the increased incidence of disease, and everything else. "Natasha,
Elena suddenly turned to the nurse. Do you know what that black square is in front of your windows? And nodded in the direction of the anomaly she had accidentally discovered. An anomaly, she was now absolutely sure of that. Natasha tore herself away from her writing and glanced out the window in passing. Oh, that. They did that just before winter. They covered it with something and leveled it all out. What was there before? The restless Elena did not calm down. Natasha, who was not at all against chatting, launched into an explanation. Our old hospital used to be here. This one was only built in 1980. Over there, Natalia pointed to a vegetable stand next to the road leading to the hospital. The old clinic used to be. 2-story. In front of the clinic, closer to Gagarin, she meant the street, not thinking about the fact that the guests of the village might not know this. There was a hospital, also 2-story. And here, she pointed to the very middle of the black square, was the gynecology department. Small, but good. Where did everything go? Lena asked in surprise. Maxim did not interfere in the conversation for now. He intuitively understood that Lena was interested in something, and she also wanted to get information that might shed light on the unusual story they got involved in. Everything fell apart, the nurse answered carelessly.
Nobody needed anything anymore, so it fell apart. Then they took everything apart, stole it, and sold the cinder blocks from which the hospital was built to make permanent garages. Half the village built permanent garages out of these cinder blocks. They sold them for 10 kopecks apiece. And new ones cost almost a ruble. She smiled sadly, as if remembering something good, although she could not have witnessed those changes. 40 years had passed since the 80s, and she herself looked no more than 40. Having stopped smiling, Natasha continued. Then everything became overgrown. The grass was taller than a man. Then the trees started growing. Almost like a jungle. She was silent for a bit, looked at the unusual patients listening with interest, and decided it was time to finish. We've gotten used to it. We don't notice it. Where did they bring this black rock from, don't you know? Lena tried to clarify. Where did they bring it from? From the coalface, probably. Nobody told us. Then, surprised, as if she was seeing this spot for the first time, she finished. It's really strange, and there's no snow on it. What if there's radiation there? She muttered with unfeigned horror. She shook her head and quickly said goodbye to the curious visitors. Having said goodbye to the guard, Lena and Maxim left the hospital, and without saying a word, headed towards the mysterious black spot. Lena was in charge here, looking intently at the incomprehensible anomaly. First, they walked around the spot, a square along the perimeter. Although this was not entirely easy. The loose, porous snow, beyond the edges of the dense black surface, sank almost to the ankles. Then, moving to the edge opposite the road, where no one could see what they were doing, they sat down and began to examine the surface spread out before them. It really resembled asphalt in color and density, but the structure was different. There were no inclusions of gravel. There were no chips and specks familiar on Russian roads, and the color was more saturated and dark, thick, or something. It's strange. Lena was perplexed, unsuccessfully trying to chip off a piece of the coating. The nurse said that the rock here was only leveled with a grater, but it feels like it was rolled with a road roller, and the heaviest one at that. That's why everything is so dense and smooth. Maybe they really did roll it, Maxim objected. And the nurse just didn't see. She couldn't have been sitting by the window all the time. Maybe it wasn't her shift. And it's winter now. Everything is frozen. That's why it's so hard? Maybe. Maybe. Lena frowned, shaking her head. But it doesn't look like it. Only it wasn't frozen. It melted. With the back of her hand, taking off her glove, she touched the surface of the stain.
Then, clearing a piece of earth next to it of snow, she touched the earth. She raised her head and, smiling, invited Maxim to join her. "You try." The stain is warm. The smooth black surface was indeed much warmer than the frozen ground. But Maxim, without even touching this pseudo-asphalt, was stubborn. "You know that black accumulates heat. That's why snow in the city, for example, melts much faster than in the forest. It's blacker in the city because it's dirty."
Lena didn't argue and took out a Geiger counter from her bag, which she always carried around with her, resembling an ordinary children's game console with a small display and large blue buttons on the panel. It seemed that there were no radioactive isotopes here. In any case, they didn't hear the loud, increasing clicking and crackling sounds that we were used to in disaster movies. There were none in the center of the spot either, where the amateur researchers went after studying the outskirts of the anomaly.
Max, why is it so clean here?
Lena asked Maxim, thinking about something of her own, and without waiting for an answer, she suggested,
Let's put something here, now, in the center, and then we'll go home and see what happens. Will it disappear or not? Maybe it's some kind of self-cleaning anomaly?
She was already laughing.
Max didn't mind going to the pile of construction waste behind the magnet and dragged in a rather weighty piece of plaster. The wind definitely won't blow this one away. Although, there hasn't been any wind here for 2 months, so he could have brought something smaller. Lena even took pictures of this avant-garde composition from different angles. With great difficulty, with the help of her husband, she still managed to chip off a piece of the coating from the edge, which she put in a plastic bag in the hope of clarifying its composition in her technical department. What can you do? An investigator. And in conclusion, Lena came up with an idea that probably only a science fiction investigator could have come up with. Max, is it possible to somehow clarify whether your glowing dead are connected with this spot, or the rock it was made of? Maybe they all worked in the same place where the rock was brought from. You yourself said that they were all men. Doubtful. Maxim did not support her.
There were 2 almost old men there, definitely not working. Well, maybe they used to work there? Then you need to establish this through your own channels. I can only look at the stories, last names, well, in place of work. But how can I establish the place of work of these old people? On the stories of the elderly, they write pensioner, and that's it. I definitely can't. He paused and formulated the problem without solving, which all the previous questions receded into the background. First of all, we need to establish where the rock was brought here from, and then look for analogies and draw parallels. And why do we take a piece of the coating? What do you think? Lena answered a question with a question, who seemed to be seriously captivated by this story with the dead and the black square, not by Malevich.
When having picked up their things from the hotel, Maxim and Lena drove up to the hospital in Krasnoyarsk again. Nothing had changed on the surface of the black square. The piece of plaster that Max had dragged along was still lying quietly on the dark, almost glossy surface, and was clearly not going to disappear. Lena took another picture of this abstract masterpiece, and asking Max to wait, ran into the hospital. A couple of minutes later, she appeared hiding something in her bag, and her satisfied smile indicated that everything she had planned had worked out. She shared her plans with her husband only when they had left this inhospitable, disturbing gray dome that had covered the entire village from edge to edge. I got the contact information of the nurse who told us about the hospital from the security guard. It might come in handy, she said, still thinking about something of her own. I'll call her in a couple of days and ask her to take a picture of the site and send it to me. I think that not much time has passed yet. And it's light. So he gave you her phone number too? Max asked. I don't think I'm supposed to. No, she didn't. The phone number of the therapy office where she works, and her last name. I said that I wanted to write a thank you to the ministry for their good attitude. And he melted. Why didn't you ask the security guard himself? It's easier. Well, Max, you're something. We don't know him at all. Hello, goodbye. He'll look at me like I'm an idiot. And we had a long conversation with Natasha. She's interested. Did you notice how scared she was at the end? She even mentioned radiation. That's what we'll play on. I really am an investigator. I'll say that we're interested in the stain. We want to figure out what it is. You want to figure out what your dead people are, right? Max wanted to. That's why he just smiled. A smart wife is something good. And if she's also beautiful. Nothing unusual happened in the next few days. True. On Monday, Lena brought home a few photos from work, which she silently laid out on the table in front of Max after dinner. In the photos, taken with a smartphone, it was easy to recognize that very piece of plaster. Erected as a monument to unusual fantasies in the very center of the black square. 2 of them had the numbers 1 and 2. Max looked at the photos once, twice, turned them over in his hands. Turned them over. But still did not understand why Lena took such large, colorful photos of an ordinary stone made of sand and cement, and even handed them to him. So something was wrong here. But what? So what? Maxim asked, resigned to his own stupidity. I don't see the difference, Lena laughed. That's exactly it. You don't see it. I took pictures of the stone from the same point, with the same zoom.
This one right away. Lena pointed to the photo marked with the number 1. And this one, when we stopped by the second time.
The photo with the number 2 was placed on the table. Only 3 hours passed between the shots, and the experts say that the stone in the second photo is smaller than in the first. What do you think? Max made a face of disbelief and scratched the back of his head. Of course, I'm not an expert, but I still don't see the difference. And by what parameters did they evaluate it? If we hadn't left and the camera was fixed to a tripod and stood still, then we could still compare. But as it is... Elena, offended by his distrust, interrupted her husband's rant. Max, they tied themselves to the edges of the stain, well, and to something else. They are specialists. You can't...
Len, don't you think that someone will simply remove this plaster from the asphalt? Some kid will run by and kick it in front of him instead of a puck. After all, we used to kick it as kids. Lena looked at Maxim disapprovingly. Max, you are an unobservant person. Have you seen at least one path that would approach the edges of the square? We walked all around. There wasn't a single one. Why would the boys run there when there is knee-deep snow all around and there is a road nearby? Maxim remained silent. On Thursday evening, Lena showed Maxim a photo of a stain on which there was nothing. Not the piece of plaster itself, not even the remains of it. Not a piece, not a grain of sand around the center. Max thought about it. He no longer wanted to argue with his wife, the investigator. He would lose anyway. Did he evaporate or become invisible? He asked, perplexed.
Lena also looked thoughtfully at the photo. I don't know yet. She deliberately emphasized the word yet with her voice, so that Maxim believed her. She would get to the bottom of it. She would definitely get to the bottom of it. And on Friday, Lena simply killed Max. When they put Alyoshka to bed, and Maxim, sitting down at the computer, decided to lay out the pages of his work for the category, Lena, sitting down opposite,
While he was talking to the security guards there, solving his own business,
I hung around in the Open Pits personnel department, and I also dropped in at the Veterans Council. I checked everyone you gave me, even the old people. Max froze. And, Max, Lena said quietly and solemnly, they're all from the same face. Your 2 old men also worked there before retirement. Both were excavator operators. They were even in the same crew. Maxim, of course, immediately understood who they were talking about, his glowing dead. Wow, she dug it up after all.
But he still clarified. And how did they install the face? The experts gave their conclusion on the composition of the rock from the black square. It is identical to the rock of the deepest face of the open pit on the third mountain. They also determined the composition of the rock in the faces at the open pit, so everything coincided. Maxim passed the test easily.
After the first attempt, which took him only 17 minutes, the computer showed 93% of the correct answers, although 75% would have been enough. Now he was returning home in a great mood. The work for the category, along with the package of necessary documents, had been submitted. The testing had been passed, the interview had been canceled due to the coronavirus epidemic. So all that was left was to wait for the order from the ministry and hello, new salary. How much will they add? Max thought serenely and answered himself. Well, certainly not less than 1,000, or maybe more. This made him happy. So in about 3 years he would get the highest category, his salary would be raised again, and more than now, and then he could think about a new car. This is where all his subsequent troubles began. How often does the smallest microscopic accident, which in fact is not worth paying attention to, change an entire life, and often far from for the better? Max usually didn't drive recklessly, he drove as usual. 90 as it should be. Sometimes he accelerated, sometimes he slowed down, realistically assessing his driving skills and the capabilities of his Logan. He never arranged a race if a Mercedes or BMW overtook him. Calmly, without reacting, he let go of any Toyota or Audi that overtook him. But the fact that right after Polosavo, a Ukrainian Tavria, which had been out of production for a long time, overtook him and sped ahead, outraged him to the depths of his soul. In dreams of a new car, which would definitely be cooler than Logan, Maxim seemed to relax, slowed down, but then decided to make up for it. He had a Renault, not some Tavria. Max hit the gas. The car quickly picked up speed, but the impudent Tavria was not visible from around the bend in the road, and Max continued to press the pedal. But from behind a green fence made of corrugated sheet metal, stretching along the road and fencing off some suburban gardening community, a traffic police inspector jumped out with a striped baton in one hand and a radar in the other, and desperately waved his stick, demanding that he stop. Maxim was not going to compete with the system, so he slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road beyond the edge of the fence, next to which a traffic police car was parked. No, well, how cleverly he chose the place for the ambush, even though it is now prohibited. Because of this damn fence, it was really impossible to see either the patrol car or the inspector himself. And the radar, slightly protruding, how could you see it at speed? He parked about 10 meters from the traffic police car, realizing that he would still have to explain himself and, most likely, sign the violation report. Did not wait for the law enforcement officer to approach, but went towards him himself. The inspector, who was without a partner, saw that the offender was walking into his hands, stopped near his car, threw the baton into the half-open door, and put the radar on the front seat. What, he is not even going to show its value? Maxim thought in surprise. The slightly plump, no longer young senior lieutenant, surprisingly, introduced himself, casually raising his hand to his cap. Are you breaking the rules? Your documents. Maxim silently handed over the license and registration certificate he had prepared in advance, which the traffic police officer began to study with all due care. Do you understand the reason for the stop? He continued, 5 minutes later, clearly not going to return the documents. During the entire check, or, more likely, its artificial delay, Max remained silent.
What can I say? Everything is clear anyway.
I assume that it was speeding, although it is not entirely clear why you did not stop the Tavria, which was driving in front of me at a much higher speed, but detained me. The inspector was literally taken aback by such impudence. Frankly, Maxim himself did not expect this from himself. But it is true.
He did not even try to stop the Tevria. But him. Please. The inspector finally pulled himself together.
Maxim, as they say, got his tail in the water.
How can you tell that this is my speed? Maybe this is the speed of the Tevria. This time the traffic cop got angry and didn't even try to hide it. Squinting predatorily, which made his face, which wasn't exactly beautiful to begin with, lose the rest of its intellect. He spoke quietly and ominously, looking straight into Maxim's eyes.
Listen, smart guy. I'm not going to explain or prove anything to you. You broke the law and you'll be punished. Severely punished.
He paused and then continued mockingly.
I'm taking away your license and you'll challenge the legality of my actions in court if you have anything to say. I see you didn't have time to turn on the recorder. Everyone's become smart.
He finished again with obvious malice. Max was taken,
But it is too late. Why was my license taken away?
For exceeding the speed limit by 4 kilometers. He nevertheless decided to continue to fight. We have a non-penalty, 20-kilometer threshold for exceeding the speed limit. This is not driving into oncoming traffic, not running a red light or a closed railroad crossing. And I did not cross a solid double line. Seeing that his, as it seemed to him, reasoned speech did not make any impression on the policeman, Max slowed down. I do not deny that I violated the traffic regulations. I agree to pay the fine. But why take away my license? The traffic policeman, already heading to his car, did not even turn around, deciding that he had said enough. This kid is not going anywhere. He will wait, like a good boy, until he writes a report. And he will not hurry. No, he will not. Max was overcome with incredible anger when he saw such obvious disdain.
What a bastard! He cursed silently, gritting his teeth. The shit just poured out of you. How many like me can you catch in a shift? I just don't understand why you're still a lieutenant. With such abilities, you should have been a major a long time ago. May you get away with it, you idiot, he whispered in despair after the senior lieutenant, pointing the index finger of his right hand like a pistol at the inspector, remembering his favorite comedy. The inspector, who had opened the front passenger door of the patrol car and was already trying to get in, suddenly froze, as if listening to something, straightened up, shifted his feet, turned around, and looked at Max, seemingly perplexed. Then he very quickly opened the glove compartment, took something, and quickly rushed towards the green fence, behind which he disappeared without explanation. Literally a few seconds later, very specific sounds were heard from there, leaving no doubt as to their origin. Max's eyes widened. Holy shit! What is this? Did he conjure something? No, it can't be.
Max smiled sarcastically. Serves you right. I'll kill you. But he thought, without his previous malice. You'll learn. The inspector appeared about 5 minutes later with a helpless expression on his face, wiping his hands with a damp napkin, but he had no intention of changing his decision. Wait a minute, he muttered, getting into the car and taking out a folder with clean protocol forms. He'll still write it. Maxim thought again in despair. Then I'll have to run around the courts. He didn't want to run around the courts, and he didn't consider himself particularly guilty. Maybe I should try again? He thought again, thinking about the unusual incident. No, that's stupid. Maybe he ate something, and I was already furious. A miracle worker. We need something else. But what? The solution came a minute later when the lieutenant was already copying the data from Maxim's documents into the report. I hope your nose bleeds, Max whispered and again pointed his hand towards the inspector, watching him very carefully. And again the inspector seemed to freeze. In any case, he stopped writing and then abruptly stuck his head out of the car and stretched it forward, remaining sitting in the car. Max was dumbfounded and really scared. Blood was running from the inspector's nose in frequent drops, flying in small red splashes on the ground.
The inspector, who should have known all the rules for providing first aid in an accident, including nosebleeds, behaved completely incorrectly. Either he was... Max began to fuss, thinking with horror about what he had done. He, a doctor, had somehow made a man suffer. Let him be harmful, unpleasant, evil, but still a man. Maybe he was just having such a day? And he himself? Was he any better? Maxim instantly forgot all his grievances. He jumped up to the helplessly sitting inspector, whose blood from his upturned nose was simply flowing down his chin, onto his neck, and getting lost behind the collar of his uniform shirt. Took his hand in his and pulled it towards his nose. "You're doing it wrong!" he almost shouted. "You need to pinch your nose with your fingers, I know! I'm a doctor, that's it!" Max, demonstrating, pinched his own nose with the fingers of his free hand and began to nasalize. "Hold your nose with your hand, and don't throw your head back, otherwise the blood will simply flow down the back of your throat into your stomach." When the stunned inspector finally followed Maxim's command, he began to calm down a little. "Hold it tightly for 3 or 4 minutes. Don't let go. You need to let a clot form in the vessel." He thought for a bit. "Does your blood pressure rise by any chance?" Now the inspector, also calming down, began to nasalize. "Yes, it happens, but not often. I don't even take pills regularly. So, from time to time." Max thought a little more. "You know, I'll give you a nasal tamponade. Otherwise, it might start leaking again. Hold on. Hold on. Don't let go." Seeing that the policeman was about to remove his fingers from his nose, Maxim demanded again. Surprisingly, the lieutenant listened to him and began to wait meekly, squeezing his nose with his powerful fingers. Max tried his best to make amends. He really did think he was guilty. He literally rushed to his car, opened the trunk, and took out the first aid kit. So, medical gloves are a must, otherwise your hands will be covered in blood. A sterile bandage, that's it. He tore open the package and rolled a long, narrow strip of bandage, a centimeter wide, folding the edges of the bandage inward. The inspector's fingers slowly unclenched. The blood no longer dripped. It was already easier. Then Max began to push the tarunda into the nasal passage with his index finger, first on one side, tamping it as tightly as the patient in uniform could bear, then on the other. That's it. Now you can rest assured he won't run. But it's still better to go to the ENT doctor. Let him take a look. Maybe cauterization will do. Then, immediately turning the gloves inside out, so as not to stain his hands with blood, he wrapped them one inside the other, shook his head, and, not finding where to put them, threw them over the fence, without even looking there. The inspector, who could now breathe only through his mouth, looked at his savior with gratitude. "Doctor, thank you. You saved me." It did not even occur to him that the doctor he had detained was the cause of all his health problems. Or maybe it was he himself. Max modestly remained silent and even waved his hand. What kind of savor, so? "You, that's what," the lieutenant continued thoughtfully. "Don't hold a grudge against me. What a stupid day today. Take your license back. And thank you again," he finished firmly. He took the confiscated license and registration certificate from the dashboard of his car and handed them to Maxim. Maxim was ashamed to the point of tears. He simply could not raise his head and look the inspector in the eyes. So, with his head down, he spoke, "And you forgive me. I was wrong too. I'm surprised that I got carried away." Then he took his documents, looked the inspector in the eye, smiled apologetically, and went to his car. A minute later, he drove onto the highway, not forgetting to flash his turn signal, realizing that the inspector was still watching him. For an entire hour, while Maxim was getting home after a difficult meeting with the traffic police officer, he literally couldn't find a place for himself,
even here, behind the wheel. He was constantly fidgeting, chuckling, pinching his ear. He just couldn't believe that everything that had happened wasn't a dream, that it had actually happened. Two feelings were tearing him apart. Firstly, he was ashamed of how he had treated the unfortunate lieutenant. Well, okay. At first he had wished him well in his heart. That was all right. He deserved it. Let him not be mean. But the blood on his chin and behind the collar of his shirt was still right before Max's eyes. That was probably cruel. And it wasn't that easy to wash the blood off. But secondly, what was that anyway? It was completely incomprehensible. It simply couldn't have happened. It couldn't have, but it had happened. And Max didn't doubt it. Or did he? He himself didn't know what to think, or what to do. What if it was just a monstrous coincidence? At first, the lieutenant's stomach had simply twisted. He had eaten something wrong. Then he had freaked out. His blood pressure had risen, and he had a nosebleed. But two coincidences in a row. And what coincidences? His head was spinning. As he approached the house, Maxim already knew what he had to do. Of course, he wouldn't make people suffer from illnesses anymore. This is just a last resort, like a protective measure. But trying to make a person do something neutral is worth trying to understand what he can and can't do. No matter how hard he tried on the road, he couldn't manipulate inanimate objects and phenomena. The radio in the car wouldn't turn on. The headlights wouldn't blink at his request. The horn wouldn't sound. And no matter how hard he tried, things wouldn't fall into his hand. Max remembered his favorite childhood book in time, The Adventures of Dunno, especially the chapter where Dunno got hold of a magic wand and on the way to Sunny City, ordered ice cream for himself and his friends. Maxim vividly imagined how his favorite popsicle on a stick would fall into his hand right now, at this very second. He had already felt its coolness and taste. But no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he went through all the options, from requests to demands, no matter how he stretched out his hand with fingers spread upwards, he still didn't wait for anything. That's it. Forget it. Complete nonsense. There are still people and, maybe, animals? Maxim parked in the yard, in his usual place, which, according to an unspoken agreement, no one occupied. And he did not lay claim to other places. From here to the entrance, it was only a short distance. But even on this 30-meter stretch, Max managed to conduct 2 experiments that opened his eyes a little to his abilities. The neighbor, from apartment 35, an elegant lady far from Balzac's age, was coming out of the entrance with her favorite royal poodle, Tishka, a curly, rich, chocolate-colored aristocrat who seemed to be friends with the entire entrance. With his cheerful, irrepressible energy, he forced his mistress to go outside with him several times a day, which she did with obvious willingness. Tishka never barked outside. He ran, poked his nose everywhere he could reach, and constantly twirled his tail, which is why the luxurious tuft on its tip resembled a fan propeller. He barked only at home, and probably only when he demanded that his mistress obligatory walk in the fresh air. Maxim realized that this was his chance, and, approaching the fashionable couple, whispered his request, directed specifically at Tishka. But, alas, the cheerful dog did not bark, waved his tail affably as he ran past, nuzzled Max's legs with his nose, and pulled his mistress, with whom Max had managed to say hello, into the corners of the yard, known only to him. Waiting. The first experiment failed. Maxim did not use the elevator on principle. Firstly, the 3rd floor is not that high. Secondly, he had already been stuck in the elevator once and waited for more than an hour for this ill-fated elevator to be repaired. He was even late for work. Well, And thirdly, he needed to stay in shape. At least some physical activity. Climbing the stairs, he saw a man coming down from above, who lived somewhere 2 floors above, and apparently also did not use the elevator on principle, though only on his way down. Max had already met him several times. They were not acquainted, did not greet each other, silently passed by each other, and immediately forgot about the meeting. Now Max wanted the unfamiliar neighbor to say hello. It was not a strain, not to jump up and down the stairs on one leg, but, alas again, the neighbor, thinking about something of his own, passed by without even looking at Maxim. The second experiment also failed. At home, washing the dishes after a small snack, Max summed up the results of his road and yard experiments and concluded that he couldn't do anything except cause illnesses or pathological conditions in people. And even then, it was a big question. Is this true? It was necessary to clarify. But Maxim hadn't decided how. And, frankly speaking, he didn't want to. The blood on the lieutenant's chin was still right before his eyes. The doorbell took him by surprise. He wasn't expecting anyone. It was still a long way off until Lena arrived, and she had her own key. His mother-in-law would have definitely called first. She knows they're at work during the day. Friends? Unlikely. They also know about his job. Still not having decided who it could be, Maxim boldly opened the door. 2 men stood on the threshold, slightly older than Maxim himself. Quite light jackets for April, short haircuts, attentive eyes. One of them, the older one, asked in a pleasant voice, "Averin Maxim Sergeyevich?" Confused, Max nodded his head. "Yes, it's me." "We're from the police," the older one continued. "Criminal Investigation Department." They took out their IDs almost simultaneously, opened them, and held them in front of the amazed Maxim for a few seconds. He only had time to examine the color photographs of people in uniform, a red seal, and some kind of holographic sticker in the left corner. He didn't remember their names. He only understood that the senior one was a captain, and the junior one was a senior lieutenant, although the officers introduced themselves by their last names, as expected. "We need to ask you a few questions. May I come in?" Maxim had no choice but to nod and let the police officers into the room. The junior one remained standing in the doorway as if he was afraid that Max would run away. The second one sat down at the table. Maxim settled down on the sofa but sat on the very edge, leaning his hand on the sofa cushion. "Maxim Sergeyevich, the car Renault Logan K573 AE train temp region. Does it belong to you?" Trying to understand what the criminal investigation officers wanted from him. Maxim, who had never committed anything illegal, not only today but probably in his entire life, nodded again. He knew the number of his car by heart. "Did you go to the regional center today?" The senior of them continued. Max sighed with relief. That's the thing. His experiments with the traffic cop have already backfired. Quickly. But what does the Criminal Investigation Department have to do with it? "Did anything unusual happen to you on the way?" Maxim seemed to let go and did not hide anything, except, of course, his role in what happened to the inspector. "Yes, it happened," he began, slightly embarrassed. "On the way home from Polosovo, I was stopped by a traffic police inspector, a senior lieutenant. He introduced himself, but I didn't remember his last name. I was speeding a little. A Tavria overtook me there, so I stupidly chased after it. That's how I got it. Did you have any conflicts with the inspector?" Understanding that there was no point in lying, he would tell us how it happened anyway. Max didn't really hide anything. "No, at first I got a little excited. I asked why he didn't stop the Tavria, which was going faster than me, but pulled me over. And turning more to the officers, he asked heatedly, "And why did he set up an ambush behind the fence? Isn't that prohibited now?" He was probably offended. He even wanted to take away my license, but then he gave it back. He didn't even draw up a report.
Why such generosity all of a sudden? Traffic police officers don't do that. Yes, his nose started bleeding, and I helped stop it. I'm a doctor. First I pinched it with my fingers, and then I even did a tamponade. Tamponade? The captain asked in surprise. What is that? Maxim smiled, not knowing the obvious. These are long bandage tampons inserted into the nasal passages and sort of tamped down to compress the damaged vessels. This way the clot forms faster. The captain exchanged glances with the senior lieutenant. Something akin to surprise or mistrust slipped into their silent dialogue. And what happened next? The youngest of his partners, the senior lieutenant, asked for the first time. Then, Maxim thought for a minute. He said that I saved him, and therefore he would not draw up a report, although he had already started writing it, I think. He returned the license and registration certificate, and even wished me a safe journey. That's all. Tell me, did you see anything suspicious? Or maybe you heard something? Was there anyone behind the fence? Maybe some crunching, sounds or voices? Max thought about it. No, it didn't seem like anything like that. Silence reigned in the room. The policemen were thinking about something, and Max was in no hurry. Maxim Sergeyevich, what shoes did you wear today? Can you show them? The youngest one finally asked, which was completely unexpected for Maxim. Please, here are the shoes in the hallway. Everyone went out into the corridor, which was clearly too small for three. Maxim took his black shoes in his hand, and without a second thought, handed them to the senior lieutenant. Both operatives examined them carefully, turned them over, looked at the soles. Maxim Sergeyevich, could you tell me why there is blood on them? Maxim shuddered. For the first time, the thought flashed through his mind that not everything was so simple in the visit of the guys from the criminal investigation department. They don't deal with all sorts of nonsense like traffic accidents, and they're asking about blood. Well, probably when I was stopping the nosebleed. That's when it got there. And there was already a decent amount on the ground when I approached. Maybe that's when I stepped on it. I didn't look at the shoes. What happened then? What does the criminal investigation department have to do with it? Perhaps, the younger one said quietly, thinking about something of his own. And the elder suddenly began to open up. What happened, dear Maxim Sergeyevich, is that this inspector was killed, and apparently, right after you left. And they also took his service weapon. His last name was Ivanikov. And he stared at Maxim attentively. Maxim was taken aback. At first he tried to take a deep breath and stand up, but quickly realized that sitting was better for him. He physically felt the lack of air in his pallor, which the captain also noticed. Why are you so pale, Maxim Sergeyevich? He asked in an ingratiating voice. Maxim was confused. This was the first time in his life. No, not pallor and confusion, but a gripping feeling of hopelessness and emptiness. His own complete helplessness. You didn't have to be a genius to understand that they suspected him, Max, first and foremost. What stupidity. And there was blood on his boots. I have to say something. We parted on good terms, Maxim babbled. I even apologized for my harshness at the beginning. And he also told me not to hold a grudge against him. Max was filled with pity and helplessness. Nothing could be changed. It seemed like a chance meeting, a chance person. Maybe not the best, but it was a pity. After all, everything had worked out. How could this be? And then someone else inside him seemed to scream.
Better feel sorry for yourself, fool. If you start whining, you'll end up the one holding the bag. You don't think I killed him, do you? Maxim asked a little more firmly. For what reason? The policemen watched Max closely, were silent. Then one of them finally answered. It turns out that you were the last one to see the inspector alive. Weren't you surprised that we found you so quickly? The captain continued, and without waiting for an answer, answered his own question. And the inspector had an unfinished bloody report form with your details in his cabin. What were we supposed to think? And he finished instructively. We are obliged to sort everything out. The usual investigative actions are underway. A series of examinations will be carried out. Again, the silence dragged on to the point of indecency. You need to come with us, Maxim Sergeyevich.
Write in detail how everything happened. Talk to the investigator, and then we'll decide what to do. Max perked up, realizing that this could not be avoided. I need to call my wife. Warn her not to worry. Please, call. Lena's phone was silent. Or rather, the cheerful melody about Carlson, set as a ringtone on his wife's phone, was playing, but nothing more. Lena did not answer. There could be many reasons, and Max did not bother. Texting takes a long time. It was much easier to write a note and leave it on the table. When he comes, he will see. He wrote, Lena, I'm at the police. They suspect me of murder. Help me. Love. Max. Max didn't have any acquaintances among the prisoners who could tell him in a private conversation about life behind barbed wire and how they got there. Of course, due to the nature of his profession, he had to meet people who, judging by the abundance of tattoos on their bodies, had been in camps or logging camps, but they couldn't tell him anything. Therefore, all his information about the police and places not so remote was based on TV series and books. He and his wife had watched so many films about detectives. For some reason, they preferred series where women, investigators, easily and casually left their arrogant, haughty colleagues, naturally men, in the dust. Bloodhound, Moscow Greyhound, Hook, yes, quite a few. So, for example, he imagined what the interrogation room and other rooms in the police station looked like, and even expected that he would be taken straight to the interrogation room for a conversation with the investigator. But the operatives first took him to the experts, forensic scientists. He understood this immediately by the abundance of equipment in the room. He saw many of the devices for the first time and did not even guess what they were called and what they were used for. The only things familiar to him were a forensic magnifying glass, a comparison microscope, and a gas chromatograph. All the same as in TV series. Dactyloscopy played the piano, then wiped his fingers for a long time with a damp cloth soaked in some solution. Washes from hands, also damp, but with cotton wool. It is not clear why. If this is for gunpowder gases, then he did not shoot at anyone. In vain. In the office of the operatives, who puzzled the experts, as in the films, with the need for urgent examinations, everything was also familiar. Tables with computer monitors and piles of paper folders, a massive red-brown safe in the corner, a dartboard on the back of the door with darts sticking out of it, and finally, a portrait of the president on the wall. Only here he was not wearing a formal suit with a tie, but a naval officer's jacket and a dark blue cap with a huge cockade. At least there was something different. Otherwise, everything was the same as in the films. Oh, by the way, how did the policeman die? Maxim realized that he still didn't know how the inspector was killed. Shot. Stabbed. Beaten. Strangled. What other options? His head was spinning. The captain sat down at the table by the window and invited Maxim to take a seat on the chair next to him. There was little free space on the table covered with papers, and Maxim had no idea how to write here.
But writing, for which he had been invited from home, had not yet been offered. Then he drove these thoughts away and began to prepare for a serious conversation. He realized this by the captain's stern face, his confidently folded hands on the table, and the thoughtful, piercing gaze with which he stared at Max. He's trying to confuse me, thought Max. Of course. Here he is on his territory, and here I am completely at his mercy. But he was not going to give in. Maxim Sergeyevich, why did you decide that we implicate you in the murder of the traffic police inspector? After all, you wrote about this in a note to your wife.
The senior operative began the conversation. The senior lieutenant sat at the next table with an indifferent look and did not join the conversation yet.
I wonder when he managed to read my note, Max thought in passing. No doubt when I went to the bedroom to get other shoes, and he himself had already spoken. You said that I was the last one to see him alive. Then, you think that we had a conflict because he wanted to take away my license. There is blood on my shoes and no one saw how it got there. You most likely think that I hit him, and then made up a beautiful fairy tale. A nosebleed, medical care, we parted as brothers. Maxim no longer concealed his emotions, spoke loudly and even waved his arms. The captain looked at everything that was happening with satisfaction and seemed to be happy. Then he stopped Max. Well, you see, you told everything yourself, how it happened. He was silent for a while. And where did you put the murder weapon?
Max asked in despair, in a full voice.
What weapon? What crime? I didn't kill anyone, and I don't even know how this Inspector Ivanikov died.
Then, as if remembering, he said incoherently, out of place, and the blood on the report is from his nose. He had already started writing when it started. Maxim remembered the name of the dead policeman. Calm down. No need to shout, the detective continued almost in a friendly manner. He seemed to enjoy the fact that the man sitting opposite was nervous, although on the outside everything looked quite decent from his side. Don't you know? He was hit on the head with a piece of pipe. The policeman did not wait for Maxim's reaction, who could not digest everything that was happening and somehow distanced himself from what was happening, perhaps even to his own detriment. You are not surprised? Oh, well, you don't know. We found this pipe, Maxim Sergeyevich, and we found the gloves that held this pipe.
The captain blurted out a stupidity, but did not pay any attention to it. The main thing is the meaning. And there is blood on the pipe and on the gloves, and sweat and grease stains inside the gloves. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as the results of the examination are ready, you understand yourself, maybe it would be better to make a deal with the investigation. He finished pleadingly, as if he felt sorry for Maxim. Max emerged from the intoxicating fog. I was helping the inspector with gloves on. I tamponed his nose. Naturally, there was blood on them. And then, so as not to get dirty, I threw them over the fence. I didn't even look where they were. Maybe these are what they are. But I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone. And I didn't take a gun. Conduct searches. At home, in the car, wherever you want. He stretched out his hands towards the senior operative. Look for traces of gun grease. Take swabs, if that's not enough. I didn't kill. And I have no reason to make any deal. The captain, surprised by the suspect's stubbornness, continued, although his patience was wearing thin. Fine. You claim that you tamponed your nose and left, right? So. Then how can we explain that there were no tampons in the dead man's nose? Are you in no hurry, Maxim Sergeyevich? Think about it. Max was taken aback by this unexpected news at first, but then he realized it and went on the attack. This means that whoever killed the inspector
pulled them out on purpose to confuse you and set me up." He waited a bit and then came up with a version that he thought was worthwhile. "He won't carry long, bloody bandages around with him for long. He'll get dirty. He'll leave them somewhere nearby anyway. We just need to expand the search area and find them."
"It will be to my advantage." The captain blushed at such impudence and direct indication of his incompetence, and the senior lieutenant, on the contrary, began to look at Maxim with interest, but remained silent for now. Maxim, slightly encouraged by his look, continued. "And where did you find the murder weapon and the gloves?" The captain pulled himself together and again spoke condescendingly. "You don't know? Oh, well, yes. In the attic of one of the garden houses. There, not far away. Maybe they thought that we wouldn't look in the attic?" Maxim almost interrupted him. "I didn't think anything, because I didn't hold that pipe in my hands." He paused, pulled himself together, and continued. "It's April now. The snow melted recently. It's unlikely that there is asphalt on the streets of the Garden Association. It should be dirty around the houses. If I threw the pipe and gloves into the attic, that means I went up to the house and there should be dirt on my boots. But there was only blood on them. So what? Did I kill first, then throw the pipe away? And then go splash blood on my boots? Then I could only have smeared them. The examination will easily determine how it happened, and whether there was any dirt there at all."
He got carried away. There was no stopping him. He probably picked it up from his wife, the investigator.
The senior lieutenant looked at the captain with a smile, and it seemed that his sympathies were entirely on the side of the suspect, such a desperately fighting rooster. The captain, on the contrary, grew gloomy. He understood that this guy's arguments were correct, and all of this would have to be checked. And he wanted it to be done quickly, while the trail was still hot.
"I see. You don't want to do it the easy way. Okay, it's up to you."
Then he asked a question that even inspired Maxim a little.
"In your note, you ask your wife for help. What, if it's not a secret?" Max, with some boastfulness, realizing that he had nothing to hide, as well as nothing to lose, answered, "It's not a secret. My wife is an investigator for the prosecutor's office, and she will definitely help me. She will dig up the whole truth. If she has already dug up everything about the black spot..." Then, as if realizing it, he fell silent in fear. But the captain did not pay attention to the words about the black spot, but the fact that his wife was an investigator embarrassed him a little. He paused, as if weighing the pros and cons, exchanged glances with his colleague who did not react to Max's words, then, having made a decision, voiced it. "Well, that's how it is. Well, nothing. She is an investigator for the prosecutor's office, not in our city. And as a person interested in investigative measures, she cannot be admitted. In the meantime, we'll figure it out." He paused and said the most important thing. "I decide to detain you for 48 hours until everything becomes clear, until the results of the examinations are ready. You sit. Think. Then we'll see." A minute later, while Max was coming to his senses from this news, he added, as if waiting for him to perceive the words adequately, "Everything is according to the law." Maxim knew the laws, too. "I'm allowed one phone call," he said sullenly. The captain, as if mockingly, reacted completely unexpectedly. "You made it at home, left a note. We didn't object, so I'm sorry." Maxim started to get angry. "Don't forget that you have 3 hours to notify your relatives of my whereabouts." "Maxim Sergeyevich, you left a note stating where you were." "Why the extra formalities?" Maxim didn't give in. "The note simply stated that I was at the police station, not where exactly. Should my wife be calling the entire region?" The captain shook his head disapprovingly. "I see you just can't calm down. You're counting on your wife, the investigator. Okay, fine, I'll call her, and you sit and think for now, he repeated, and added as if by chance, and they'll help you. Who should help him, and with what, Max didn't even think about. The captain had already shouted into the back of the escort sergeant who was leaving with the detainee. Bring Blue in about 10 minutes. Maxim paid no attention to this. When the door closed behind the sergeant who was taking the detainee away, the captain stood up, turned to the window, and with his whole appearance demonstrated the ordinariness of the situation. In his opinion, everything was going as it should. He even tried to whistle something, but it was clearly out of tune. He realized this, turned around abruptly, and glanced at his partner, who had been staring at the captain for a long time. Well, why are you looking at the bourgeoisie like Lenin did? And he tried to laugh at this old, worn-out joke, whose beard had even turned gray.
Stas, the senior lieutenant answered calmly, but not at all what the polite captain wanted to hear. Aren't you overdoing it with this guy? You can ruin his life like that. A guy? Captain Stas almost flared up. He's almost our age, and he had time to think everything through, especially since his wife is an investigator. He could have consulted on the phone. Stas, his partner addressed him again softly, almost as if he were a small, stubborn child. He had no reason to kill the inspector. It's stupid to kill a man because he's been deprived of his license. He's not a maniac, and he doesn't need a gun. You understand that yourself. But what he's telling us sounds very much like the truth, and we didn't finish our job. We didn't work it out. He's a brat, but he gives us, professionals, the right advice. How, where, what. Stas understood. But the desire to quickly solve a high-profile crime, to get a tick for solving it, overcame common sense.
It's okay, Vitya. Blue'll do the job with him. He'll be more accommodating by the morning.
He turned to the next table and tried to change the subject.
What, do you say Blue really didn't help us a couple of times?
He helped, the senior lieutenant answered, as if waving it off. But this is not the case. And also, I talked to colleagues from the department where this Ivanikov worked. I saw my partner's puzzled look. When he had time, the senior lieutenant, whose name, as it turned out, was Victor, told me some very interesting things. Yes, on the phone. I have a friend working there, so this Ivanikov was a captain. But he screwed up a year ago and his rank was demoted. It's good that he wasn't kicked out of the authorities. He started earning points by hook or by crook, fulfilling and over-fulfilling the plan to get his rank back.
He was constantly setting up ambushes in that very convenient place. Although it's forbidden now, he waved his hand. Who's watching now?
Maybe someone needed to know about it and found out about it, lay in wait, and took him out because of the gun. Then, if you lock the guy up and the gun turns up somewhere, you know, it'll be tough.
He sighed heavily and finished.
And he'll definitely turn up. And shoot. That's why they took him out.
Stas, nervously, drummed his fingers on the table. Okay, the morning will tell. So far we haven't broken anything. We'll figure it out. Maxim stood facing the wall next to the metal door, which still separated him from the alien, hostile world, which he really did not want to meet. But it was impossible to fix anything. The IVS guard, to whom the sergeant handed him over, looked into the cell for a minute, quietly said something to someone, and nodded his head. Come in. The ominous, thick door, hidden deep in the wall, with an external padlock, a peephole, a folding vent, and a welded metal handle, quietly closed behind Maxim as he entered, separating him from the familiar kind and gentle world. There was no metallic clang or rumble, putting a final point in the old life, as they write in books. Only a dull, quiet knock, and the protesting grinding of the key turning 3 times in the lock broke the silence. This was a completely different world, with its own rules and laws that Max had to learn. He had to somehow live and survive these long, harsh 48 hours, from which he did not expect anything good. 48 hours, or 2 days, if nothing happened. At the table, located between the 2-tier metal bunks with wide metal strips welded on instead of armor mesh, sat 3 men, actively engaged in a quiet conversation.
Max saw on the table semi-smoked sausage, sliced bread, condensed milk, some kind of plastic box similar to a package of dosherac. Steam rose from the aluminum mugs, and Max felt a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. It was already evening, and he hadn't really had lunch, just a snack. How long ago it was, and in a completely different life. Closer to the window, covered with a thick metal grate, sat a middle-aged, strong man, a little over 40, with a short crew cut on his head, in a neat black tight t-shirt. There was nothing unusual about him, except for his attentive, deep-set eyes, some kind of extraordinary destructive force emanating from him, and the tattoos peeking out from under his sleeves. On the fingers of his left hand were visible as many as 3 tattooed rings, indicating that their owner was a long-time inmate. Maxim knew that it was impossible to just get a tattoo in prison, or even outside. If the opportunity arose, they would ask for it, and ask strictly. And this self-confident, powerful man, apparently intolerant of objections, was exactly the kind of person who could ask. Although, if you put aside the tattoos and the heavy look, he was a man like any other. An even more interesting character was positioned next to him. According to the theory of the Italian Lombroso, he probably occupied an intermediate position between a typical murderer and a thief. Thin, with a narrow slanted forehead, but with overhanging massive brow ridges and sunken cheeks, a completely bald man in an unbuttoned jacket thrown over his naked body attracted attention with his chest and stomach covered in tattoos. There were church domes and mermaids and stars, and some words the meaning of which was difficult to understand due to the small size of the open area of the prison art gallery. Even the back of his hands was blue, and there were as many as 4 rings on his fingers. But still, despite the fact that he looked older than his partner and he had more rings tattooed on him, it was clear that the man with the hedgehog on his head was still the leader in this company. Opposite them at the table sat a third fellow diner, relatively young, probably the same age as Maxim, but also having been in those very same secluded places. This was evidenced by the blue ring on the third finger of his left hand. Here, he was stripped to the waist and felt at home. Of course, his orphaned tattoos on his chest in the form of 6-pointed stars and the web on his left shoulder were far from the gallery hidden under the jacket of the elderly prisoner. But he was proud of this, too. Also on his stomach was a grinning muzzle of some predator, distorted by a post-operative scar, which made him seem a little flawed. The mouth with bared fangs looked like an uneven step, and instead of one eye, of either a tiger or a leopard, there was a rough scar, the trace of a knife blow. Probably the surgeon who performed the laparotomy was not quite sober and did not pay attention to this barbaric beauty. Or maybe he did it deliberately. The young prisoner was all kind of shaggy, twitchy. His voice was loud and rough, suddenly breaking into a light, breaking, almost girlish one, which irritated not only those around him, but himself as well. With the arrival of Maxim, he was the only one who turned to him, even threw his legs over the neighboring stool. The other 2 simply raised their heads and fell silent, as if they were checking out the price. 2 more inhabitants of the cell, whom it was difficult to see in detail in the dim light of the lamps on the ceiling, enclosed in a metal grid, were lying on bunks on the second tier, and were not taking part in the lively conversation. It was impossible to understand whether they were experienced prisoners or first-timers like Maxim. One of them was dozing, turned to the wall. But when the newcomer entered the cell, he opened his eyes, turned around, and looked with interest at the newcomer. What kind of entertainment? No entertainment at all. Maxime felt stupid, humiliated with the mattress under his arm, but there was nowhere to go. "Thank you, Captain." Stepping towards the table, calmly, if only not to panic, he greeted, "Hello." He had read somewhere that when entering the hut for the first time, you have to throw the mattress on the floor and as far away from the toilet, which was visible here behind the fabric curtain in the far corner.
but he did not dare.
So he stood in the middle of the cell, silently looking at this new world for himself. No one responded to the greeting, but it did not escape Max's attention that the shaggy, half-naked guy first looked at the man with the crew cut, apparently received unspoken approval of his actions, then asked, "Who are you? Name yourself." Max was taken aback. "What do you mean, who? A man, although it is not here. My name is Maxim. This is my first time here." And Max, turning his head, looked around this veil of sorrow and sadness once more. Yes, for him it really was a veil of sorrow and sadness, with its hardships, difficulties, and worries. But for the same scraggly one, it could be his home. And for the painted one, too. What else could he say? Max did not know and remained silent, awaiting further questions. "Maxim, you say?" The half-naked prisoner grinned. "Forget it, you're not Maxim anymore. Do you have a nickname?"
Max knew very well what a nickname was, and he knew that he had to come up with something urgently. Otherwise, the owners of the hut might come up with something like this. In one thieves' bestseller, he read about a prisoner who had just arrived at the zone asking the prison for a nickname. "Prison is my darling. Give me a nickname." He yelled for the entire prison yard to hear while he was being led to the quarantine barracks. Some joker shouted from the window of a multi-story building, also for the entire yard to hear. "Call yourself Scrotum." Most likely few of the prisoners knew what scrotum was, but a word is not a sparrow. He asked for it himself. Scrotum is nothing more or less than scrotum in Latin. It was likely that the inmate who gave him the nickname was a person with a sense of humor and a medical education, and the desperate prisoner could no longer change anything. It is unlikely that his fate in the thieves' world with such a nickname turned out the way he wanted.
"Doctor, they called me when I was free,"
Maxim answered a little embarrassedly. "Doctor?" the interrogator asked, surprised and at the same time happy. "So, what are you? A doctor or something?"
"Something like that."
Realizing that he would have to state his profession anyway, Maxim tried to put it off as much as possible. The man with the hedgehog, who was not participating in the conversation, also looked at Max with a little interest. "What do you mean, something like?" "Explain yourself," he said through clenched teeth.
"I'm a pathologist."
"A pathologist?" The young interlocutor almost whistled. "What do you mean? You disembowel corpses or something?"
"Well, yes. I dissect."
Max fell silent. The elderly man sitting next to the hedgehog remained completely indifferent. For him, this news was nothing. As if he knew everything in advance, he continued to sip tea and looked somewhere through Max. But his neighbor became interested, even smiled, and lightly poked him in the side with his elbow. "Listen, horse, your colleague has shown up. Although no, you are more for the living." And then he raised both hands up in a conciliatory manner, noticing the displeased look of the elderly man. But his eyes continued to laugh. "What did you get into here for, doctor?" It seems the owner of the cell accepted Maxim's nickname. There was no point in lying here. Maxim knew that. "Yes. They think that I killed a policeman, a traffic police inspector, and took his gun." Max's voice grew dark, returning him to the events of today. The cell became quiet almost immediately. The elderly prisoner in the jacket raised his eyes to Maxim and stared at him with considerable interest. The men lying on the bunks stopped creaking their metal springs and seemed to freeze. "Are you kidding?" the young man asked breathlessly, extremely surprised by what he heard. This snotty newbie killed a cop? And took his gun? The world turned upside down. "I didn't kill him," Max insistently declared. "That's what they think." The elderly man and the hedgehog exchanged glances. "Tell me," the elderly man actually said in a hoarse voice for the first time. He had to tell everything without concealment. How he chased the Tavria, how the inspector pulled him over, how he took away his license, how his nose started bleeding, and everything else, right down to the blood prints on the pipe. Maxim wisely kept quiet about his role in all this. Shortly before the end of the newbie's confession, the door to the cell opened after the creak of a key. "Sinyev, get out!" shouted the guard, and the young man, throwing on a very nice sports jacket with the Adidas logo, went with him, showing with his whole appearance how he did not want to leave such an interesting story. "Okay," the man with the hedgehog said neutrally after Maxim's story. "We'll figure it out. Take a free bunk, or if you want, some tea or beer." Maxim declined the tea, not forgetting to thank him with the unfamiliar word thank you, since he knew that thank you was not accepted in the cell. About 15 minutes later, when Max was already lying on the bunk on the second tier, the scraping of the key was heard in the door again. It was amazing how calmly the massive door opened and closed, and with what a piercing creak the little key opened it. Everything is like in people's lives. A big man works silently, does big things, and a small man, who can hardly be called a man, shrilly announces to the whole world that he is doing the hardest work, which can hardly be called work either. Blue burst into the cell, smiling predatorily. Maxim, having lain down and calmly thought about what awaited him, now had no doubt that it was him the captain had mentioned when sending Max here. Why did he need him? And the sergeant, conveying the agent's wishes to the guard, had mentioned Blue, who needed to be delivered in about 10 minutes. Sinyev was a ready-made Blue. Only after looking at his contentedly smiling face and the short glances he cast surreptitiously in Maxim's direction did he understand why the polite captain had called him. Now this monster and captain's lackey would break Max. He had a rough idea how, but was not worried at all. He remembered his protective measure. Sini took off his clothes again, showing off his rather meager masterpieces of body painting, went up to Maxim's bunk and stared at him. Max didn't react in any way, which slightly confused the homegrown artist. He wanted to give a performance in which Max was assigned the role of a bull on a string, and he was the role of a proper bullfighter, but something went wrong. Nevertheless, he had to work on this performance for the captain, which he had done more than once, and for which he enjoyed certain preferences that other prisoners did not need to know about. "Brothers," Sinyov spoke almost out loud, trying to attract the attention of all the inhabitants. "And our Cossack is a plant." He remembered his barefoot childhood and the unfading film about the elusive ones. He got his way. Everyone was wary. Even Horse, the most phlegmatic of them all, stopped rinsing over the sink and turned to the newly minted Yuri Ditochkin, a fighter for justice. After a pause, making sure that everyone was listening attentively, Blue continued.
"Our doctor is really not a murderer. He didn't lie, he didn't kill any cop, and he didn't take any wallpaper."
He mysteriously paused and blurted out the most important thing.
"He tried to break into a shaggy safe, but it was a mistake. They got the innocent man,"
he said with some triumph.
Doctor, why are you silent? Squeak something in your defense."
Maxim continued to lie there with his hands behind his head, silently staring at the ceiling, not at all intending to justify himself, which confused Blue a little. He thought that he would start to evade, lie, humiliatingly justify himself, shake with fear, which would amuse the bored inmates. But again, something went wrong. The hedgehog unexpectedly stood up for Max, who, as the owner of the hut, on the one hand, could not allow lawlessness, an unfounded accusation, and on the other hand, he himself did not enjoy it. Did he overlook a practically lowered one? Even though this is not a prison or a zone, there should still be order. "Blue, are you responsible for your words?" he asked quietly but quite succinctly. Blue was embarrassed at first. He knew that they would really ask about his rotten words when everything became clear. But that was if everything became clear, and the cop captain was here right now, nearby. He would ask tomorrow. And when else would the lads? Yes, maybe they would transfer him to a pre-trial detention center, or maybe they would let him go completely, the captain hinted. And then, you see, everything will be forgotten. Maga, he said with genuine resentment in his voice, what did you buy it for? A bird in the corridor chirped.
And does that bird by any chance have captain's shoulder straps? Max asked suddenly, and at the same time calmly, as if even lazily. Blue literally froze in place, not expecting this at all. He was used to the first-timers never speaking up, always currying favor, making excuses, and this one was too brazen. Never mind. We'll break your horns now. You, sucker, are accusing me, an honest thief, of hanging out with the cops. Not waiting for Maxim's reaction, he squealed in a broken, almost girlish voice. You'll be held accountable. Right now. Max panicked again, although he tried not to show it outwardly. What if all his abilities were a sham? Then there was only one thing left to do. Fight, and fight brutally. You have to take responsibility. Otherwise, it's the end for you. Of course, Maxim was a good boy. He fought as a child, like all boys. True, the last time was in the 8th grade. Also because of an insult. Which one, he no longer remembered. But he remembered Sanya Vorobyov, with whom he fought well. He also remembered how after the showdown, the two of them drank a bottle of port wine 3/7, which Vorobyov had dragged from somewhere, in the garden behind the barn. They drank in turns from the bottle, and ate a cucumber from the garden. He didn't remember anything else. He woke up the next morning at home under the reproachful gaze of his mother, who strangely enough did not scold much, but only sighed. Neither the warden nor the other inmates got involved in the showdown. This is not the freedom. Here everyone is for themselves. Especially since the accusations were serious. One, an honest thief, claimed that the first-timer had deceived everyone and ordered a serious article for himself in order not to be demoted for attempted rape. Another, a first-timer, accused the honest thief of collaborating with the cops, which was completely outrageous. For that, even an honest person would be demoted in a flash before you could even squeak. But if you lied, you will not survive. The thieves do not forgive such things. Blue, who had already served 5 years for robbery, had gone through a good school of survival during his first stint. There they beat him cunningly, they beat him meanly, they beat several against one, and he learned this. Cunning and meanness in a fight. After the prison school, he consciously joined the thieves, but did not become a man, like most first-timers. The doctor was clearly not an athlete. He was a rated 1, and Blue expected to deal with him quickly. Although, no, he decided not to just beat him, but to beat him hard, painfully, and beat him for a long time, so that the brat would know who he could open his mouth on. Latently, without admitting it even to himself, Blue was afraid. Afraid that this sucker would blurt out something else that would really interest Maga or Horse, and because of this he simply went wild. But jumping onto the bunk on the second tier or pulling this sucker by the legs was somehow scary, and he still did not dare. Maxim looked gloomily and intently at the flushed, sweating thug, and asked, very calmly, "What, Blue? Are you scared?" Most likely referring to the thug's indecisiveness and timidity. As it turned out, no. Blue suddenly made a really indecent sound. What's more, he farted so loudly that it could probably be heard in the corridor. It was clear that he himself hadn't expected it, so he was even scared. It was low life to spoil the air in the cell. They could have asked for that too.
Blue. Maga spoke with disgust and at the same time angrily. Did you accidentally mix up the rams? It's your luck that we're not at the table. He paused and asked, a little more cheerfully. Or maybe you really are farting at the doctor. Brothers. Brothers. Looking around, the embarrassed Blue, half squatted in confusion, turned to the table and began to chatter. My mistake, I admit. I didn't expect it myself. I'll be a bastard. I don't understand how it happened. I won't see freedom for ages. Then, deciding that none other than this sucker today was to blame for his blunder, he turned back to Maxim's bed and rushed towards it. He was ready to tear him apart, strangle him, trample him, to somehow justify himself in the eyes of the gang. And he would have definitely done it if he hadn't loudly let the whisperer out again. He simply froze in surprise, realizing that the second time was too much. This was most likely the end of his thief's career.
Maxim jumped easily off the bunk and looked straight into the eyes of his enemy, who was looking around anxiously. You're thinking about the wrong thing, Blue. You need to think about your health. Blue froze in surprise. The inmates also looked at Max in bewilderment, and he continued as if it were self-evident. Your stomach ulcer is about to burst. I'm a doctor, a pathologist, if you haven't forgotten. I can see right through you. He parted his lips in a sardonic smile, then suddenly made a stern and serious face. You're in trouble, Blue. You'll be lying in the morgue really blue and cold. He demonstratively looked at his watch, which they hadn't taken away during the search, before boarding him at the temporary detention center. And a second later, Blue groaned softly, mumbled something, pressed his hands to his stomach, and literally fell to his knees. Bitch, bitch, he repeated, monotonously, as if complaining about his fate, bending lower and lower, pressing his stomach to his knees harder and harder, and not even trying to stand up or sit down. It hurt, very much, about the same as after that knife wound to the stomach during his first trip. Any attempts to move only intensified this sharp, dagger-like pain in the stomach. Blue turned pale. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Tears appeared in his eyes, which did not at all match the outfit of a tough prisoner, which he always considered himself to be. Unable to fight the pain, he finally raised his eyes full of suffering and looked imploringly at Max. Call a doctor, he almost croaked. All the cellmates looked at Max and Blue in complete silence, not understanding what was happening. The stale air of the cell, saturated with hydrogen sulfide after Blue's exercises, seemed to be now also saturated with bewilderment and fear. Literally just now, a strong young guy, who was considered the clear favorite in the upcoming showdown, was humiliatedly kneeling in front of the one he wanted to destroy and asked for help. It was impossible not to notice this. Maxim calmly stood over the prisoner writhing in pain and was silent. He was convinced of his abilities and did not regret what he had done at all. This was not at all like what happened with the inspector. Not at all like that. Something went wrong this morning. Captain Butsikin, sleep-deprived and therefore angry, managed to cut himself with a safety razor while shaving. Then he spent a long time looking for a suitable piece of paper to cover the cut, as he did in his youth. In the end, he had to use a torn corner of a book page. There was no other paper in the house except toilet paper, but the captain did not dare to use it for an unusual purpose. His first-grader son's notebooks did not count. You can't tear even a gram from them. They will notice right away.
It's good that his wife and son were no longer home. In the rush to deal with this cut, he forgot to salt the scrambled eggs that he was making for breakfast. The sausages his wife left behind, although they smelled nice, seemed too salty. So Stas decided to leave them for later and put them in the refrigerator. Well, and to top it off, he spilled freshly brewed coffee all over the table, catching it on the leg. I almost burned myself. I had to pick everything up, wipe it, dry it. There was no time to make new coffee. After that, my mood was down the drain, and the thoughts about the detained Avrin, suspected of killing the inspector, did not give him any peace. Probably it was because of him that he did not get enough sleep. No, formally there were grounds for detention, but everything was too obvious. And the protocol with the name in plain sight and blood on the boots, blood on the pipe cut and gloves next to it. The captain had no doubt that the examination would give a positive conclusion on the sweat and grease traces that they belonged to this Maxim, which was alarming. When people quarrel and rush into a fight, they do not put on medical gloves at first. There would be blood on the hands, clothes, but here are gloves. And the inspector doesn't look weak. He's healthier than this. He could have easily fought back, but it turns out he let himself get killed? It turns out that this guy first unexpectedly hit the inspector on the head with a pipe, knocked him out, then put on gloves, broke the lieutenant's nose, dripped on his boots, smeared the gloves, took and left a trace of blood on the pipe, then hid it and left the gloves nearby, and the protocol in the car in a visible place so that it could be found right away? It's all too complicated. And how can boots be dripped with splashes of blood from a corpse lying on the ground? Maybe he's wrong after all. Or the other way around. Avrin's wife is an investigator. Maybe she played the whole game from the notes? Did he call her yesterday or not? Did they check the calls from his phone or not? He definitely called before the arrest, but he couldn't get through. And before that? Okay. Let's see what he says today after the conversation with the prisoners. Blue should try and do everything right. And if this one doesn't want to go to jail under a shameful article, maybe he'll write a clean report. Then everything will be in color. We'll see. Maxim was invited for interrogation shortly after breakfast. The breakfast was, of course, so-so, but Maxim, who was hungry, was glad of it. A plate of millet porridge, but only with water, without butter or sugar. Tea, although pale, but with sugar. And white bread, and not very stale. There was no choice. Maxim remembered the military training camp after the 5th year of the institute, and what the demobilized cooks, Caucasians, fed them, the cadets. On the first day, he could not even eat the soup, more reminiscent of a noodle slop, which was given as the first course at lunch. It was so thick and tasteless. For breakfast the next day, he, exhausted, like most of his classmates, by exercise and a 3-kilometer cross-country run, already ate with appetite something resembling a noodle casserole, which they later said was the same soup left over from lunch, just thickened even more overnight. No, now in prison, Max called the temporary detention facility cell a prison. They fed him better than in the Russian army during his student years. Senior Lieutenant Victor Trubin appeared in the office after the suspect in yesterday's murder had been brought in. In his haste, he didn't even look at Maxim sitting at the table, and when he caught his breath and looked, he saw a completely different person. No, nominally the suspect was the same. Height, weight, face shape, eye color, hair color, everything was the same as yesterday, only this was a different person. Yesterday, in front of him and his partner, Captain Butzikin, sat a young guy who was probably facing a serious problem for the first time in his life, desperately defending himself and trying to prove that he was not a murderer, which reminded him of a young fighting rooster. Today, now in front of them, sat a tired man with barely noticeable wrinkles near his eyes, hiding something for which it was impossible to find an expression, and with some kind of indifference to everything around him. Here he seemed to know both what needed to be obtained and how to do it. Trubin didn't like the look of him.
The captain also noticed the changes in the suspect, but unlike the lieutenant, he was pleased with it, and his whole appearance expressed satisfaction with his supposed rightness. After all, he said that this Avern was not so simple. Probably Blue tried, and all the rosy hopes for objective justice and his wife, the investigator, evaporated. "Maxim Sergeyevich, you don't want to tell us anything," the captain said instead of an elementary greeting. Victor, who probably understood more than the captain, who was blinded by the hopes of his enslaved prisoner influencing Max, looked at him completely differently. Maxim glanced indifferently, as if in passing, with empty eyes at the captain, then turned his already meaningful gaze to his partner, as if deciding whether it was worth talking to them. Then he finally made up his mind. He began vaguely, "I want to say that in my life, back in my student days, I have turned to you for help as a victim 4 times.
I mean the police. And not once. Listen." Here he clearly turned to the captain, addressing the words specifically to him. "Not once have I received any help from you. 3 requests for theft and once the last time for robbery. And nothing. I don't even know whether criminal cases were open for these cases or not. Most likely not. They didn't even accept statements from me. They just said some words, pulled the wool over my eyes, made promises, and that's it." He fell silent, wondering whether he should continue, but seeing the captain's expression change from one of good-natured promise to one of malicious condemnation, he decided to continue. "And now I've come here from the other side, as a suspect. Not without your help," he continued to look at the captain tensely. "And here it's even worse. If there it's just indifference, a desire to talk their way out of cold cases, then here it's real meanness.
And meanness towards a person whose guilt has not yet been proven. Even prisoners have some concepts. But you don't." He pursed his lips and shook his head sadly. "It turns out you're worse than prisoners." The captain angrily clenched his fists and stood up in indignation, about to burst into an angry tirade. But the lieutenant waved his hand soothingly. Let him talk." And Max continued. "It was you, Captain, who sent your lackey, Blue, so that he would change my article in the cell, in front of everyone, to shameful, so that the prisoners would mock me. Maybe I'll break down, agree to cooperate and take on an article, although serious, but respected in prison. I don't care that I didn't kill anyone. I don't care that I have a small son. You need to close the case quickly, get a tick, and then 3 or 4 such disclosures, and another star." Maxim looked sternly straight in the eyes of the captain. "Isn't it hard to live like this, Captain? Don't you have nightmares at night?" The captain, who was about to explode, pulled himself together, strangely enough. He remembered that this brat's wife was an investigator after all, and sooner or later she would find out about everything that would happen here if he lost his temper and blew this up. How would she behave? She certainly wouldn't keep quiet. She'd also file a report with the Internal Security Directorate that they beat him up. The captain wasn't afraid of his partner, who had condemned him yesterday. He had talked to Cinny one-on-one, so he just needed to behave correctly now. And he tried. "No one gave you the right to talk like that here. We are not in a restaurant, and we did not switch to the informal you. I do not need your maxims. I am simply doing my job. And by the way, I am addressing you as expected, please. Behave appropriately. I do not know anything about any Blue." Captain came to his senses
remembering in time that in front of the lieutenant and in front of Maxim, he had asked the sergeant to bring him to him. But he was not even embarrassed. Or rather, I know, but I called him for a completely different reason. And the fact that the police once refused to help you somewhere, that is where you should make your complaints. Because, you know, another article can be added for insult on duty. Maxim interrupted him, speaking slowly but weightily. Captain, has the first article on murder already been proven? Why are you trying to sell me another one? Are you trying to scare me? He grinned mockingly, using a vocabulary familiar to the captain. Yesterday you were you to me when I didn't know your essence yet. I thought you were really trying to figure things out. And today, I know for sure that people are trash to you.
You wanted to hand over an innocent person to be torn apart by prisoners, just to prove your fictitious, false rightness, so that it would be your way. Maxim was already speaking with bitterness, then suddenly changed his tone to completely indifferent. That's why you are a nobody to me, and you have no name, and you won't be able to do anything to me, no matter how much you want to. He paused, as if thinking whether to speak or not, then finally decided, because you don't work here anymore. You just don't know it yet. The lieutenant, Bootsikin's partner, who had turned into a listening ear, literally opened his mouth, and the captain himself seemed to have lost all expression, not understanding what was happening. Never before had anyone, not even the most hardened prisoners, spoken to him like that. They had scared him, yes, threatened him, yes, all sorts of things had happened, but like that, calmly and that? Well, you don't work. Maxim was silent for a while, waiting for a reaction, but he didn't get one. Then, he spoke only to the lieutenant and mentioned the captain only in the third person, as if he wasn't even in the office. He has epilepsy. He just doesn't know. I can see it. I'm a pathologist. I've seen a lot, and I've seen epileptics like him more than once. Now he's going to have an epileptic seizure. You see, he's already sniffing. It's an aura. Smells are unusual for him. Then he'll lose consciousness, have convulsions, start banging his head on the floor, involuntary urination, foam will come out of his mouth. What do you think? Maxim addressed the lieutenant as you. Can a person with epilepsy serve in the organs? With bitterness on his face, he decided to joke. Even internal ones. That's the point. The captain tried to comprehend what he had heard, tried, but he couldn't. With some unnatural expression on his face, where fear, amazement, and anger that hadn't gone away were all reflected, he looked at Max and said nothing. And Max decided to add the cherry on the cake. Yes, Captain, and your Blue is sunbathing in the hospital, if he's still alive. The ulcer in his stomach burst from the unbearable burden. You put too much on him, so you made a mistake here too. Overdid it. You probably feel sorry for your accomplice. Although it's unlikely. You don't feel sorry for anyone but yourself. At this point, his speech, at first accusatory, then disparaging, which he himself, it seemed, was not happy about, ended. Then everything happened almost exactly as Maxim described. The captain, holding tightly to the edge of the table, tried to get up. After a couple of seconds, he twisted his head, took several deep breaths, as if he was really sniffing something, then lost consciousness. His face turned red. He fell to the floor and stretched out. His body arched and tensed so that only the back of his head and heels touched the floor. And this lasted for about 10 seconds or a little more. The captain did not breathe all this time. Then he suddenly relaxed. His back fell to the floor, and convulsive twitching of his arms, legs, and head appeared, which became stronger and stronger with each second. His breathing became hoarse, noisy. Flakes of white foam appeared from his mouth, bubbling and flowing down his chin.
His head hit the floor with a heavy, dull sound, just like his elbows and heels of his bent knees. Only the sound of the blows to the head was much louder than everything else. And this frightened the lieutenant so much that he began to look at Maxim with great apprehension, as if intuitively he saw in him the source of the captain's troubles. A few seconds after the captain's head hit the floor with its back, Maxim rushed to him, dropped down next to his head and placed it on his knees.
The noise in the office immediately decreased, but the legs and arms continued to twitch and knock on the floor for a couple of minutes. This was no longer scary. "Give me a towel," Maxim shouted sharply to the lieutenant, dropping all the formalities of addressing him as you. There was no time for sentimentality. He wiped the foam off his face with a towel, then even put it in his mouth and wiped it there, turned his head to the side. The captain began to breathe more calmly. There were fewer wheezes. The redness of his face gradually disappeared. Then he calmed down completely. His arms and legs stopped twitching and knocking on the floor. But a large wet spot was spreading on his trousers. Maxim carefully laid his head on the floor, got up, and walked over to the corner. "Now he will sleep for about 30 minutes, and there is no point in waking him. Call an ambulance. Let them take him to the neurology department. They will twist him, treat him. Then he will need to be examined by an epileptologist in the region."
Maxim spoke in general terms, not directly addressing anyone, although quite a few people had gathered in the office by that time.
"But I will have to quit my job,"
He finished, as if it were self-evident. When the still sleeping captain was carried away on a stretcher to the ambulance, the senior lieutenant, who was left alone in the office with Max, and without seeming to address him directly, looked reproachfully and said,
"And he has a little son, in first grade."
Maxim, without raising his head and also talking into nowhere, answered,
"He will still stay with his family. He will only change jobs."
He was silent for a moment, then looked straight at the lieutenant.
"And I could have gone to jail for 10 years or more. And my son would have grown up without me."
The lieutenant looked away, as if acknowledging that Maxim was right.
Senior Lieutenant Victor Trubin, the partner of Captain Bootsikin, who had suddenly fallen ill, was sitting in the office of the city administration chief, summoned by the colonel to explain the situation in their department. The colonel was irritated and did not hide it. He paced nervously around the office, and as if not knowing what to do with his hands, he either put them behind his back or shoved them into his jacket pockets, and glanced anywhere but at the lieutenant. "Tell me, Trubin," the chief said in a mentoring, questioning tone, "why is it that the prosecutor is calling me almost this morning and demanding that I sort things out with your department? What have you done there? Are you completely out of your minds? You couldn't think of anything smarter than to take the husband of the prosecutor's investigator, a doctor, some drunkard, and put him in a cell with the prisoners just because a traffic police inspector stopped him." It seemed that the colonel was aware of the whole story of the inspector's murder, but the prosecutor's call was a complete surprise to him. Victor tried to justify himself, to insert a word into his accusatory speech. But so far, it was not working. It was necessary to wait until the chief vented his anger and deflated. This happened only after about 5 minutes, when the colonel really got tired of shouting, tired of running around the office, and sat down heavily on a chair. "Speak," he allowed gloomily. "Comrade Colonel," the senior lieutenant began, after thinking for a moment. "There were grounds for detaining Averin. At that time, we did not know that his wife was an investigator for the prosecutor's office. It would not have changed anything." He saw that the colonel raised his head in protest and quickly continued. "A bloody, unfinished report was found at the crime scene, indicating only the details of the suspect and his car. Why is it not finished?" The inspector did not have time, most likely because he was killed. At that time, we did not know what and how, so we went straight to Averin's home. There was blood on his shoes. There was also blood on the gloves in which he held the weapon of the crime, and which, according to him, he used.
There were discrepancies between the words of the suspect and the data from the crime scene inspection. Averin said that he tamponed the nose of the deceased inspector in these gloves, but there were no tampons in his nose. Well, and so on and so forth. We had to wait for the expert's conclusion, so we detained him for 48 hours.
What, couldn't you limit yourself to a written undertaking? The head of the department asked, just as gloomily.
Trubin, realizing that he couldn't harm his now former partner in any way, boldly stated, although he would hardly have said such a thing if he had known that Stas would return to the department. The decision to detain was made by Captain Butsikin, as the senior in rank and position. The colonel shook his head. How smoothly everything was going, but he couldn't object. Indeed, there were grounds. "Where is he now?" he asked, still sternly, referring to Averin. "At home, Comrade Colonel, under a written undertaking." The lieutenant breathed a sigh of relief. The experts concluded that the blood on his boots was indeed from his nose, not from a head wound, and that it happened while the inspector was still alive. There was no dirt from the area where the murder weapon was found on his boots. Therefore, he couldn't have hidden it there. Yes, and most importantly, we found the killer. Or his accomplice. He smiled openly. So far, only on video. But the rest is only a matter of time. He continued joyfully. And Averin was driving alone in the car. The cameras tracked him. So he definitely wasn't his accomplice. And he couldn't have known that the inspector would stop him in order to plan everything in advance. And he doesn't need it. The chief raised his head questioningly and stared at the lieutenant with interest. We found the bloody tampons the suspect was talking about, not in the Garden Association, but after we expanded the search area, in a garbage container at a gas station. There's a gas station on the other side of the fence, about 1 kilometer away, on the highway. So he threw those bandages there. We would have found them in the vegetable gardens anyway, but this way, we would have taken the garbage out and forgotten all about it. Only, he didn't think that there was a surveillance camera there. That's where he ended up. We're looking, the calmed down and apparently satisfied colonel was silent for quite a long time, absorbing the information that had to be voiced to the city prosecutor in the near future. Then he started talking about something else. Yes, and what about Butsikin? I somehow didn't understand anything. Trubin, shrugging his shoulders, did not mention the suspect's prophecy. Although something in it latently did not please him, even oppressed him, but simply stated, "Epilepsy came from somewhere. The attack happened right during the interrogation. This Averin even helped him. He is a doctor." He decided to appease the already cooled boss. If only he knew how Maxim Averin helped the former captain. "Max, I think you haven't told me everything." Lena was lying next to him, turned to Maxim, and was still trying to understand his criminal history, which she already knew almost by heart. It was not for nothing that she was considered to be not the last investigator in the prosecutor's office. Logical and purposeful. If necessary, she could get anyone to talk. A child, a homeless person, an illiterate worker, or a highly educated aesthete, and so that the established psychological contact with a witness, suspect, or accused sometimes continued after the end of the investigation and trial. But there was something she didn't like about Max's story, and she herself couldn't understand what it was yet, so she kept calling Max out for a frank conversation. She already knew about his painful, inappropriate, impossible adventures, which, sadly, turned out to be reality. And until Max returned home, she was deeply worried. She still couldn't believe that this was happening to someone close to her. With Maxim's return, the worries were pushed to the farthest corner of the soul. Let them wait until it was possible to give free rein to feelings, but not now. It was impossible to help Max become his former self with worries.
And he had changed. She could see that. Their place was taken by a sober mind and the ability to analyze, and also endless tenderness. She wanted to hug this blockhead and not let him go until he forgot everything and became the former Max, calm and at the same time cheerful, reckless and at the same time reasonable, unpredictable and yet responsible, the way she loved him. Maxim, throwing his hands behind his head and staring at the dark ceiling with a frozen gaze, thinking about something of his own, said nothing. Then, still without turning his head, with difficulty choosing his words, as if afraid of offending her, he said, "Lena, I don't want to go back to this. Not because I don't like it. It's already in the past. I'm just afraid that you won't understand me correctly. No, that's not it. You just won't believe me." Lena, which surprised Maxim, laughed good-naturedly. "Max, are you an idiot? I believed in your glowing dead people right away. When you were screaming like crazy on the phone from fear, if you remember. I've never even seen them. And this, you know, would you believe it? Think before you speak." Then, with some indescribable warmth, she stroked his cheek. "Max, there are 7 billion people on Earth. 7 billion, that's a lot. And the only people close to me are you, Alyoshka, and Mom. Well, and your parents too. Really close. Do you understand? Only 5 people out of 7 billion. She paused, as if giving Maxim time to comprehend her words. The words were not simple. He had never thought about it. Even if it were you who killed the inspector, I would first of all try to understand you, she continued. Understand, but not condemn right away. Because I am sure you could not have done it. And if you doubt it for even a second, she suddenly fell silent and turned her head away, also staring at the ceiling. Maxim was in no hurry to offer words of justification or consolation. Then, having made a difficult decision for himself, he turned to his wife. "Len, I didn't kill the inspector. True. But it's not that simple. I don't even know where to begin." Elena immediately turned to him again. The investigator had won, but she kept silent, afraid to scare away Max's hesitation to talk. "In general, I'm not quite a normal person. Here." She laughed, easily and affectionately. "I know that, I just said it. So what? You're not the worst abnormal person." "No, it's not what you thought. And this is not a joke, Len, I'm serious." Lena went quiet. "It's my fault that the inspector's nose started bleeding, and that he had diarrhea before. Even in the darkness, even before Lena spoke, it was clear that she was extremely surprised." "Diarrhea? What diarrhea, Max? Give me more details. Here you go, an investigator." Maxim gathered himself for another minute, then finally made up his mind.
Well, in general, the inspector who pulled me over, although correctly, behaved incorrectly. As if I were nobody, trash and dust, and he would do with me whatever he wanted. And he said, "You will prove your case in court, if there is something to prove."
It turns out that if I had turned on the recorder, he would not have behaved like that. But to demonstrate your power like this, to mock a person, when nothing threatens, it turns out that it is possible. It seemed to me that he even enjoyed it. I did not argue that I exceeded the speed limit. I said that I agreed to pay the fine. But he did not turn his head, as if I was an empty space. Well, I freaked out then. I said, "May you get away with it, you idiot." Maxim smiled sadly, remembering recent events. Lena did not rush him.
5 seconds later, he ran over the fence. It is clear why.
I was, of course, surprised. At first I did not believe that it was me who sent him there. And he went out and wrote a report again. Well, I told him to make his nose bleed. He got really angry, and it did. He fell silent for a long time again, and continued, with obvious reluctance. That's when I really got scared. Why did I? He fell silent again. Then I stopped the bleeding myself, but not mentally. I packed my nose. And he let me go and gave me back my license. Lena asked, not exactly disappointed, but still with a bit of skepticism. So, what's wrong with that? Maybe it's just a coincidence? Yes, to be honest, he should have been punished for his arrogance, she said, casually. So you haven't done anything particularly criminal, so calm down. I can see you're not yourself. Max, whose monologue had been interspersed with long pauses today, spoke again. That's not all. In one prisoner's cell, I sent him to the hospital, mentally too. He remembered a suitable word he'd read somewhere in a science fiction novel. Mentally. The captain is more to blame for this, who locked me up. Without even noticing it, Maxim began speaking in a kind of surgic of ordinary language and slang, which he'd managed to pick up in 2 days. He kept pushing me to cooperate with the investigation, calling on me to confess, since everyone seemed to be against me. But I wouldn't have it. He made this blue guy tell everyone in the cell that I was arrested for attempted rape, called him a holochnik. You know how prisoners treat people like that. Lena, of course, knew by the nature of her profession and was horrified at what could await her Maxim next. This blue guy was always asking for trouble. He was obviously working on an order. Then he completely lost his cool. Maxim did not specify why. He rushed at me, wanted to tear me apart or flatten me. Well, I wished him that his ulcer would burst. I hoped that then he would at least calm down. And he did. A typical Mondor triad. Lena did not know what a Mondor triad was, but she immediately understood that these were some typical signs of a burst stomach ulcer. Here Lena looked at Max in a completely different way, attentively and cautiously. It's good that he didn't notice it. But that's not all? She asked, bluffing and with barely concealed interest. Max took another long pause, deciding whether to tell about the captain or not. He hadn't yet decided for himself whether he was right to punish the captain like that or not. No, not all. I also punished that captain for his meanness. I don't think he treated me alone like that. Lena looked at Max with obvious amazement, but something like that. And how did you punish him? I fired him from the force, Max tried to joke. And when his wife looked at him in bewilderment, he finished. I caused him to have an epileptic seizure. Also, mentally? Nothing happened to him. He convulsed for a couple of minutes and that's it. But they'll fire him from the force. You understand, an epileptic can't work in the police. He finished with obvious relief. That's it. Lena, not knowing how to react and what Maxim expected from her, sat down, hugged her knees, and thought. A couple of minutes later, having made a decision for herself, she suddenly asked, Max, you watched Commando with Schwarzenegger, right? Maxim did not expect such a question. Of course I watched it, and not even once. Then you remember, at the end they asked him how many he killed. What did he answer? Yes, he says, many, but they were all bad, and she was the first to laugh. Max smiled too, not yet understanding the train of thought of his guardian angel. Max, his wife decided not to torture him. They were bad too, both this captain and Blue in the cell, especially the captain. You remember, Arnold started a whole war because of his kidnapped daughter, and this captain also wanted to destroy our family, to separate you from your son. Only not to steal him from you, but You from him. What's the difference? And you didn't kill him. You could even say you felt sorry for him. I don't know what I would have done myself. And with Blue, would you have wanted him to kill you or cripple you? Personally, I don't. And here you did everything right. Max, you defended yourself. You understand you defended yourself, she said almost syllable by syllable, stretching out the last word. Seeing that Max was coming to life a little, he was used to trusting his wife. She herself became cheerful. In the morning after breakfast, when Alyoshka ran out into the street, under the supervision of his grandmother, Maxim decided to continue the conversation from yesterday. For him, two, perhaps, main questions remained unanswered. Where did it all come from? And what to do with it all? He was referring to his abilities, which on the one hand saved his life, if not his health, and on the other hand frightened him with their impressiveness, if not to say power. He understood this, although he did not yet fully realize his full strength. He asked Elena these questions when all the usual Saturday chores were done. Elena was silent for a long time, and Max did not rush her. He believed in the abilities of his wife, in her ability to analyze, highlight the main thing, and make the right decisions. It is not to say that he himself withdrew from solving his problems and shifted it onto his wife's shoulders, but he definitely followed the unfading postulate. One mind is good, but two, as we know, are better. Max, Elena finally began, let's start from the end. What to do with this? She paused. I think nothing. Nothing needs to be done, simply because we don't know what it is. We just need to live with it, as we lived before. But no one should know that you can do it, and can do it. She looked at Max, as if trying to understand whether her words were getting through to him or not. Judging by his stunned look, it was unlikely. If they find out about this, well, I don't know who. Anyone. The police, doctors, journalists, bloggers, you, no, us. It's the end. The end of our quiet life. The police, or even worse, the FSB, will get you, and will definitely remember the captain. They won't even figure out who of you is right and who is guilty. Do you know why? Because he is not the only one in the police. There are many like him. As bitter as it is, you read it yourself. A colonel was found with billions, a general stole money, a judge without a diploma led a gang. You are the most dangerous enemy for such people. They understand that you will not collect evidence, nor will you press them with evidence. You should say that your stomach will hurt until you tell the whole truth or go to the police. Although, which police? She waved her hand in despair, as if she herself did not believe what she was saying. As for all the others, doctors, journalists, it doesn't matter. As soon as something comes to light somewhere, everything will end the same, in that very police. No, of course, there are normal guys there too. But for some reason you never met them on your way. She knew the history of all his appeals for help to the competent authorities. Except for the last one, this senior lieutenant. Or maybe he was just scared. I wish I could scare them all so they would work normally, she finished childishly. Maxim had to wait a long time, perhaps an hour or more, for an answer to the first question. Where did all this come from? Here, he specifically deviated from the postulate of two minds, and completely relied on his wife, who once again demonstrated miracles of analytical thinking and the ability to draw the right conclusions, it would seem, from nothing. Lena took out of the bag she carried to work several notebooks, similar in cover, and at the same time differing in the degree of wear. She found the freshest, almost new one, thoughtfully leafed through it, made some notes. Then she turned on the laptop and dug around in it for a long time, comparing what she saw with the notes from the notebook. She looked through a number of photos on her phone and, finally, turned to Maxim, who was languishing from idleness and impatience. Max, how would you describe your abilities? Well, what are they? Try it in one word. Max was taken aback. In one word. Probably unusual, he mumbled, unable to think of anything better. Lena, oddly enough, was happy. Exactly. That's the key word. Unusual. So the reason for their appearance must be also something unusual, she finished triumphantly. Max thought about it. He had not considered this question in this context. And what unusual have we had lately? Like a teacher to a careless student, trying to push him to the right answer, she turned to Maxim. Max did not think for long here. The answer was obvious. Yes. Glowing dead. Of course. Exactly. Such anti-doctor abilities as yours, Lena had already chosen the most accurate term for his ability, have never been possessed by anyone, right? And answered herself. So. Just like no one had ever seen the glowing dead with their light show before. So. She again gave a hint to Maxim, but he looked at her dully, not understanding what she was expecting from him right now. So, we will consider the connection between these phenomena proven, she finished disappointedly, but then continued. But, besides you, I, Potemkin, and Boris Nikolaevich, the traumatologist, saw this show. So? Max just nodded his head silently. Something began to dawn on him, but somehow, it was still vague. For Lena, these questions were already as clear as day. It is natural to assume that some similar abilities may manifest in each of us. At this point, Max's mouth dropped open. What? It seems true, even very much so. But Lena did not give him time to comprehend the situation. But there are a number of points that we cannot ignore. Potemkin and Boris Nikolaevich only saw light, albeit different. You and I both. She emphasized the word both with her voice. How can I say this? Came into contact with it. Were exposed to its influence. Remember, I told you that we should be on equal terms. Only you and I saw different phenomena. You, light. I, smoke. So, what? Max was stunned into silence. So our abilities may be different. She tapped Maxim on the head with a bent finger. Like, oh, you dumbass, Len, well, you... Max had not yet finished his question, as Lena was already answering. No, Max, I haven't discovered any new, unusual, or even ordinary abilities in myself yet. Yet. She emphasized it again. When did it all manifest in you? When you got really angry, wanted something really badly? It was a push, a trigger that I didn't have yet. I don't know what it will be, but it will definitely happen. It will manifest, she said passionately and convincingly. Maybe I'll be able to fly, or walk through walls, or maybe read other people's thoughts. She closed her eyes briefly, trying to imagine what a wonderful life would come then. Then I'll catch all the criminals, she finished happily. Then she quickly became sad, realizing that she could have problems with the latter, and what problems they would be. She returned to Earth. That's not all. Let's leave Potemkin and your traumatologist out of the equation for now. I'll explain why. The glowing dead are all from the same face. Or rather, they worked there when they were alive. This means they are connected by something that is in this deep pit, and also unusual. No other connections have been traced. Maybe it's some kind of artifact that hasn't been found yet. Some kind of radiation from the rock in this face, unknown to science, or something else that we don't know yet. How she loves that word yet. as if she's sure that the solution will be found sooner or later anyway. And did you and I walk along the black spot in Krasnoyarsk? We did. And it's from the rock of the same face on the third mountain where everything comes from. This means that something had an effect on us too. Maybe not as much as on those who work there, but still. Agree? Max had no choice but to nod. And one more thing. The shroud. Why did the dead people light up only when the shroud enveloped the village? And where did it come from?
She looked questioningly at Max, realizing that she would not receive an answer.
I don't understand either. But there is a connection here too. I feel it. Then suddenly, as if remembering, she moved away from analyzing the situation. By the way, did you know that the shroud in the village disappeared? She looked with pleasure at the astonished Max. Yes. Back in March, Natasha, the nurse, called me and told me. And she also said that the black spot in front of the hospital was immediately covered with snow after that, like everywhere else. She spread her arms out to the sides, as if to say, the end of the unusual had come. They sat for a long time, silently, then seemed to be talking about nothing, but constantly returned to the analysis of what had happened to them, until finally Lena voiced a thought that only she understood. Max, we need to somehow get into this face on the third mountain. She looked sympathetically at Maxim, who immediately became sad. Otherwise, this darkness will never dissipate. It was clear that by darkness she meant something completely different from the gray shroud that once enveloped the village.
Max, wake up already.
Lena, who had been unsuccessfully trying to wake up her carefree husband for several minutes, was starting to lose patience. Not only had he come home late yesterday and was pretty tipsy, but he hadn't woken up today either. It was good that Alyoshka was at his grandmother's and now had a day off, and the news she was going to tell him was stunning and demanded immediate communication. She had to decide urgently what to do next. And then,
Such a sleepyhead.
Maxim,
Are you finally going to wake up? Or not?
the remnants of her good morning mood were quickly evaporating, and Lena took radical measures.
Lena stopped shaking Maxim by the shoulder, to which he did not react at all and simply pinched the nose of her husband, who was smiling in his sleep, hoping that this would help wake up the newly minted Oblomov. Not at all. Max simply opened his mouth and continued to snore calmly, as if nothing had happened. At first she was surprised, and then she panicked a little. It had never happened that Max slept so peacefully and for so long. He usually got up without an alarm clock, according to some internal clock of his own. Even on weekends, and now, maybe something happened to him. What if he had a stroke after yesterday, or did he swallow sleeping pills? A slight panic made the investigator hide somewhere behind her back. And here, on the edge of the bed, sat an extremely agitated woman, who was not indifferent to the silently snoring man, who did not respond to all her efforts. She once again, this time carefully, moved Maxim's hand, then tried to lift his eyelid and look at the reaction of his pupils to the light. Lena knew that with problems with the head, the pupils can be of different sizes, and with an overdose of sleeping pills or drugs, the pupils will be very narrow, pinpoint, and may not react to light. And only then did she notice that this lazy bones, unable to bear it, was smiling sarcastically, and not at all in his sleep. The investigator immediately returned to his place. There was no limit to her indignation.
Oh, you.
The sharp words of indignation ready to break loose and fall on the head of poor Maxim suddenly dried up, and the hand already raised for a generous slap dropped, but not at all limply, but consciously. Lena went the other way. Her face instantly became serious, her lips pressed together, Her gaze grew heavy. She quickly stood up and without saying a word, without even turning around, left the room. Maxim, who of course had not slept for a long time, immediately opened his eyes. Well, there you go. She was offended. He only wanted to joke. And what to do now? One thing is clear. Go make peace. Having given his wife a couple of minutes to cool down, Maxim easily jumped out of bed and, almost naked, followed her into the kitchen. Lena stood by the stove with a towel over her shoulder, making sure that the coffee she was making didn't boil over. They always started their mornings with a cup of coffee, like true coffee lovers. Especially on a day off, when you could take your time and stretch out your favorite ritual for as long as you wanted. The foam in the jazz wake was already starting to rise when Maxim showed up in the kitchen. With such a guilty and repentant look that Lena could hardly help but laugh. The drooping corners of his mouth, the sad wrinkles on his forehead, the embarrassed look, like that of a guilty puppy, spoke for themselves.
He realized that he was guilty, and that was enough for her. It was simply impossible to sulk at this blockhead for long. It was clear that he just wanted to joke. She was about to invite him to the table when her gaze assessed Max's entire figure. "Max," she said almost with horror, so much so that his eyes instantly widened.
What's wrong again?
"Are you completely crazy?" Lena paused, hoping that he would understand. No, he doesn't understand. He just blinks helplessly, and his expression changes from guilty to puzzled. "What the hell are you doing in your underwear in the kitchen? Are you nuts? Quickly go to the bathroom, or you won't get any coffee." Phew, what nonsense. I even got scared. The main thing is that I've received forgiveness. Hooray! Maxim gave a foolish salute, not forgetting to cover his empty head with his left hand, and turned sharply, heading off along the indicated route. And then he was overtaken by the ominous hiss of boiling coffee, his wife's scream, and finally the bitter-sour smell of burnt coffee foam. That's it. It's better to get out of the kitchen as quickly as possible. It's clear that he'll be the one to blame now. Maxim hurried, jerked, hit the doorframe with his left toes, and hopped on one leg in pain. His scream was even louder than Lena's. What a morning. The belated breakfast dragged on. Maxim, who was secretly watching Lena, was ready to swear that she was bursting with the desire to tell him something very important. But she paused, as if she was still sulking at him. Finally, she made up her mind. Maxim, the plane went down at the third mountain in Krasnozersk, and looked at Max with undisguised triumph. Maxim had lived his entire life in the mining region, and he knew very well what it meant to say, "The plane went down." For various reasons, the previously monolithic wall of the quarry, where overburden operations were being carried out, begins to slide at some point. And tens, or even hundreds of thousands of tons of rock instantly collapse downwards, destroying and burying everything that stands in the path of the falling colossus. At the bottom of the quarry that seemed safe, excavators, bulldozers, and Belaz trucks can work, which, compared to the falling colossus, seem like children's toys. And it's a disaster if there are people below in the path of the falling rock at that moment. It's practically impossible to stay alive in this case. The situation was certainly tragic, and Maxim couldn't understand why Lena was almost smiling in connection with the departed plane.
Is everyone alive or?
Maxim stared questioningly at Lena, sincerely not understanding the purpose of her statement.
Alive, alive.
Elena answered, as if in passing,
It's different here.
and stared at Maxim, expecting questions. But there were no questions. There was bewilderment. And Lena continued. "Max, it looks like they found a spaceship there," she said triumphantly, counting on her husband's unbridled interest.
But he sat and simply looked at her, not knowing how to react to such an unusual, almost fantastic statement. This morning, while you were sleeping so soundly, Lena couldn't resist a jab. I ran through the news on V-Contact, and there was this. She took the prepared phone from the windowsill, found the necessary file, and showed Max a short video message. He had to pick up the phone since the screen of the old Xiaomi was small anyway, and it was problematic to see the picture from a distance.
Someone under the nickname Ivan Medvedev, who posted the video online, seemed to be filming immediately after the collapse of the side, but from the opposite side of the quarry. So at first, the entire image was very small, until this Ivan guessed to enlarge the picture. First, he walked the camera along the top of the side, where you could see a torn road, a damaged ledge, a wide hole in the wall going down. Then the camera abruptly slid down the slope to the bottom of the quarry, where it was difficult to see the piles of collapsed rock. There were no machines or mechanisms near this huge pile. Medvedev began to comment on his filming, and this helped to understand what was happening on the site. Today, August 22, at 7:30 in the third mountain section of the Krasnoyarsk open pit, there was a rock collapse. Fortunately, there were no people in the workings. This is what the section looks like now, right after the collapse.
The camera walked along the bottom of the quarry, giving a picture of its scale, then slowly slid up the slope of the failure and stopped somewhere in the middle of the damaged wall, where it was difficult to see some object, clearly different in color from the surrounding rock. It sparkled with some silvery metallic shade of gray in the rays of the already risen sun, and it was completely incomprehensible. What could immediately sparkle in the sun, having just appeared from under the ground, once hidden at a depth of several dozen meters? Maybe an even chip of metallized rock. But the point is that this object was not even. Even on the small display of the phone, it was possible to make out that it resembled either a giant pipe or, more likely, a barrel, which risked exposing only one side to public view. The rest continued to hide in the ground. Ivan continued his commentary. And here is what was hiding in the ground of our site.
What can be seen now, when part of the rock collapsed down? Here he finally enlarged the image, but this began to have its drawbacks. The image began to shake, and it was difficult to see the details until the operator guessed to rest his hands with the camera on some stationary object. Here you could freeze in surprise. When approaching the object, it was easy to recognize the side of some apparatus with round portholes, an even line running along the length of the visible part of the unit. What part of it was still hidden in the ground, one could only guess. Something similar to a spacecraft, the operator made assumptions. When did it arrive? How many centuries ago? Judging by the amount of land above it, long ago. And why didn't it explode in the atmosphere like the Tunguska meteorite, and wasn't even deformed upon landing? Why didn't it get crushed by such a mass of Earth? It looks brand new. It sparkles in the sun. At this point, the filming suddenly stopped. What prevented Ivan Medvedev from continuing it, one could only guess, as the cameraman himself had just guessed. Maxim was silent for a whole minute, then asked, "And what was that?" The question was purely rhetorical, and there was no need to answer it. Then he looked up at Elena and asked in surprise, "Do you really believe all this?" Lena was taken aback at first. She had expected something completely different from Maxim. Turning on her analytical mind, she thought for a bit, assessed what she had seen and Maxim's skeptical attitude towards the video message, and declared, "Me? Yes, I do. Let me explain why." Like a school child, she began to give arguments in support of her position. "If this were a photograph, I would hardly believe it either. Photoshop can do much more than that. But this is a video shoot, and it is not interrupted even once. It is obvious that it is not a professional who is filming. He would have done it much better. The image would shake less, and it would be more clearly visible, and it would not have been interrupted so suddenly.
A professional would have filmed a complete episode. Maxim shook his finger, as if denying everything that had been said. And he, a fan of fakes, thought exactly that way. That educated people would watch the video and would immediately see through the obvious fake. And here, well, guess. Lena was just about to answer when Max gave what he thought was a killer counter-argument. This Medvedev calls what he saw a spaceship. And where have you seen spaceships with portholes? At least in the movies at VDNK, anywhere, there are no portholes anywhere on spaceships. There are such overloads there. No glass can withstand it. Lena didn't even think about it. She laughed. And who told you it was glass? Maybe it's some kind of super strong material that we can't even imagine. And this ship, something for aliens to cruise around on. Like our airplanes. Only for us, 1,000 kilometers is already a distance. And for them, with their alien technologies, 100 light years, like for us from Vladivostok to Moscow, on one tooth. But we have portholes in our planes? Why can't their pleasure crafts have windows? Maybe they like to look at the stars during the flight. Maybe it's easier for them to think that way. Or something else. Maybe they compose their own space music. Max did not argue, but presented the matter in a completely different light. Len, if this is true, then today this third mountain will be closed, everything will be cordoned off, the roads will be blocked, they will encrypt, all these videos will be removed, and the author Medvedev will be shaken up, and his phone will be taken away. Well, or the recording will be erased. And he added meaningfully, FSB. This time Lena thought about it. But a minute later, she suggested something completely unexpected for Max.
You know, here I think I agree with you. Finding an alien ship is a world-class event.
What do I mean?
Superworld, and in each country they will keep it a secret for the time being, until they study everything related to the find on 8 rows. What if there are some new technologies there that will provide a breakthrough in industry, or a super weapon, or an elixir of immortality? It is not for nothing that the Americans keep everything that is supposedly connected with UFOs a top secret. They have almost a whole underground city somewhere in the desert. A storage facility, where they even keep the bodies of aliens they find in the refrigerator.
They showed something like this once. After some general meaningless phrases, Lena finally got down to business.
Let's decide this way. If all this really disappears from the internet tomorrow, we'll consider the video to be true, and then you'll help me unconditionally.
And you'll go with me to the third mountain.
Suddenly I'll need your protection. If all this is a prank and nothing changes, I'll forget about it and won't bother you anymore. Do you agree?
And I don't understand how to help, Max clarified, having difficulty figuring out how to treat his wife's offer.
What do you mean, what?
Lena was surprised.
Have you forgotten everything? We've been wanting to go to the third mountain for a long time, since the fog in Krasnoyarsk, to sort everything out. And with these glowing dead people, the haze over the village, the abnormal weather without wind, the black spot. After all, the whole reason was in it, in the quarry.
Now this reason is in front of us. And Lena pointed to the phone, where they had just watched a video about the collapse in the spaceship. I have no doubt that all our anomalies are connected with this ship. I think it's time to go back, Maxim. To the root cause. She tapped her finger meaningfully on the phone screen, then smiled somehow dashingly. Otherwise, it's become boring, don't you think? And laughed. She no longer doubted that everything would be like this, and the spaceship under the earth was not a joke at all. Already in the evening, and not at all tomorrow, all the details about the incident at Krasnoyarsk magically disappeared from the internet. No matter how hard Lena tried to find at least something about the collapse of the rock at the open pit, about the alien ship, nothing worked. Attempts to change the questions asked about the incident in the search engine, from specific to very remote,
also did not give anything. All information about this in all messengers evaporated in the most incredible way. It's good that she, anticipating such a development, transferred Medvedev's file from her phone to her computer, where it could be viewed multiple times and with varying degrees of magnification, sharpness, and contrast. She had such programs on her computer. Even Ivan Medvedev, the one who posted the obviously deleted video, was hard to find on Odnoklassniki. There were many Ivan Medvedevs, but this one was found. He really worked at the Krasnozersky open pit as a Belaz driver. His numerous photos on Odnoklassniki against the backdrop of a huge yellow Belaz, where he didn't even reach the middle of the wheel, brought a cheerful smile. He led a fairly active lifestyle, went fishing, skiing, and often drove his Hyundai Creta. He visited Gornaya Shoria, Gorny Altai, Kuznetsk Alatau, Tomsk Pisanitsa, and many other places. His entire journey was easy to follow from the photos posted online. It seems that the story with the alien ship, if we are to believe Max's reasoning, is not a fake at all, but the pure truth. And he had no choice but to support his restless wife in everything concerning the mystery of the third mountain, as they had agreed.
Max, we're leaving for Krasnoyarsk tomorrow. It's good that tomorrow is Sunday, and Alyoshka will sit with his granny and we don't have to go to work. Let's try to get to this section with the ship.
Len, we don't even know how to get to this open pit, let alone the third mountain one. And there's security everywhere now. This isn't the 90s.
Max, don't be a bore. What do you need the internet for? To play games? You can find any information here. And a plan of the open pit with sections and where the coal warehouses are and where the barriers with security are? If you want, we can even look at this open pit from space right now.
Max wanted. But here too they received another confirmation that this whole story, with an alien spaceship at the cut, was not someone's bad joke or even a prank, but a fait accompli, which the special services promptly classified, to say the least. No matter how Lena tried to look at the cut from a bird's-eye view, no matter how she changed Yandex Maps to Google Maps or Bing Maps, nothing worked. The entire territory of both the village and the adjacent cut were covered with a whitish veil, reminiscent of thin clouds, through which it was impossible to see anything. About 40 minutes later, Lena, realizing that the FSB was involved here, abandoned this futile activity and simply began to look through information about Krasnoyarskoye on all available sites, of which there were unexpectedly many. A couple of hours later, she had a rough idea of the structure of the open pit, knew its production capacity, the volume of industrial reserves, the grades of coal, and, what's more, she even recognized the maps and diagrams of the location of power lines, substations, and power plants, not to mention the location of some checkpoints into the territory. The shortest route to the third mountain mine, and with only one checkpoint, ran along a bypassed technological road past a small lake with an unusual name for a reservoir, Omshanik. Lena knew that the Omshanik was an insulated room for wintering bees, but she could not find a connection between the bees and the lake. The road to Krasnoyarsk was familiar, but at the entrance there was nothing like what they had seen in winter, when the entire village was covered with a frightening gray, moving veil. The sun was shining, and the village was visible from the Krasnoyarsk mountains as if in the palm of your hand. Even the bypass road, which passed by a farm located below in the foothills, was clearly visible. They drove along it. At the turn onto the technical road, there was a sign, "Caution, Belaz trucks are working." So there was no longer any time to turn your head and admire the surroundings. The wide road, on which 2 Belaz trucks could easily pass each other, and 10 Logans like Max's could be lined up in a row, looked well trodden, but from time to time, there were sections covered with large crushed stone, which would be more correct to say cobblestones. Of course, for the huge 150-ton Belaz,
These boulders were really nothing more than crushed stone. But for Max and his tiny car, it was a problem. So he had to drive at the third gear, less than 60 at most. Lena, who had been patiently and for a long time enduring this obstacle course, could not stand it any longer. "Max, why are you crawling like a turtle? You can't see the Belazes. We'll be getting there until the evening."
Max, without entering into a discussion, sped up, switched to fourth. The speedometer needle began to creep to the right. Who knew that right around the sharp turn there would be another obstacle, a hole pressed down by powerful machines, not yet filled in and not smoothed out with at least the same cobblestones. Max knew the driver's proverb, more speed, fewer holes, but he still slowed down out of surprise. It's good that Logan's crankcase protection is installed right at the factory and can be relied on. The car hit the bottom of the hole, flew out the opposite side, and stopped. The impact was so strong that Elena's teeth clicked. No worse than the nutcrackers, and he has some teeth. It's a good thing she didn't bite her tongue. Maxim tried to say something in his defense, but Lena stopped him with a raised hand and the words, "Max, not a word. I understand everything. You're driving. I'm in the kitchen." And she laughed. "No, well, cool. You'd have to look hard to find a wife like that. Someone else would have arranged. A battle on the ice." Soon, to the left of the road, a lake surface appeared, surrounded on all sides by tall reeds, reflected in the water, along with rare, fluffy clouds. A light breeze occasionally wrinkled this amazing, perfectly smooth transparent blanket with an unusual pattern, dark at the edges and white and blue in the center. This was, according to the phone navigator, the sought-after Omshanik. Further on, the road forked. One, narrower and more level, went left along the lake to the neighboring village, which was about 10 kilometers away. The other, just as wide, turned right and disappeared between closely located dumps. Max turned right around the corner. Another obstacle awaited him. Not a hole, but a checkpoint with a closed, striped barrier. Next to him, and slightly behind him, stood not a security guard in a black uniform with yellow letters on the back saying security, which everyone was used to, but a real soldier in ripstop camouflage, in a bulletproof vest, and with a machine gun on his chest. On his head, he had a hemispherical helmet like Special Forces fighters, though without glasses, and the soldier's usual black mask was not on his face. But one could see a black headset near his lips, which the soldier did not pay any attention to at all, as a completely ordinary and familiar thing. He carefully watched the approaching car, but did not take any threatening actions yet. Max involuntarily began to slow down, intending to stop, but Elena reacted quite emotionally.
Max, don't be stupid. Drive calmly up to the barrier. I'm supposedly here for work.
And taking her ID card with the inscription, Prosecutor's Office of the Russian Federation, out of her purse, she continued.
Here's another proof for you.
Have you ever seen a quarry, an ordinary coal pit, guarded by soldiers with machine guns? And, without waiting for an answer, with disappointment in her voice, she added, "That's exactly it. The changes that happened to Lena literally in a second were astounding. Just now, a young, laughing girl was sitting in the car who was only going to drive in the kitchen, and now a strong-willed, independent woman was sitting in front of Max, not afraid of obstacles and capable of making decisions." Her face changed subtly. The mischievous sparkle in her eyes faded, replaced by an attentive, judicious look. Her eyebrows moved together, and two vertical folds appeared between them above the bridge of her nose, which gave her face a stern but not at all frowning look. The corners of her mouth dropped slightly, and her chin rose synchronously, which spoke of the confidence and determination of the owner of the face. "Max, turn off the engine, but don't get out of the car. Open the window. You will listen to our conversation. Whatever happens, don't interfere in anything." Elena began to hand out tasks. even if they take me somewhere. Although I don't think it will come to that. Max tried to object, which was easily read in both gestures and facial expressions, but Lena stopped him. We agreed. You drive the car, well, or in your morgue. She tried to joke, and this is my job. Max. Yeah, how much did you let me drive in the morgue when you stuck your hands in the glowing smoke? I told you. Maxim finally put in his word in the prosecutor's investigator's monologue, but that was all, since the car drove up to a closed barrier. Lena calmly got out of the car and walked up to the guard with the machine gun, said hello, introduced herself, showed her ID. The soldier briefly responded to the greeting, carefully examined the ID, and there was no doubt that he remembered everything that was written there, although Lena held it unfolded for only a few seconds.
What did you want, comrade, lawyer, first class?
The soldier finally asked.
I need to talk to your boss. Invite him here, please. As far as I understand, you will not let me through the barrier?
You understand correctly, the guard calmly answered, not at all offended, after which he said a few words into the headset. 5th to 1st, we have guests. He listened attentively to the answer, which neither Max nor Lena heard, and just as calmly said, Wait. A minute later, 2 people came out of a trailer located a little further from the barrier, where the guards were obviously resting, and now a shift of soldiers was located. One of the same soldiers with a machine gun remained next to the trailer. The other, apparently an officer, who was in the same camouflage, but without a bulletproof vest and helmet. A helmet, but with a headset behind his ear, went to Elena, who was waiting for him. Moreover, he approached so interestingly that both the car and Lena were at different ends of the barrier, and both soldiers saw them at the same time, as Max understood, so as not to block each other's firing sector. What can I say? Professionals. Lena also introduced herself and showed the officer her ID. He looked at it no less carefully than his subordinate had a minute ago, and for some reason read her last name, first name, and patronymic out loud. But after that, the words of the speakers could be made out with difficulty, because they had moved to the other side of the barrier. But Max still caught something, and this something was not in his wife's favor. We are conducting a pre-investigation prosecutor's check into the rockfall at the 3rd mining site, Lena began. I need to get to the site, inspect the site of the collapse, and talk to one of the employees. We need to find out what caused the collapse, whether there was any negligence on the part of the management. It's pure chance that no one was hurt. The officer listened to Lena silently, with a boring, condescending smile on his face, and when she paused, he immediately tried to put her in her place. On a day off? Elena Yurievna, don't make me laugh. He had an excellent memory. I've never seen a prosecutor's office investigator who would conduct investigative activities on a day off in cases that aren't worth a damn. This isn't murder. Or are you from the environmental prosecutor's office? But it was not easy to embarrass Elena. It's just that today was an opportunity. I don't know about transport in your department, but it's far from easy to get a car from us on a work day. And then she casually floated a trial balloon. By the way, what department do you represent? It's somehow awkward I introduced myself to you. It's better for you not to know, Elena Yurievna, the officer said instructively, and the site is completely closed. There are no employees at the site, so we can't help you here in any way. Lena made a surprised face and tried to play the simpleton. Completely closed? Why? I've never heard of a site being closed due to a rockfall. She was silent for a second, and then interrupted the duty officer, who was trying to say something. What is this? The threat of some kind of man-made disaster? What does this threaten us all with? Her face looked so funny, scared, that Maxim in the car couldn't resist and smiled. But the officer at that time, it seemed, listened attentively to what his invisible interlocutor was telling him via the adaptive, automatic communication system, and then dotted all the I's. You, personally, Elena Yurievna, are not threatened by anything, accept an internal investigation if you do not give up your claims and insist on visiting the site. I think that your management, and especially Vasily Stepanovich, will be interested to know what his employees do on weekends. At first, Lena was scared. How did he know her immediate superior? Then she realized it was not for nothing that he loudly read her data, which the invisible officer's friends had surprisingly quickly managed to find out everything possible about her. Here, even the name of the superior. A serious office. She was painfully trying to find a way out of the prepared trap, but the serviceman himself helped her.
In addition, I know for sure that this case was transferred to us. The third service and the prosecutor's office, especially the city one, has nothing to do with it.
Here, without noticing it, he made a mistake, exposed himself by naming his department, but Maxim did not know what kind of service it was. It was as if something had pushed Lena to a dignified way out of the situation.
Sorry, I didn't assume that such forces were involved here.
To which the officer, realizing that he had let it slip, pursed his lips and fell silent.
With your permission, I'll call my superiors now and clarify the disposition.
After which she moved a little to the side and really started talking on the phone. But Maxim couldn't hear who with or about what. The officer was also waiting patiently to the side. A minute later, Lena returned to the barrier. I apologize to you. Vasily Stepanovich, our prosecutor, confirmed everything. This case is really not our level and it was taken away from us.
They just didn't tell me. Because it was the weekend. They didn't have time. No one assumed that I would really go here on business on my day off. You're right about that. She looked at the operative with a sort of guilty sadness. Once again, I apologize for disturbing you. And already on the way to the car, she smiled charmingly. Have a nice shift. At the fork in Omshanik, Maxim was going to go straight ahead, preferring to first get to the neighboring village, from where there was quite decent asphalt, straight to the third micro-district, where they lived. They wouldn't have to drag themselves along that ill-fated Belaz road, reminiscent of a tank testing ground, and they wouldn't have to meander through the city with its traffic jams. But Lena thought completely differently. Max, we're going to Krasnoyarsk, she declared categorically, as if it were a long-settled matter. Why? Maxim asked in surprise, nevertheless turning left.
It all seems clear, he paused. Except for one thing. What is the third service, Len? I haven't come across it anywhere. In what order should I answer you? His wife asked with some malice. What do you mean in what order? Max didn't understand again. Well, first of all, why are we going to Krasnoyarsk? Or what is the third service? Maxim laughed. First, about the third service. Lena was silent for a moment, as if gathering all the information she had. The third service is NTS, the Scientific and Technical Service of the FSB. Simply put, it is a scientific research center for information technology, maybe even an institute. In short, they work there on special communications, special equipment, new types of weapons, information protection, and all that sort of thing. Solid science. That's what I know. If they are already here, then they definitely want to get to the ship and see what they can get out of it. Maxim scratched his head, figuratively speaking.
Listen, but how could a spaceship be connected with our glowing dead? Or with my protection measure? I don't get it, for the life of me. And then he perked up. What if we try out the protection measure on the soldiers? Send them all to the toilet, and ourselves to the site. Or think of something else. Lena smiled, but somehow, thoughtfully. No, Max, it's too early. Well, we'll get to the ship, then what? It's almost entirely underground. Are we going to dig it out with our hands? 2 centuries? Or 3? She shook her head sadly. We'll enter it when the FSB digs it out, she stated firmly. Then we'll think about how it's connected to our problems. I hope you don't doubt that it is connected. And she looked at Maxim reproachfully.
as if suspecting him of cowardice. Max pulled his head into his shoulders and said nothing.
He no longer doubted anything, and knew clearly, if his wife took on a case, she would definitely solve it, no matter how mysterious and unusual it was. He knew. "Why are we going to Krasnoyarsk now?" he asked after a minute. "Didn't we plan to go there?" "We're going to visit Ivan Medvedev," Lena said, almost laughing again. She saw her husband's puzzled look. "Max, you're being slow today. Medvedev is the one who posted the video with the ship online. Maybe he'll tell you something else." Maxim thought about it again. But after a long pause, he finally asked, "Lena, of course I understand that you're an investigator and that solving riddles is your job. But I'm not an investigator. How are you going to look for him if you only know his first and last name, and you've seen his photo online a couple of times?" Lena smiled again and looked at Max affectionately. "Don't be offended. I've worn you out today, but believe me, it's worth it," she added confidently. "And we'll find Ivan Medvedev." "How?" Maxim almost shouted, then decided to joke. "Let's stand with a sign in the center, near the store. Where is Ivan Medvedev? Be lazist. Maybe someone will respond and tell us where to look for him." Max, don't be so cocky. You'll see everything for yourself now. Turn towards the hospital." Max turned towards the familiar 3-story building with growing surprise. Lena took pity and showed her cards. "Do you think that I really called work from the barrier?" and even laughed. "No, I had to calm the officer on duty. Otherwise, God forbid, Viktor Stepanich would have really called. I called Natasha. Remember the nurse from therapy?" She gave Maxim time to remember and think it over. Luckily, she is on duty today. They have a computer program at the hospital called Arena. It has a database of all the residents of the village, with all the data, even with addresses and phone numbers. In general, everyone who has ever visited a doctor. By the way, you are there too. You went in the winter. That's what I saw when your data was entered there. Maxim just shrugged his shoulders. Well, I never. How simple it all turns out. Although no. Do you know how many Ivan Medvedevs there could be here? The surname is common. We'll see, Lena said vaguely. Maxim never found out how Elena convinced the nurse to open the notorious Arena, but he assumed that the prosecutor's ID played a role again. Oh, Lenka, she'll get caught someday. Although, on the other hand, she's not doing anything bad. Quite the contrary. There were about 20 Medvedevs on the list, as Max had assumed, but only 3 Ivanovs. Only one was ideal, both in age and place of work. There was also an address and a phone number. Lena wrote down his details in the same notebook, where she kept notes on the glowing dead. She had no doubt that all these events were connected. And so, all the necessary information was in one place. She added Medvedev's phone number to hers, but did not call in front of Natasha. They didn't pick up the phone for a long time, and when Lena had already given up hope, which was easy to read on her face, they finally answered. Lena first asked if this Ivan Medvedev worked at the Third Mining, and when she received an affirmative answer, she introduced herself and even asked for an immediate meeting, where she promised to tell everything. Ivan agreed.
The guys picked up Vanya Medvedev near a small store called Lemon, hidden in the depths of a block of 5-story buildings. He introduced himself as Ivan Alexeyevich. Medvedev was not much older than either Maxim or Lena, but he was already a little bald, which however did not spoil him at all. Smart, gray eyes, a pleasant voice, and even the modest manner of communication immediately aroused sympathy. The company, on Ivan's advice, stopped near the Shakhterov Park, practically in the very center of the village, and settled down on one of the benches. Despite the warm summer Sunday, the fountain quietly babbling with low streams, the violets, primroses, and begonias carefully selected from the flower beds, pleasing the eyes with their multicoloredness, there were few people in the park. Several school children, riding bicycles and electric scooters, and a couple of 3 little ones under the supervision of their mothers, joyfully screaming as they rolled down a plastic slide in a cozy children's corner on the outskirts of the park. The conversation was difficult at first. "Ivan Alexeyevich, you are probably surprised by our unexpected visit?" Lena began cautiously. "The thing is, we have been investigating a case related to the 3rd mining complex, where you work for over 6 months now." She did not specify who we were. Let her think for now that it was the prosecutor's office.
The case, frankly speaking, has reached a dead end, but now I hope with your help it will move forward. Ivan stared at Lena in confusion. "How can I help?" A sincere lack of understanding was clearly heard in his voice. "You posted a video clip on the internet where you filmed a spaceship discovered on your site after the collapse of the site." Lena did not have time to finish as Ivan interrupted her rather abruptly, which did not fit in with his calm conversation until the last moment. "I did not post anything, but it was not so easy to discourage the prosecutor's investigator. Ivan Alexeyevich, I understand that your non-disclosure agreement imposes certain obligations on you, but believe me, this is not the case. It could be very serious. We are not spies or terrorists, believe me. Today we tried to get into your area, but the FSB officers wouldn't let us in either. And they don't want to listen to anything." Lena decided to be cunning and suddenly changed the subject. "Did they at least return your phone to you?" Ivan answered mechanically. "They returned it." He flinched, realizing that he had given himself away, then waved his hand in resignation. "Ask questions. Let me tell you everything from the— Maxim is my husband." She nodded her head towards Max, who was silent and not yet joining the conversation.
A pathologist. He performs autopsies on the deceased, including those from your village. When the flow of patients increased during that haze in the village, and also because of the COVID epidemic, he noticed one oddity.
She smiled slyly.
From which he almost died.
Maxim wanted to say something in protest, but then decided to remain silent. A little humor against the backdrop of this horror story that Elena was about to tell would not hurt.
Some of the dead who had to be opened in the evenings because of the influx, and it gets dark early in winter, began to glow in the dark.
She hesitated, looking for a more accurate comparison.
Or rather, not glow, but rather poured out of the chest some light, some clouds of smoke, and some real fireworks, only silent.
Ivan Medvedev's eyes began to grow larger, and his expression became astonished and stupid. Then he began to smile knowingly, though without laughing yet. Lena noticed the change in Ivan's mood. "Ivan Alexeyevich, that's not all. Please listen to the end. Otherwise you'll say now that we're cuckoo and leave. We wouldn't want that." Ivan stopped smiling and tried to concentrate. "Although it's not surprising to be surprised by your distrust, only several people saw this spectacle, including me. Moreover, Maxim and I were even exposed to the light and smoke. Yes, we deliberately put our hands in the stream. Well, that's what we are, experimenters." Her voice changed a little. There was a slight sadness in it. Then she continued. "Not all the dead were glowing. We started analyzing, comparing, trying to find a pattern, and we found one. Only the dead from Krasnozersk were glowing.
What's more, they were only men. She paused, looked closely at Ivan. And only those who worked at the third mountain. Even those who had worked there before are now pensioners. That's when Medvedev went into a stupor. He stared blankly at Lena, as if trying to see something unusual in her. But he couldn't. It didn't go unnoticed. Lena spoke again after a short pause. Soon, we noticed that we had new, unusual abilities. For example, I can cause certain health disorders in people. Headaches, nausea, and if I try, vomiting. And so on. Do you want to check to make sure that all this is not a joke? And look closely at Max. He understood everything correctly. Ivan first wrinkled his eyebrows, then a suffering grimace appeared on his face. Then he even reached his palms to his temples, and then he somehow sighed with relief, exhaled, and looked at Lena in amazement. I believe you, he whispered barely audibly. Then, suddenly, something seemed to break inside him. He seemed to shrink in size, bent forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and clasped his hands. His face changed from one of surprise and amazement to one of confusion and sadness, with deep wrinkles clearly visible from his nose to his chin. He seemed to have aged and with difficulty squeezed out of himself.
Tell me, can't you, on the contrary, treat people?
Lena realized that something serious had happened to Ivan, maybe even tragic, and he had exhausted all the methods and means available to him in the fight against it. Did something happen to you? She asked, cautiously. Ivan reluctantly, then, more and more frankly, told.
My wife is sick. A brain tumor. No, she had an operation, thanks to the doctors. But she can't walk. Lower paraplegia. Her legs don't move and don't feel anything. We've been everywhere, but they say there is no prospect of recovery. And we have 2 children, a boy and a girl.
They are already big, but still. It's a pity. We, however, do not despair. We travel everywhere together. We just returned from Gorny Altai. He became even more gloomy, maybe even because he told strangers about his innermost thoughts. He was seriously pressed. Lena quietly placed her palm on Ivan's hand. Ivan Alexeyevich. She paused. We don't know how to treat people, for now. But everything suggests that all the secrets, both with the dead and what is happening to us, are clearly connected with your third mountain. Or more precisely, with that ship that was just discovered there. That's where anything can happen. Maybe they'll be able to help you with your troubles there. You just have to get there. Ivan pulled himself together. Lena, without wanting to, gave him a thin thread of hope. If domestic medicine is powerless, it doesn't mean that alien technology can't work miracles. How many times had he read in science fiction novels that nothing is impossible for alien medicine?
Well, isn't this science fiction? Isn't this an alien ship?
What should I do? He said, pulling himself together.
Tell me, Ivan Alexeyevich, is there another way to get to your area, bypassing the checkpoint?
Yes. And so that the soldiers wouldn't see, Lena became an investigator again and tried to find a solution to the problem she had set for herself 6 months ago. Ivan thought for no more than a minute, smiled indulgently, and answered somehow dashingly, like a hussar. Easy. Then, looking appraisingly at the clothes of the unexpected guests, Lena's light blouse, Max's car, he added, You need to change. I mean, something inconspicuous. And we'll go in my car. Lena spread her hands helplessly. But we don't have anything with us. Well, we have sneakers and jeans, the most important thing. And the rest? Ivan waved his hand carelessly, as if declaring, Don't worry about it. Medvedev asked to drop by home to warn his wife about his departure. The hour and a half he had planned for a conversation with unknown guests had already expired, and his wife was waiting for him. Ivan did not risk upsetting her with a longer delay without warning. Then they went to the garage, where the owner kept his beloved Hyundai. On the outskirts of the village, on the border with one of the sections of the open-pit mine, they built a whole city for iron horses, with its own streets, lanes, and even squares. Here they were stored, repaired, washed, decorated. In a word, they made the life of their faithful friends comfortable and pleasant.
The first 3 streets, when the construction of this capital town was just beginning, the owners of the garages under construction tried to comply with the standards required by architecture. An area of no more than 6 by 4, a height of 2.5, a gate width of 240. But then, when the wild 90s came, and architecture had no time for compliance with the law in construction, they began to build as best they could. Someone combined 2 garages into one, covering the wide spans with scarce 30-meter mine rails, which were surprisingly easy to get at that time due to the mines being closed down. Someone increased the height of their penthouse 1.5 times, adjusting it to the height of their iron freight horse. Someone opened a repair shop in the built box. Someone opened a car wash. And someone just lived there.
Yes, indeed, Ivan said that opposite his garage, in exactly the same one, for the 2nd year already, lives an unpretentious man, who in the garage, in addition to the stove, has a TV, a refrigerator, and even a microwave. And this man is not an alcoholic, not a homeless person, but an ordinary, calm pensioner. Something went wrong in the family, so he shows character. Somewhere on the next street lives another one like him, so he has a whole library in the garage. He gives books to the neighbors to read. There is even an unspoken competition between the hermits, who will arrange their home better. Vanya Medvedev had a standard garage, 6 by 4, without any bells and whistles. Concrete floor, cellar, LED lights, a small workbench by the entrance. There was no stove. But the entire back wall was occupied by shelves, curtained with canvas curtains, heavy but durable.
When Ivan drove out his Hyundai, he began rummaging through the things on these shelves and threw into the trunk the things he found, in his opinion, necessary in the equipment for the upcoming voyage. Among other things, there was a pretty decent piece of camouflage netting, similar to withered but still green reeds, a coil of rope of an indeterminate color, reminiscent of a mountaineering cord but a little thicker, powerful binoculars in a case, and 2 camouflage jackets, not new but clean and well-groomed. Max realized that this was for him and Lena. Winding between small birch copses along field roads, and sometimes ignoring them, the newly minted scouts gradually approached the waste dump visible in the distance. Ivan drove the car quite confidently, but for Lena and Maxim, the road was like, the devil would break your leg. It was hard to say how they were driving. Sometimes it seemed that they had already driven through these places. Here was a completely typical ravine. They had driven past it 5 minutes ago. But the birches were leaning the same way as those they had driven past 3 minutes ago. Everything was very similar. After half an hour of wandering through fields and copses, they suddenly found themselves at the very wall of the waste dump, which soared almost vertically upwards for about 30 meters. This waste dump had not been used for a long time. Its outer edge was overgrown with sea buckthorn bushes, young birches, and individual tufts of tough grass, alternating with stone bald spots. Not reclamation, but something like nature itself tried. Vanya drove the car under the spreading birches growing next to the dump. Holding out the jackets, which, as Maxim assumed, were intended specifically for them, he said,
You stay here for now, and I'll climb up, figure out what's going on. If everything's okay, there's no one there, I'll give you a sign, then you can go up.
And what is this place?
Max asked.
Is it far from here to the 3rd? He seemed to have completely lost his bearings due to the long, winding road. Ivan answered without thinking. No, this is the other side of the site. There hasn't been any stripping work here for several years. You can see everything with binoculars, and the ship itself too. He paused and decided to entertain the guys a little. In the 2000s we worked here, and on this wall. Ivan nodded at the waste heap. We lowered diesel fuel drained in canisters on ropes. Traded it. He smiled at his memories, swinging in his hand the same rope he took from the garage. Times were hard. The balance, damn it, instead of a salary. And many children have to pay for education, loans, and how can you live without money? He began to speak with resentment. So we made a living until the new director of the open pit figured everything out and shut it down. Some were even fired. It's good that they didn't hand the case over to the police, and then everything gradually got better. Vanya smiled again, and grabbing his binoculars, camouflage net and rope, which he threw into a small backpack without looking, headed towards the natural climbing wall. Another half-hour later, the whole company was lying on the edge of the dump, among low bushes covered with a net, and taking turns looking through binoculars at the wall of the site with the glittering side of the alien ship. Now the glitter seemed brighter than in the video posted online, perhaps due to the sunlight flooding the entire basin of the site from the sun standing directly overhead. The climb up the steep obstacle was quite easy for Max and Lena, which cannot be said about the pioneer Ivan. Loaded with equipment, he climbed up with difficulty, looked around and threw them a rope, proven in criminal exploits. With its help, pushing and pulling themselves up, they, having no mountaineering experience, climbed twice as fast as Vanya. After which he pulled up the life-saving rope tied to the trunk of a tree and, without untying it, threw it there in case of emergency evacuation. His head was working. Everything was quite clearly visible through the binoculars. You could see the ship itself with its clear line of portholes and the edge of the collapsed heap, in the depths of which several collapsible frame military tents had already been set up. If Maxim and Ivan were looking at the ship more, exchanging meaningless questions without answers, then Lena was studying the military camp more. Only a day had passed, well, maybe a little more, and the third service was already here, and it seemed to have settled in for a long time. The layer of earth above the ship is definitely more than 20 meters. Its length and width are unknown. To get full information and the opportunity to get inside, it is necessary to dig even wider than the ship itself. They are unlikely to dump the rock down the dump. This is a working area, one of the most productive in the open pit. This means that it will be taken away, as before. This is time, and will they trust the workers from the open pit? Unlikely. Then all this red tape with creating secrecy is completely useless, even if you sign 3 non-disclosure agreements. Most likely they will bring in military builders. This is time again. And the equipment? The open pit or its own? How can the open pit give the equipment to who knows who? Although the military, especially such as these, will have leverage, they can give it on lease. But while they sort it out, more time. How much time will be needed to dig up and get a ship of unknown size at their disposal? It is difficult to even guess. Lena quickly ran all this through her head. But something still bothered her. Perhaps the small number of guards. Just a checkpoint post, which was not visible from the bushes of the observers. And here at the edge of the side of the ship, she saw another post, in the form of a mobile patrol of 2 soldiers, walking around the territory far from the edge of the dump, with the side of the ship protruding outward. It could not be that NTS did not use technical means to protect such an important object. This is their strong point. Maybe it was just that not enough time had passed. Before Lena had time to come to such conclusions, she realized that she was deeply mistaken, and that they were lying here and looking directly at the guarded object, just a matter of chance and incredible luck. First, a quadcopter appeared. as a small spot from behind one of the tents. And only a little later the guys heard the noise of a flying drone, sharp, buzzing, reminiscent of the noise of a giant bumblebee prowling around flowers. The guards froze in place and looked up in unison. Soaring about 20 meters, the drone flew along the perimeter of the area and was soon supposed to be right above the alien hunters waiting in ambush. Lena instantly forgot her own performance in the park when she allegedly caused Ivan a headache. "Max." As if afraid of being heard, she quickly whispered, listing requests that were completely incomprehensible to Ivan. "Protective measure. Try to reach the operator, distract him, let him run into the bushes. Or something else. Suddenly he sees us." She finished with some panic in her voice. Ivan, who did not understand half of her speech and did not pay attention to the discrepancy at all, calmly explained. "Don't worry. It is unlikely that he meant the operator, will be able to see us under the net, and the car is hidden under the birches. The rope is also not conspicuous, and it is unlikely that he will consciously look for something outside the perimeter. There were no reasons, it seems, and his perimeter, it seems, is only the edge of the site. So, for now, everything is fine." Lena, who had already managed to pull herself together by that point, was surprised to think about her partner's foresight. How could he have known that the camouflage net would be needed, that he had left a rope for insurance, and in general? And she immediately rejoiced at how lucky they were that Ivan Alexeyevich was with them. While Ivan was calming Lena down, Maxim was trying to focus on the task set by his wife. Of course, the distance to the tents, where the drone operator was most likely, was significant. And Maxim did not see the owner of the drone. Nevertheless, he was frantically trying to send the invisible potential enemy over the fence, as once happened with the traffic police inspector. It was impossible to assess whether this was successful or not. The quadcopter calmly flew almost above them, and just as calmly left. There was no movement or excitement around the tents. A few minutes later, the guys saw that the flying reconnaissance aircraft calmly landed behind one of the tents, and the nasty buzzing immediately died down. It was high time to quietly get out of the ambush and slip away unnoticed, but Lena still decided to test Max's capabilities once again.
"Max, try working with one of the soldiers you see. You still need to know what to count on if something happens."
Max tried, but his efforts were in vain. Not a single soldier who had just gathered at the edge of the side reacted in any way to Maxim's attempts to send them over the fence. Probably the distance to them was too great, and all attempts to test the protection measure ended in nothing. Lena and Max were climbing down, holding on to the rope, and reached the car quite quickly. Ivan was descending without her help, slowly, carefully, choosing where to put his foot so as not to slip and roll, which was quite likely. It was easier for him, like a hare, to go up the mountain than down. Somewhere in the middle of the slope, he paused, took out his binoculars, and began to examine something in the direction from which they had come. But after a couple of seconds, he literally slid down. "We have guests!" he shouted as he ran. "It looks like soldiers. Let's get going." Why he decided so is unclear, but there was no time to think. The guys, having pulled themselves together as much as possible, jumped into the car. Ivan, having thrown his backpack into the trunk, at the last moment took something out of the glove compartment and again disappeared behind the car for a moment. The Hyundai jerked forward and started raising dust along the road, picking up speed. But the military jeep that appeared in the distance was no less fast and, howling with effort, was even catching up. The distance between the cars was gradually decreasing. "Max," Lena said evenly and at the same time sternly, "we cannot allow Ivan Alexeyevich to be exposed. We need a protective measure." Ivan's body was tingled by this voice. For the second time he heard about unknown measures that he could not come up with an explanation for, and Lena was already addressing him from the back seat. "Slow down, but not too abruptly. Unnoticed, let them think that they caught up with us themselves. and added reassuringly, "Everything will be fine. If they catch up with us, they will see the car's number and everything will be in vain," Maxim suggested questioningly, and added something completely incomprehensible to Ivan. "I can't kill them." Without really paying attention to Max's last words, Ivan Alexeyevich spoke and simply killed Lena with the words, "I covered the number with a medical cap, well, one of those, with an elastic band, Chinese. They won't see anything. It's checked." And he began to slow down. What a partner. He'll even give Lena a head start. She closely followed the actions of the soldiers in the catching jeep. And there was no longer any doubt that it was them. Through the swirling dust covering everything around with a huge brown blanket, she still saw how a soldier leaned out of the open window, almost to the waist, with a machine gun in his hands, and, it seemed, was seriously going to shoot at their car. In any case, the machine gun in his hands was looking straight at Medvedev's Hyundai. Lena felt uncomfortable, but she still could not believe it. How? How did they guess? Yes, the investigator underestimated the third service. These are not the people to catch flies and joke. And in vain, she calmed down when the drone flew over them without stopping. When outwardly everything was calm, cunning, and if they had lingered on the mountain for another 5 minutes, they would have ended up right in the greedy hands of the FSB officers. She tried to speak calmly, but her voice literally rang out.
"Max, we have problems. Come on, Maxim."
Like the soldier in the jeep lowered the window in the door and leaned out almost to the waist. Immediately there was a burst of machine gun fire, from which Max instinctively pulled his head into his shoulders but did not hide. The soldier was shooting upwards.
"So far they are only scaring. What next?"
"Ivan!" Max shouted, addressing Medvedev already as you. "Brake!" Vanya, realizing that he could not brake sharply, otherwise Max would be slammed hard against the edge of the door, began to slow down, reducing speed. There were already about 20 meters between the cars. One could even see how the soldier with the machine gun in his hands smiled and lowered it. We understand who we are dealing with. But Ivan still did not understand what happened next, although he saw everything clearly in the side mirror, despite the settling dust. The smiling, calmed-down soldier suddenly turned pale. How Ivan saw it, he didn't understand, but the soldier definitely turned pale. Ivan was sure of it. Dropped his machine gun and leaned out even more, either trying to get the machine gun, or the next second Ivan saw how the soldier began vomiting like a fountain, which was repeated again and again. The jeep braked sharply and the poor guy, white as a sheet, was thrown so that he almost fell out of the window, then somehow hung helplessly on his armpits, still trying to hold his head up. A driver in camouflage jumped out the open door, the same soldier, but without a machine gun, and rushed, not at all to his comrade in trouble, or to them, in the opinion of the pursuers, criminals, but to the bushes covering one side of the road. Why? To hide? Medvedev's head was in such disarray that he couldn't even imagine how to explain it all. "Let's go, Ivan Alexeyevich. We have about 10 minutes now," Lena said calmly, as if nothing had happened, as if it wasn't them, or almost them, that the guards of other people's secrets had just been shooting at as they caught up with them. They didn't have those 10 minutes, and they soon realized that. They needed to get away from this mercilessly dusty country road as quickly as possible. A column of thick dust rising behind the car followed them everywhere and easily gave away their location. Sometimes it subsided when the road meandered between small debris, and there was very little dust here. Ivan, who never took his eyes off the road, squeezed everything possible out of his Hyundai and muttered through his teeth, "It's okay. In about 5 minutes, we'll get to the gravel. There's less dust there. And from there, it's not far to the asphalt. We'll get lost.
Maxim was thinking about something completely different. Len, what do you think? Can they track us via satellite?
Remember the film Destroy the 30th?
A truck is burning out. A helicopter is smoking nearby. A military jeep is heading into the sands.
Lena, thinking about something of her own, answered after a short pause.
Unlikely. Soldiers from different services, they're coordinated this issue for quite a long time. Here, too, there are two different agencies, the FSB and the VKS. They also need time. And we will be on the highway in 10 minutes? Right, Ivan Alexeyevich?
She addressed the driver with hope in her voice. Ivan peered intently into the side mirror, in which he had already seen many interesting things today, and said, vaguely,
I don't know, I'm not sure now. It looks like we have guests again.
He said loudly, and again stared at the road, trying to add speed to the Hyundai, which was practically flying along the off-road. Lena immediately turned around and tried to see her pursuer through the dusty rear window.
Maxim reacted more calmly. He rose, sighed heavily, and reached for the button to lower the window. They were being pursued again by the same military jeep, which the driver seemed to have no pity for. The jeep was flying without paying attention to the road, cutting off turns, flying straight across the grass, and the distance between the cars was gradually decreasing. What a bastard! Elena hissed in angry despair. Did he abandon the soldier? Most likely. Who is he? Max asked in bewilderment, not having managed to lower the window in the door. An officer. Who else? His wife answered. What? Do you think they sent 2 soldiers to detain them, and that's it? They're resting on the road now. And that's their commander, an officer, probably behind the wheel. If he doesn't complete the task, he'll have problems. So he's trying. Although, to be honest, he's right. An order must be carried out at any cost. Then she waved her hand wearily. Come on, Max. Before Maxim had time to lower the window and lean out to apply the protective measure once again, Ivan suddenly ducked, swerved the steering wheel, and the car swerved to the side, causing both Lena and Maxim to almost hit the walls of the car. After that, a single shot was heard. It's a pistol, Ivan stated. Are we stopping? Yes, the couple declared in unison, after which Max nevertheless opened the window and leaned out. Ivan slowed down and suddenly sighed with relief. Well, that's it. I'm done driving. He again looked into the side mirror, as if it were a TV screen where a gripping action movie was on. Lena turned around sharply and saw, fortunately there was little dust here, that the jeep was standing on the turn, buried in a tree, and cheerful streams of white steam were rising from the radiator. Max, are you crazy? She screamed with despair in her voice. Maxim, who had returned to the salon, looked at her with an incomprehensible expression. I didn't do anything. It seems he himself overdid it. Ivan stopped. The guys got out of the car and looked at the hovering jeep, trying to understand what was going on there. No one showed up from the car. We need to go and see what's there. What if he needs help? Lena said, and had already taken a step towards the cops. Len. Maxim cautiously resisted her. Remember the drone? Maybe this one is also hiding and waiting for us to come up. And he has a gun. For a minute, I might not make it in time. Lena really was late, but only for a minute. No, Max, we need to go, otherwise everything will be wrong. Ivan helped her. He looked into his door pocket and returned with a stun gun in his hand, which he handed to Elena. And then he seemed to be giving the command. We're going in from 3 sides. You, he looked at Lena, from behind,
Maxim from the passenger door, and I from his side. If he really has something in mind, he won't be able to track down all 3 of them at once. He'll be the first to point a gun at me or want to do something else. Maxim will try to stop him. And you, Lena, he continued to address her as you. If everything goes wrong, try to immobilize him with a stun gun, preferably in the neck. He looked at everyone, as if seeking support. Let's go. The Jeep, which could now be examined in all its glory, was definitely not Russian, since neither Ivan, who considered himself an expert on cars, nor Maxim and Lena had ever seen anything like it before. They approached it cautiously, trying as quickly as possible to see what was going on in the cabin, which was obstructed by the hovering radiator. Lena and Ivan were approaching in a wide arc from the side of the grove, hiding behind the trees. It was worse for Maxim. He was moving from the side of the field and there was nothing to cover him.
But he was the first to see that the driver of the Jeep was sitting with his head buried in the steering wheel and was not making any attempts to get out of the mangled car. Involuntarily, based on the doctor instincts embedded in him, Maxim jerked towards the SUV, trying to help the victim, but was immediately stopped by Ivan. He sharply raised his hand, attracting attention, and when he made sure that Max was looking at him, he shook his head. The doctor, sitting deep inside Maxim, resigned himself, realizing that this was still the right decision. When everyone took their starting points, Ivan reached for the door handle, but then Lena intervened. In the same way, she attracted attention with a wave of her hand, shook her head negatively, and, hiding her hand in the sleeve of her camouflage, pretended to open the door with the sleeve, without touching the handle with her fingers. Ivan did so.
The hand of the man in camouflage slid limply from his knee, where his head was resting in the steering wheel, releasing the pistol, which fell to his feet on the rug, next to a small puddle of blood. The man behind the wheel went limp a little, but remained seated. He showed no attempt to get up, much less aggression. Whether there should be airbags in a military jeep, and if so, why they did not work, was anyone's guess. Lena, already wearing thin, poisonous blue rubber gloves, silently handed Ivan the no longer needed stun gun, easily pushed it aside, showing with her whole appearance that it was her job to do next. Neither Ivan nor Maxim saw where she kept the gloves, or when she managed to put them on. The first thing the revived investigator did was raise the pistol with a bent finger, grabbing the bracket and carefully stretching her hand behind the victim's back, lowered it behind the back of the passenger seat. Only after that did Lena lift the officer's head and, throwing it back, placed it on the back of the seat. The man was alive, despite the fact that his eyes were closed and he did not react to the movement. His chest rose and fell in time with his breathing. The color of the victim's skin did not have a blue tint. It was flesh-colored, only a little pale. On his forehead there was a wide, about 4 centimeters, wound halfway across his forehead with jagged edges, the result of the head and the dashboard meeting. The bleeding had almost stopped. Only single red drops rolled down his face, pouring into his closed right eye and going down his cheek, onto his chin, and even lower, dripping onto his camouflage. There was no longer any need to remain silent. "I'll run for the first aid kit." Ivan made a movement toward his car, to which Lena reacted sharply negatively.
"No. There shouldn't be anything of ours here. No fingerprints, no sweat marks, and certainly not a bandage from our first aid kit. Let's look here instead." The first aid kit was found in the trunk, and a minute later, Lena, not allowing Max to approach the victim, even though he was a doctor, but without gloves, carefully holding his head, tightly bandaged his broken forehead. Then, with a piece of torn bandage, she wiped the blood from his face. It was then that the victim seemed to come to his senses. He tried unsuccessfully to open his eyes, then moved, wanted to take a deep breath, but also unsuccessfully. He was in pain. He groaned as he exhaled and stopped all movement, only wheezing. "Thank you." The rescuers surrounding him, who had not expected such a quick awakening, shuddered. And then they experienced another jolt. A hoarse voice suddenly came from the radio, unnoticed in the passenger seat. 7. Answer the first. What do you have? 7. Lena reacted instantly. She shoved the radio she had grabbed under Ivan's nose. Say. First, we have an accident. Come. And press the communication button. Ivan turned out to be a good guy. He also reacted almost instantly, repeated everything word for word, and even added so much of his own torment to the words of a seriously injured person that Lena, smiling, showed a thumb. It was impossible to recognize the person by this suffering voice. Having made sure that the officer behind the wheel would wait for his fellow soldiers without any serious fear for their lives, the guys, trying to make as little dust as possible, quickly got out of this combat zone. He didn't want to show up in the village with such a dusty car. It was conspicuous and could cause unhealthy interest and corresponding questions from the neighbors in the garage. "And what fields were you, Ivan Alexeyevich, driving through today on such a wonderful Sunday, and not weekly?" Therefore Vanya, returning home, dropped by a small closed pond located to the side, which had become, apparently, a huge public car wash. Numerous tracks on a gentle slope, going straight to the shore, spoke of exactly this, but, thank God, there were no cars in sight. Before parting, when the battle-tested Hyundai took its place in the garage instead of Logan, Lena, a little worried, asked Ivan a question, the answer to which could change a lot. She really liked Medvedev, especially his foresight and thoughtfulness of actions, combined with the ability to instantly make decisions on sudden changes in already non-standard situations. It seemed that he had gone through some kind of combat school, maybe even served in hotspots. She really did not want to lose such an ally. But she could not. She had no right to involve, in general, a stranger, a family man without his consent, in matters that no one knew how the end would be. Today, she and Max asked Ivan to simply show the bypass road to the site. And this trip ended with shooting, which, frankly speaking, she herself did not expect. "Ivan Alexeyevich, you helped us a lot today, and if it weren't for your help, who knows how it would have all ended." "Thank you," she began from afar. Ivan was silent, didn't even make protesting gestures with his hands, as he usually does with such statements. Like, "What are you talking about? Nonsense." He was taking things out of the trunk and putting them on the shelves by the back wall of the garage. Lena was silent for a bit and decided to continue. "But for us," she looked closely at Max, who was looking around the garage carelessly. "Everything is just beginning. We have become convinced that the ship is not a myth or a joke. It really exists and holds many secrets that we must definitely unravel. After all, for some reason this happened to us. That means someone needs it." She inserted a phrase from Mayakovsky's poem at the right moment. "Of course, the ship, as we have seen, is well guarded. They keep secrets from others. But we will get there anyway," she said, as if it were a matter of course. "I am sure. With your help, it will be much easier. But I cannot even offer you to join us. You have a family, children, your wife is sick, and you yourself saw today how it could all end. And yet, I would ask you for only one thing, to let us know when the ship is dug up. From now on, we will do it ourselves. Something will be noticed anyway. There will be talk, rumors, some unusual traffic movements. Maybe they will take something away. Of course, there is no need to climb the dump again. They will increase security there by an order of magnitude now. We need to know the dates, at least approximately, so as not to be late. Will you be able to help us? Only with this? Lena was silent. Do not rush to answer. Think, Ivan Alexeyevich. Ivan continued to do his own thing, and it was hard to tell from his expression whether he was thinking about anything Lena had said or whether he was ignoring her maxims. Having finished neatly arranging his things on the shelves, the owner of the garage turned to his partners with a serious, even stern face, and it became clear that he was ready to talk now. I'll help you, Elena Yurievna. He looked straight at her. Even, not you, but us. I'm not an adventurer, and shooting games are not my thing. I had enough of that in the second Chechen. Lena mentally applauded herself. She had thought that Ivan had served somewhere in a hot spot. I realized that you and Max, he was already calling Maxim in a simple way which spoke of complete trust, are not adventurers. You immediately told me your story, which was hard to believe. I believed it. You gave me hope that my Lena can be cured. And I will fight for this, even if I have to climb under bullets again.
There was not a drop of bravado in his voice. He spoke simply, like a man who had made an important decision for himself and was not going to back down from it. The silent Max, standing in the doorway, turned away, looked at the street, and sniffed. True, he did not wipe his eyes. Elena was used to answering phone calls, even if the caller was not listed in her contacts. Her profession obliged her. And now, seeing an unfamiliar number appear on her phone display, she automatically swiped her finger across the screen. The voice sounded familiar, and a second later she realized that it was Vanya Medvedev calling.
Her heart began to beat joyfully and anxiously at the same time, wondering what he would say. Elena Yurievna, good afternoon. This is Medvedev. Lena lost her head and answered completely unexpectedly even for herself. Vanya, hello! Then she caught herself. Excuse me. I am very glad to hear from you. Is there anything new? Elena Yurievna, I am at the overburdened site. As if not noticing such an address, he happily announced. Lena was silent, not understanding what it meant. At the overburdened site. Ivan, it seemed, guessed about her difficulties. I work there. I remove the rock. All of us, machine operators, bulldozer operators, Belaz drivers from the site, were mobilized, it seems, under a written undertaking. In general, we work as usual, only we transport the rock. From there, he gave her a couple of seconds to comprehend the stunning news. We work around the clock. The equipment is ours, but if there is a breakdown, everything is fixed immediately. I think at this rate we will reach our goal in about 2 weeks. Lena was silent for a moment, then began to speak into the phone, as if talking to herself.
So something didn't work out with the military builders. Maybe they didn't want to waste time. And the construction battalion men are some real guys.
Then she returned to reality.
Ivan Alexeyevich, you're a great guy. That's great. But I'll ask you not to take unnecessary risks. Don't pay too much attention to...
She thought about what to call their common interest, and finally found it.
To the object. True...
She paused for a second again.
To ask or not to ask, but she still decided. If you can, very carefully, try to find out everything about the security. Where, how many, how often they change. How they check the posts, well, it's not for me to teach you, a military specialist. I'll ask you again, only if possible and very, very carefully.
Ivan spoke more calmly. Don't worry, Elena Yurievna. I understand everything and will do what I can, and what I can't do, I will do, he muttered much more quietly. I will let you know as soon as the work is nearing completion. I will call again from someone else's phone. Don't worry, I will delete the contact right away. After a couple more meaningless phrases, they said goodbye,
Elena waited impatiently for another call from Medvedev, and with each passing day her impatience grew. About 10 days after the message about Ivan's work at the site, an unfamiliar number appeared on the phone display again, but Lena already knew that it was him calling. How did she know? She didn't think about it, but she was sure and was not mistaken. Elena Yurievna, good afternoon. This is Medvedev. Everything is like last time. Hello, Ivan Alexeyevich. She restrained her emotions. Thank you for calling. Do you have any news? Yes, there is news, Elena Yurievna. His voice almost rang with joy. You can't tell everything over the phone. We need to meet. Discuss. In a nutshell, the work is almost finished. The day after tomorrow, we are not called to work anymore, because everything is already in the palm of your hand. Do you understand what I mean? Ivan, of course, knew that Lena would figure everything out, but he still couldn't resist asking. Yes, I understand. We'll come on Saturday. Do you mind? No, of course not. Let's meet in the park at the same place. Okay, around 12 o'clock. And they said goodbye again. Elena was almost jumping for joy. They were one step closer to a probable solution, to the mysteries that had tormented her for more than 6 months. She needed to immediately share this news with Maxim. And suddenly Lena caught herself thinking that she knew. Maxim was standing outside the door, and indeed, the sound of a key turning in the lock was heard, and Max himself appeared on the threshold of the apartment. It's not that he almost jumped up and down with joy, like his wife when she learned about the message from Krasnoyarsk. But he did feel a certain emotional upsurge. Then he became a little sad, or rather wilted. Honestly, if it weren't for his promise to help his wife in everything after the lost bet about the spaceship, he would have preferred to just sit at home, mess around with Alyoshka, or walk with him and his mother Lena along the evening streets. Instead, he has to climb with the help of a rope along mountain dumps that resemble Elbrus, drive a car through fields where dust obscures the sun, and bullets whistle past his ear like mosquitoes in the evening heat. Then he thought about it and decided, it's still better than the glowing dead. He didn't know anything then and really panicked. If it weren't for Elena. Now it's his turn. He's her only protector. She has no protection measures. Now there will definitely be a new round of adventures, and only God knows how it will all end. But he'll try. Lena was thoughtful all evening, and even answered Alyoshka's questions with a delay or out of place. But Maxim was fully loaded. He was an elephant, a locomotive, a foreman at the construction site of a house which was supervised by his son, a helmsman on a ship where the 4-year-old captain commanded, and many other things. When it was time for bed and fed and washed, Alyoshka went to the nursery. Maxim himself was ready to lie down right on the floor. But it was not to be. Max, have you ever tried to simply put a person to sleep? Not send him over the fence. For some reason this phrase stuck with them and was repeated quite often. Not to cause an epileptic seizure or a nosebleed, but simply to put him to sleep for some time. Maxim thought about it. He realized that Lena was looking for ways to get to the construction site where the dug-up ship was located without unnecessary human losses, and wanted to use his, Max's, abilities. Well, putting him to sleep was certainly better than everything he had done before. I haven't tried it, Maxim said thoughtfully. I thought that I could only cause some pathological processes in people. You yourself spoke about my anti-medical abilities, and sleep is still a physiological process. Try it now, on me. She lit up. Maxim smiled and shook his head. But Lena was not used to giving up. After about 5 minutes he gave in, but staged his attempt like a magician staged his performance. He made hand gestures, whispered some
not entirely clear words, made hilarious or stern faces. Nothing changed. Only Elena laughed. Max, be serious.
Try again. Maxim tried and failed. His wife, hiding her smile, did not fall asleep, although Maxim himself was ready to collapse on the bed at any moment and had no doubt that he would fall asleep right away. Having waved his hand at the gracious consent of his wife to experiments on hypersomnia, Maxim went to the bathroom, and Lena immersed herself in the internet. After splashing around in the bathroom, Max was about to head to the bedroom, but was stopped literally at the door by a very sarcastic voice of his wife. "Tell me, dear doctor, are there no other sleeps besides physiological ones?" Maxim, who did not have time to hide, was forced to answer. "Yes, there are probably some types of pathological sleep, but to be honest, I don't remember." "No, I remember." He meaningfully raised his index finger up and revealed, as if a great secret, sleepwalking. Sleepwalking in a different way, he finished modestly. "No, Max, you guessed wrong. It's not that at all." Now Lena shook her finger negatively. "And have you forgotten about narcolepsy or about lethargic sleep? This is pure pathology." Maxim remembered about lethargic sleep, or rather, he remembered now when his wife, who was surfing the internet, refreshed his memory. A mild form is still okay. A person sleeps, and you can't wake him up with a cannon. But a severe form, it's something like death. The pupils do not react to light. The body of the sleeping person is pale, cold, the pulse is less than 10 beats per minute, and there is practically no breathing. It happened that such sufferers were buried, especially before, he read. But he couldn't remember what narcolepsy was, even if you kill him. He had to surf the internet too. When they compared both diseases, they decided that lethargy was better for the implementation of their plans. Of course, only in a mild form. The only thing left was to check whether Max could put unfriendly and unfriendly guys to sleep. He certainly won't make good ones sleep. There's no point in that. They had to test Max's abilities much faster than Lena could reach the bathroom. She suddenly froze, not even having time to lower her raised hand, and stood there as if listening to something. Maxim stared at her with complete bewilderment, but was in no hurry to clarify anything. He also listened to what was happening around him, but heard nothing, except Alyoshka's snoring and the refrigerator working in the kitchen. "Max," Lena asked cautiously without changing her pose, "have Katya and Valera returned yet?" Katya and Valera Petrov, a married couple, the same age as Lena and Max, lived in the apartment across the street. The guys had a good relationship with their neighbors. Sometimes, in case of emergency, when Grandma was busy, Alyoshka stayed with them. A week ago, they went to Altai, to a salt lake to relax and get treatment and maybe, finally, have a child. In any case, they sincerely believed in it, preferring all sorts of folk methods of fighting this ailment to traditional medicine. "They should be back at the end of the week, I think," Maxim answered, recalling the conversation when the neighbor asked him to look after the apartment during their absence. "Max," Elena continued in her usual tone, lowering her hand, "we have problems. Someone is trying to get into their apartment." Taking off her slippers carefully, on tiptoe, trying not to accidentally touch anything, Lena went to the front door and lifted the peephole curtain. Her feelings did not fail her again. A man in medical rubber gloves and with a backpack on his back was crouched at the door of the neighboring apartment, trying to open the lock with a master key. Lena, by the nature of her profession, was well versed in such subtleties. She returned to the room just as carefully.
Max, there's a burglar trying to get into the Petrovs' apartment. Somehow knows that they are not there.
She paused, collecting her thoughts.
At least he could have turned off the light on the landing or taped over the peepholes in the other doors. Some kind of unafraid or stupid.
She said to Maxim, then gave an introduction.
Go to the door, but carefully, and try to put him to sleep. Just be careful.
She asked again.
If it doesn't work, just move away carefully so as not to scare them off. I'll call the group then.
Max was far from being even a novice operative, so when he approached the door, he almost ruined the whole thing. Either he bumped his forehead against the door, trying to look through the peephole, or he touched the door handle, trying to brace himself. But the burglar suddenly turned around sharply and stared straight into the peephole, where Maxim was looking from the other side. It seemed that in a moment he would disappear, rush down the stairs, but Max did not give him that moment. The man suddenly went limp, then awkwardly leaned his shoulder against the door next to which he had sat down, and soon fell onto the concrete floor of the landing, even slightly hitting his head. Maxim watched him for a whole minute, but he did not even move. With the look of a winner, Max returned to the room, made an inviting gesture with his hands, which he backed up with the words, "Take it." Delighted, Lena first looked through the peephole. When she was sure that the would-be burglar was lying quietly and not moving, she went out onto the landing. In front of her lay a relatively young man, dressed quite decently, wearing stretched medical gloves, still holding in his hand the simplest master key, in the form of a hook made of strong steel wire with one end flattened. This left no doubt either about the profession of the sleeping man or about his intentions. He was breathing calmly and really gave the impression of a person sleeping soundly, despite the fact that his position was not entirely comfortable. His bent legs were unnaturally looking in one direction, and his body and head were turned in the other. Elena tried to stir the lying villain, even looked into his eyes, lifting his eyelid, but to no avail. "It's no use," Max stated, standing in the doorway with the air of Napoleon, arms crossed over his chest. "You can't wake him up now, even if you shoot a cannon. And when he wakes up, no one knows. But when he wakes up, in the cell, there will be a surprise for him," he tried to joke. Returning home, Lena strictly ordered Maxim to keep quiet about his involvement in the poor loser's sleep. The story she suggested went like this. They stayed up late and suddenly heard the sound of a body falling on the landing outside the door. They looked out. A man was lying there. They went out. Alive, seemed to be sleeping and not waking up. And then they saw a master key in his hand. So they called the police. We have no idea why he fell. Maybe a stroke? The poor guy was overexcited. Robbing apartments is no joke. You need strong nerves for this. The pressure rose and... Aha. The senior operative of the arriving squad turned out to be an acquaintance of Elena's from some previous cases, and the version offered to her was accepted quite adequately. True, the captain called an ambulance to be on the safe side. Suddenly, it really was a stroke, which took the soundly sleeping burglar somewhere to its own place. Already falling asleep, Maxim woke up and asked his wife a question that suddenly occurred to him. "Len, how did you know that there was a stranger at the neighbor's apartment and that he wanted to get in?" She was silent for a while, analyzing the situation, as she almost always did, when she didn't know the obvious answer to the question asked, then answered. "Max, you'll laugh, but it seems that I've developed a gift, just like you. Only a different one. The gift of foresight, I would call it. After all, I saw a different picture in the light show. You saw the light. I saw the smoke. That's why we have different abilities." Then she told him about her foreknowledge of Medvedev's call and about what she knew when Max himself was standing outside the door. And then she simply realized that there was a stranger on the landing and that he had evil thoughts. For another hour, the guys discussed the opportunities opening up to them, in light of Lena's new abilities and Max's almost instant ability to put people to sleep. This was much better than the previous protection measures, although it depends on how you look at it. Would he have tried to put the driver of the Jeep chasing them to sleep? How would that have ended? So they still had to think.
hoping that their new abilities would help them finally figure things out and solve the riddles of the alien spaceship that had already been freed from captivity. They fell asleep. They decided to go to the third mountain late in the evening, if not to say at night, leaving Alyoshka, as usual, with his grandmother. Of course, in daylight it is much easier to deal with any problem, but on the other hand, there are many more people on the site during the day, therefore there may be more problems. And are they necessary? During the meeting in the park, Ivan said that as soon as the excavations began to come to an end and parts of the ship became visible, every morning, including weekends, about 10 nerds began to be brought to the site by minibus, who left already in the dark. Where they lived, Ivan naturally did not know.
For their work, they brought in some kind of 3-axle super truck with a van body of the KM 131 type, only not with 12 windows as usual, but only 4, which was parked a little to the side, from the tents with the personnel. Vanya Medvedev understood the types of vehicles, including military ones. Of course, he did not know what was inside the tricked-out Kung, but he thought that all the equipment the scientists needed was stored there, and that was where they apparently conducted preliminary research. It was from there that they ran around the ship in the mornings with various devices in their hands and almost licked the walls of the space dreadnought. They measured something, scanned it, irradiated it, photographed it, tried to take samples of the hull material. In a word, they tried, not out of fear, but out of conscience. Although, maybe the opposite is true. At night, only one guard remained at the site. Of course, the number of posts increased after the excavations were completed. And quite recently, when the stripping work was almost finished, a post appeared at the very door, the ship's hatch. But there were still an order of magnitude fewer people than during the day. By the way, the same single post stood next to the scientists' Kung, protecting either valuable equipment or the results of the nerds' research. They didn't take them away with them every time, working the last shift at the site already at dusk. But when the minibus of scientists was still standing next to the laboratory Kung, Vanya noticed the light inside the ship, breaking through the portholes. When the minibus with the researchers disappeared, the light inside the ship went out. It seems that the nerds did not eat their bread in vain. They managed to get on board almost immediately and have already figured out the lighting system. Lena took this message philosophically.
Well, so much the better. We will have to rack our brains less.
They spent a long time guessing, even arguing about how to get to the third mountain and also get straight to the ship. It is clear that for this Max will have to put a lot of people to sleep. Ivan preferred to say switch off. Lena used a more inert neutralize. The question was, will Maxim have enough strength? Medvedev, while working on the site, despite Elena's requests for caution, still tried to track and count the number of guards, and in his opinion, he succeeded. At any one time, there could be from 30 to 40 people here, including sentries, and the duty shift in the guardroom and vacationers. Will Max be able to influence such a huge mass of people? And what if his strength runs out after the second or third attempt?
Alas, this could only be checked during the penetration, as they called the truly dangerous, and at the same time unpredictable in its consequences and results, experiment. Ivan suggested reducing the number of guards by using a diversionary maneuver. For example, somewhere in the Omshanik area or on the Balaz Road, which is close to the checkpoint, they could start a small fire and throw in a dozen blank cartridges which, as it turned out, he had a couple of handfuls of in his garage, or even 3. Naturally, the guard commander would react adequately to shots fired near the guarded facility and send some of the soldiers to sort out the situation. That would reduce their number,
But Elena, with her investigative experience, immediately dismissed his proposal as having no prospects for fulfilling their main task. A quiet penetration of the facility. Firstly, the commander may send not a whole shift, but a couple of soldiers to collect information, who will not find anything unusual, which will most likely alert the soldiers. Where are the shots coming from if there is no one around? Something is fishy here. Secondly, close shooting, even without signs of an attack on the object, will lead to an alarm. The guards may be strengthened, which will greatly complicate the task of calmly getting to the ship. Thirdly, even if half of the personnel goes to show down, then upon returning and finding sleeping guards who will still have to be turned off, this alarm will increase, and then it will definitely be uncomfortable. Fourthly, these very smart feds, having quickly calculated that the object is not in danger, can easily dump the problem on the municipalities. Your land, you sort it out. She could have gone on, but this was enough for Ivan. He admitted that Elena was right.
In the end, there was only one option left. Very quietly, gradually, neutralize all the soldiers who were not sleeping, then all the rest, in order to avoid undesirable consequences, which according to Murphy's Law, would inevitably arise at the most inopportune moment. What to do if suddenly one of the guards did not want to sleep but wanted to ask questions that were inconvenient for the saboteurs, convincingly arguing with the barrel of a machine gun they somehow did not think about. At Ivan's suggestion, they set up a base camp on Omshanik, pretending to be a group of fishermen who had gathered to spend the night on the lake. They pumped up a boat, swam along the reeds, sat with fishing rods, and towards evening they pitched a tent and lit a fire. It seemed to work out pretty well. When the fire burned out, and all that was left of the coals was a thin, light gray coating of ash, which flew away, even from the slightest breath of wind, they decided to set off for the unknown. They were still trying to joke. The little traveled, grass-covered road from the lake was illuminated only by dimly flickering stars, periodically hiding behind the approaching clouds. But it was possible to walk along it, even without a flashlight. Ivan assured that there would be minor problems only here, by the lake, and on the approach to the checkpoint, and then everything would be like on the central square in the city before a holiday. When they were digging out the ship, the soldiers, in order not to slow down the overburden, set up so many flashlights on the site that they probably hadn't been turned on in the entire open pit since its opening,
hiding in the shadow of the roadside bushes, and then, after the turn of the road, in the darkness of the walls of the dump, so that their silhouettes were almost impossible to discern. Trying to move as quietly as possible, they gradually approached the checkpoint. It was not easy to get to the already illuminated barrier, where the first sentry should be waiting for the uninvited guests. Here, the illuminated open space was already easily visible, and only along one of the walls of the dump was there a short but dense shadow. Switch Max, who was walking ahead, did not have time to take even a couple of steps from around the turn towards the dump, hiding behind which he expected to reach the checkpoint, when Lena stopped and made a light click of her tongue. An uninitiated person would hardly be able to understand this sound in the darkness of the night, but Maxim and Ivan understood it absolutely correctly, and they froze. Even before the hike, the guys agreed to attract attention in this way in case of danger or any other emergency. You can't wave your hands in the dark, as was the case during the war with the jeep pursuing them, and it's hard to see these physical exercises at night. Whistles, which can be heard far away at night, can easily attract the attention of guards. They couldn't scream like night birds, but a light click of the tongue can only be heard by those standing nearby, and it's not easy to recognize it, to understand what kind of sound it is, and that it is made by a person. Lena approached her husband very carefully, and quietly whispered in his ear, with just her lips. "Max, there are 2 men here. A little above us, and about 30 meters straight ahead, on a ledge somewhere among the rocks."
Looks like some kind of hidden post that is set up specifically for the night.
I don't sense any aggression. Most likely, they haven't seen or heard us yet. Can you neutralize them?
Maxim was taken aback. What a surprise. If it weren't for Elena, they would have been finished in just a couple of minutes. You can't get out of it by saying you got lost or ran in to look at the Belaz trucks. I don't see them. How can I try? And how can I understand what happened? I can't see anything, but I can hear it. You try. Straight ahead, and a little higher. She pointed to the supposed ambush site once again. Maxim tried. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then a dull, heavy slap was heard, as if someone had fallen. Then a soft thud of a metal object falling onto the stones. Holy shit. Max imagined a soldier falling onto a stone ledge from his own height. He could get hurt that way. Again, he hadn't thought. And the metallic thud was most likely the machine gun falling out. Although, on the other hand, why was he standing in ambush? He should lie down and hide, Maxim reasoned amateurishly. That's it, Max. Everything's okay.
"I can't feel them. They're probably already asleep," Elena also said in a whisper, but a little louder. At that moment, Ivan joined them and had to be brought up to speed. How Lena felt, the soldier, and how Maxim switched them off. Medvedev also began to scold himself in a whisper. First of all, he should have thought about it. It's elementary, and he's encountered it more than once. And how many times during the war had he himself been in such secrets? It ended with him going to check on the asleep secret agents. He was gone for a long time. From the ledge where Ivan went, there was a rustling sound, muffled sounds, as if someone was turning something heavy, a rustling sound, a couple of times, a quiet metallic clang. Maxim was just about to go to help Ivan, when he almost silently, hiding behind the shadow of the wall of the dump, appeared in front of them. It was difficult to recognize him. In one hand, he was carrying a large bundle of clothes. In the other, 2 Special Forces helmets, hemispheres. And on his shoulder, he was dragging 2 machine guns. Lena reacted adequately. She immediately understood Medvedev's plan. But Max was taken aback. "I don't understand," he said almost in a loud voice. Then, realizing it, covered his mouth with his hand. "Max," as if to a child, trying to speak more quietly, Ivan began to explain things that were obvious to him. "We cannot risk Elena Yurievna. In order for us not to get into the next such secret, she must go ahead. And if she doesn't see strangers, I mean, soldiers, she won't have time. And they will see her. We don't know the range of her abilities. Maybe it's only 50 meters. You remember how you couldn't influence the soldiers from the dump? And there it would be less than a kilometer? And they can see her from a kilometer away. It's light everywhere there. They won't shoot right away, of course, but they can easily raise the alarm. Do we need that? In short, you and I change into the camouflage of these Jedis." He nodded towards the FSB officers sleeping on the ledge and calmly walked to the checkpoint. Naturally, they will see us, but I think they will take us for their own. Explaining, Medvedev began to slowly, but confidently, pull on the uniform of the naked, sleeping Special Forces soldier, handing the second set to Maxim. While they are thinking about why the shift is returning early, we will have time to get closer to them. Well, and then it's your turn. Comrade Mauser, or do you prefer Jedi? He managed to joke and quietly patted the frozen Maxim on the shoulder. He, despite the unusualness of the situation, accepted the joke and laughed. So what? Aren't his abilities like Jedi? They could even ruin the weapons of their opponents from a distance. And he could take out the opponents themselves from afar.
Maybe he was even cooler? Lena was thinking about something completely different.
Ivan Alexeyevich, they won't freeze there. She nodded her head towards the ledge, meaning the naked soldiers. There are rocks after all, and the night is cool.
Oh, come on, Elena Yurievna.
These are special forces. We, ordinary soldiers, have often found ourselves in such situations in Chechnya. Everything will be fine. She spread her arms, then suddenly clasped her hands and pointed to the guy's shoes. And the shoes, Ivan Alexeyevich, the shoes! She remembered that the guard at the checkpoint was wearing combat boots, like the Faraday brand.
Yes, the sneakers that the newly minted Special Forces soldiers were wearing somehow didn't fit in with their military special clothing. But Medvedev looked at Elena with slight reproach.
Elena Yurievna. His intonation was reminiscent of the voice of Mikhail Ivanovich from The Diamond Arm, during a conversation with Semyon Semyonovich Gordmankov in a taxi, when he hid the money given to him under his cap and his pistol in a string bag. Those kids were wearing sneakers too. Specialists. Nothing to say. You can't run on stones in tarpaulin boots if necessary. Lena fell silent, embarrassed, realizing that it was better not to discuss these issues with Vanya. Vanya Medvedev's idea turned out to be successful. It worked 100%. The new Jedi, dressed in camouflage, one of whom had a uniform that was a little too big, calmly, waddling, approached the barrier, where a young sentry was bored alone, who turned to them at the last moment, or rather, tried to.
What he wanted to find out, he did not manage to find out. The soldier suddenly fell silent, looked up at them in surprise, jerked his head, and sank heavily, managing not to hit his head. The noise of the fallen body was not very loud. Even the machine gun, hanging on his chest, managed to fall without making a significant noise. The sleeping sentry slowly migrated to the nearest shade, and a new sentry appeared at the post near the barrier. No different from the previous one, except, perhaps, for his non-standard shoes and the lack of any zeal for looking around the area. He began to stroll melancholically along the barrier, occasionally turning towards a trailer standing a little further in. The crunch of his steps was clearly audible and drowned out the steps of the second one, who immediately headed straight to the duty shift's rest area, the trailer from which that very first one emerged during Maxim and Lena's first visit to the third mountain, who had cut off all of Elena's attempts to get to the site, turned out to be another weak link in the chain of unusual switch-offs. Maxim, without knocking and, as Mayakovsky would say, calm on the outside, entered the closed door. A minute later he appeared and, with a welcoming gesture of his raised hand, let Ivan know that everything was fine, from his point of view. An hour later, the notorious first and second and third and all the rest, as Matroskin the cat would reproachfully say, guards on the site, were sleeping peacefully. The guard at the Kung was sleeping. The guard at the ship's hatch was sleeping. The paired mobile post that walked around the perimeter of the ship became completely motionless, but the camouflaged guards were lying quite far from each other, Max decided. At the wrong time to check the range of his abilities. He checked. It was definitely enough for 100 meters. There was neither time nor desire to experiment with soldiers sleeping in large tents, free from duty. The shamelessly approaching dawn hurried, pushed the guys to rash actions, and this was their first mistake. After the mass shutdown was over, Elena appeared on the site, looked around carefully, listened to her feelings,
and said with some internal displeasure, "Everything seems to be calm. I don't feel any aggression, and there don't seem to be any awake people either." Then she turned towards the ship, listened to herself again, and said with a completely different intonation, "Let's go to the ship, guys," and added something completely unexpected. "They are waiting for us there." Elena, Maxim, and Ivan imagined a spaceship somewhat differently. Their ideas were based mainly on Star Wars, Alien, and the cartoons The Mystery of the Third Planet, and Dunno on the Moon. Maxim, a science fiction fan, could tell a little more about spaceships. His knowledge was based not only on films but also on books by Posliagin, Muravyov, and Orlov, which he was a great fan of. They mostly talked about mighty multi-kilometer space monsters, capable of withstanding blows from nuclear, plasma, and any other weapons not yet invented, with their force shields, capable of destroying a huge enemy fleet or an entire planet in an instant. Right now, in front of them, there was a ship that looked more like an airship, with a small tail unit, small wings along the entire body, located below, and a clear line of round portholes along the side. The dimensions of this airship were impressive. True, not as many kilometers as Max had assumed, but by earthly standards, quite impressive. It was about 200 to 300 meters long and as tall as a 5-story building. It was difficult to estimate its width, since some part of it hung over the slope of the collapsed side of the quarry and was hidden in the night darkness, and there were no lights on the other side. But it wasn't just the size that was surprising. Despite the fact that the interstellar dreadnought had been in the ground for many years and was carrying a load of several 100,000 tons on its shoulders, it looked brand new. Its hull was a steel gray color, but without its inherent cold shade, but rather a warm one. It was not covered in rust. There were no cracks, dents, scratches. There was not even the slightest dull coating, characteristic of the oxidation of earthly metals. This alone made one think about the extraterrestrial origin of the ship. Above the wing, stretching almost from the nose of the hull to the tail, there were several hatches, doors, which were almost a single hole with the hull. The edges of this 3-meter entrance could be guessed by the change in the color of the ship's plating in this place in the form of a narrow ellipse to a darker one. On the ground near the wing, near such an ellipse, located in the nose of the hull, there was an ordinary Chinese metal ladder with wide steps and small railings, next to which an unlucky guard was resting. Elena was the first to climb the ladder. Maxim and Vanya lingered a little, pulling the sleeping guard slightly to the side. It was somehow inconvenient to pass by the man lying nearby. Lena stood in front of the monolithic wall, but was completely calm. She knew that she would definitely get on board the ship. Then she brought her palm to the silver barrier and immediately felt a slight warmth. A few seconds later, the part of the side outlined by the dark contour began to lose its structure, became covered with a haze reminiscent of streams of warm air, and then completely disappeared.
It was so unexpected that, in any other situation, Elena would have thought many times before deciding on this dubious adventure. To step into a place where it was completely unknown what awaited, practically into the unknown. But here she did not doubt for a second. She had been walking towards this for too long. As soon as her silhouette disappeared into the womb of a huge foreign house, the dark opening in the wall was again covered with waves of gray haze, and a second later nothing reminded of the passage that had just been here. When Maxim and Ivan climbed onto the wing, they were once again faced with an indestructible silver-gray monolith, and all their attempts to change the situation were to no avail. All they could do was wait. Maxim's despair knew no bounds.
For several minutes he rushed about the wing from one outlined oval to another, unsuccessfully pounding the wall with his hands and feet, even trying to scream. Then, as if he had realized it, he picked up his machine gun and pointed it towards the nearest porthole. But Ivan raised his finger to his lips in warning, then pointed his hand at the tents with sleeping soldiers standing about 50 meters from the ship. "Max, calm down," he said quietly but weightily. "Nothing will happen to her. You remember how she said, 'They are waiting for us there.' They were probably waiting only for her. Otherwise, they would have let us in too. Now we will wait for her here." And he looked around carefully, trying to understand whether they had woken up any of those who had fallen asleep without Maxim's help. He sat down on the wing, exhausted, leaned his back against the wall of the ship, and looked at Ivan with the face of a beaten dog, as if he wanted to say, "You're doing well." But he remained silent. If someone told someone that they had been on board an alien spaceship during their lifetime, they would at best not believe them, at worst they would laugh at them. And they would choose such offensive words that you wouldn't want to tell them yourself. Elena wasn't thinking about that now. She was standing in complete darkness and was completely calm. What was there to worry about? Surely the nerds who had already been on board had taken all the measurements they needed. They had checked the alpha and beta radiation, looked at the gamma quanta, and measured the neutrons. And they had done all the cultures, the microflora, and looked at the composition of the air here. I wonder if they were wearing protective suits or not. Ivan hadn't said anything about that. He had only mentioned that when the nerds were here, the lights were on in the portholes. How did they manage to turn them on? And as soon as Lena thought about it, the thick darkness gradually began to recede, and she realized that she was in a small room, which an experienced person would call an airlock. 2 doors, the same as the outer ones, led out of it, ellipsoidal in shape, the contours of which were becoming more and more clearly visible, although Lena did not touch them. "We are glad to see you on board the Princess Ilzionora, Elena Yurievna." A calm and at the same time familiar voice sounded, it seemed, right in Lena's head. Elena was not afraid. She was stunned. How did they know her name? And this voice in her head, a voice from her youth. Her confusion was probably reflected both on her face and in her thoughts, which did not escape the unknown interlocutor. "Do not be surprised. You have mental abilities. You are able to communicate with others. So I decided to address you in this way. If it is still inconvenient for you, it is possible to continue communication in the usual form for you, in the form of a conversation."
"What thought link? Where do I have it from?"
Lena was surprised, but managed to pull herself together. "If possible, I would like to continue communication in the usual form, thought link, which she had no idea about, is not quite convenient for me yet. I need to get used to it." "Okay." Her interlocutor accepted her offer, whose voice was no longer in her head but in the room, but it was difficult to determine where from. It seemed that from all sides at once. "Go to the crew's psychological relief room," he finished. Elena did not even have time to think how she would find this room, as yellow squares began to blink on the floor near the left door, and this blinking soon turned into a light wave that rushed somewhere into the depths of the ship. There was no doubt that she had to go there, guided by this unusual hint. In the psychological relief room, Lena had a feeling that she had already been here. Well, maybe not in this particular room, but something surprisingly familiar was present here. An entire corner of the impressively sized hall was occupied by tropical plants, with an abundance of vines hanging from somewhere above. Green, gray, brown, intertwined with each other, they alternated with upward-reaching shoots with leaves and flowers of different shapes and sizes, among which red and orange predominated. And among the leaves there were even purple ones. In tiny clearings in this abundance of color, unusual bright green balls were found, reminiscent of curled-up hedgehogs, bristling in all directions with long white needles. These flowers, leaves, vines, needles of the hedgehogs swayed slightly, changed their shades, emitting a light, soothing rustle.
From this amazing forest, illuminated from the depths, came a quiet hubbub, creaking, cries of unknown and invisible creatures, and butterflies of all different sizes and colors, most of which were bright and eye-catching, fluttered from one flower to another. In another corner of the hall, where the tropical forest crept along the wall, which was impossible to see behind it, there was a real waterfall, with the characteristic noise of falling water and a feeling of freshness from a small lake spreading below. Its shore was overgrown with low, but brightly saturated green grass. Between two cliffs with flat, slanted tops, over which floated blurred white clouds, a stream of water broke through and fell down, narrow at the top and significantly widening at the bottom, hiding here in an abundance of small, sparkling splashes, similar to fog. The spreading water was lost in the gloom of the room's floor, and it seemed that the running white clouds reflected in it were floating under the dark tiles, reminiscent of parquet, and illuminating them from within. Lena understood that it was nothing more than a hologram, but how beautiful and authentic it was, and most importantly, familiar. In the next corner of the room there were several rather impressive-sized chairs, leather-looking and attractive in their softness. On the opposite wall of the room there was a huge screen, half the size of the room, made of dark matte glass. Near one of the chairs there was a three-dimensional translucent silhouette of a man with predominant shades of light green. Also a hologram, which Elena had seen many times in science fiction films. The man made an inviting gesture with his hand, pointing to one of the chairs.
Come in, Elena Yurievna. Sit down.
His voice sounded completely normal and was perceived by Lena already calmly.
The crazy, stunning, and at the same time joyful, vivid impressions that had arisen subsided. She pulled herself together. At first glance, the chair seemed a bit too big, and Lena was afraid that it would be uncomfortable for her to sit on. She wouldn't even be able to rest against the back. But nevertheless, she sat down on the edge. To her surprise, pleasant changes occurred with the chair. It decreased in size, practically adjusted to Elena's figure, and she felt very comfortable. The back was moderately soft, but did not allow her to sink into the depths. Her head settled comfortably on its edge, and her arms easily lay on the soft bolsters without any tension. Does anything surprise you here, Elena Yurievna?
The man, the hologram, asked the first question. She was ready to scream. Everything surprises, and this alien ship, and this voice, familiar and at the same time alien, and this chair and, in general, everything.
It seemed like she had calmed down. But now again.
She didn't panic, no, she was probably confused. On the one hand, this can't be. On the other, it already is. A jumble of thoughts about everything that had happened was spinning in Elena's head at an incredible speed. But she still couldn't give a worthy answer. The interlocutor waited a minute, then tried to bring Lena to her senses. Elena Yurievna, we thought that a familiar and habitual environment for you would facilitate quick adaptation and productive dialogue. Everything you see here should be familiar to you, since it was taken from your memory. Don't be surprised. You are not yet ready for contact with other civilizations, and it is too early for you to see our true appearance. That's why you see a hologram of an ordinary person, by the way, who is familiar to you. And these tropical thickets and this waterfall are also familiar to you.
Lena perked up, looked around, as she would say at her job, in light of newly discovered circumstances, and mentally slapped herself on the forehead.
Well, how could she not have guessed right away? This waterfall is the Altai Caves, where they had recently been with Max and Alyoshka, although there weren't many rocks below. And these tropical thickets, these vines, are the Sochi Arboretum, where they had been last year. Then this man, Lena thought for a second. If he were just an ordinary person, an earthling, she would have definitely recognized him right away. But here's a hologram. Taking another look at the greenish translucent man crouched before her, she imagined his voice. My God, this is her favorite criminology teacher, Professor Pavel Ivanovich Kardashov. How could she not recognize him right away? Apparently, the interlocutor had read her thoughts and was pleased with the response. He smiled, his greenish smile. You have good mental abilities, but you absolutely do not know how to protect your thoughts. We teach this to children from birth, and a person who is not able to protect his mental field is easily subordinated to someone else's will. Lena was taken aback. Wow, so aliens can easily subordinate her to their will and make her do whatever they need? Elena Yurievna, calm down. No one is going to subjugate you to someone else's will. This is contrary to the nature of our race. A reasonable person, if this is not an obvious enemy threatening you or your loved ones personally, or grossly violating the laws of the community where he lives, is the highest being in the universe, and he cannot be subjected to any violence, including mental violence. Here, Lena panicked again. They were clearly reading her thoughts, although she did not believe it until the very end, and she was confused. What to say in response, or what to do so that her thoughts were not read, she did not know, but she certainly did not want to be an open book for strangers. And were there people at all? Pavel Ivanovich smiled in a fatherly way, almost patted her on the head. Elena Yurievna, take this object on the table and hold it in your hand. It will block all your thoughts from being read by other reasonable people. And I hope you will feel more confident and our conversation will be more constructive. On the table in front of the chairs, reminiscent of a regular coffee table, next to a beautiful, completely earthly vase with a bouquet of her favorite daisies, lay a small cube, glittering with silver edges, along which matte waves ran. It turned out to be unexpectedly heavy, but Lena clutched it tightly in her hand. Who are you? She asked her first question. The question frankly surprised the interlocutor, since the answer to it was obvious. It sounded absolutely clear in the intonation of his response. We are aliens. That's what you call us, isn't it? He answered without thinking, and wanted to add something else, but Elena did not let him do it, interrupted.
That's clear. I wanted to clarify something else. Who are you? You, who am I talking to now?
Here there was a pause, as if the interlocutor was considering whether to tell the truth. Then he decided, I am the AI of this ship. And it sounded so significant that Lena clearly understood. Now this artificial intelligence, which she suspected, really was the main one on the Princess Ilseonora. That's what it seemed to call the ship when it greeted her.
Is there really no one else? Not artificial intelligence, but simply intelligent. Maybe not people, but intelligent?
Now she was not afraid of her thoughts being read, clutching the heavy cube in her hands. I don't feel comfortable calling you that. Elena decided to sweeten the pill. Can I call you Pavel Ivanovich? After all, you copied the hologram from him, that is, from me. Well, you get the idea. You look so much like him. She had read somewhere that the AIs of spaceships that have their own names are very proud of it, and she was not mistaken. I will only be pleased, Elena Yurievna. The already soft, calm voice became even kinder. Tell me, Pavel Ivanovich, are there any other intelligent beings on the ship besides you? Here she almost went too far, putting an individual who was not a minor one, but still an artificially created one, on the same level with people. But the vain AI, who had just been given his own name, seemed not to notice this, or perhaps he sincerely believed so.
Still, his answer came after a short pause. Here and now, in cryocapsules, there are more than 1,000 of my compatriots who are waiting for me to deliver them to their homeland. And I am obliged to do this. It is a matter of my honor. He paused for a moment and added sadly, strange as it may seem, but we also have our own concepts of honor. It is clear that he meant AIs.
Lena froze, trying to imagine whether it was possible to place 1,000 people in such a ship. Although, why people? What if they are 2 or even 3 times taller or wider than an ordinary Earthling? It's not for nothing that they have such high doors.
And the chairs were so capacious at first. And yet it turned out that it was possible if these capsules, like cells in an industrial hatching incubator, were arranged in several rows in height.
Meanwhile, Pavel Ivanovich continued with some slight sadness.
Elena Yurievna, you ended up on our ship for a reason, and perhaps you are our only chance to return home. I am really counting on your help.
He paused, then came to the main thing that Elena had been secretly waiting for.
Let me tell you everything from the very beginning. How, when, why, and so on. Lena had been waiting for this for 6 months. And of course, she was ready to listen to this exciting story, forgetting about food and sleep for as long as necessary. But she could not forget about Max and Ivan. Pavel Ivanovich, Elena began decisively. And why stand on ceremony if she was the only chance? I really want to listen to you. You can't even imagine how, but my friends were left overboard, without whom I simply could not get on the ship. They are probably all exhausted by now, worried. So much time has passed, and I am still not here. She wanted to add that the guys also would not mind listening to the story of the adventures of the alien ship, especially since Ivan was the first of them to discover the ship. But the AI did not let her finish. Elena Yurievna, there. It was clear from her tone that there was not the wing where Maxim and Vanya Medvedev were now. Nothing has changed. Time inside the ship and outside it flows completely differently. How do you think I know your language, your customs? How I know a lot, if not everything about your planet, which I had never seen before, or even known about its existence. He paused, did not wait for an answer, or perhaps assumed that there would be none. I know this from you, Elena Yurievna, he continued, as if not noticing that Elena literally opened her mouth in surprise. Yes, honestly, and there was a reason, or rather, thanks to you. As soon as you got on the ship, I instantly scanned your brain and, based on the data I received, began to understand your language. From there, it was easier. By this time, the repair droids had restored the external scanners damaged during the disaster. Here, Pavel Ivanovich seemed to stumble, then pulled himself together, just like a human, and continued. And I connected to your global network, what you call the Internet. Now the information came straight from there, but there was so much of it that it took me some time to at least have a rough idea of your planet. In order to have a normal dialogue with you, and at the same time not burden you with delays, I had to know the political structure of your planet and the social one, and its technological potential, geography, and everything else. That's why I had to speed up time here, then slow down a little. He looked at the amazed Lena with a slight smile, for whom the possibility of accelerating time in some limited area was beyond comprehension.
Yes, yes. Elena Yurievna, don't be surprised. It really is. Our civilization is so ancient, by the way, as they write about it in your science fiction novels, that we can fold space, change time. We have, as you have seen, mental abilities. We can teleport.
Here he paused.
Under certain conditions. We can do a lot of things.
Elena was about to ask the question that was already on her tongue. If you are as powerful as you describe, why haven't you flown away yet?
There is nothing stopping you now. There are no barriers in the form of multi-ton layers of Earth above, and your spaceship does not seem to be damaged. But at the last moment it held on. So there are reasons for this that she does not yet know about.
Lena smiled to herself, again that cherished bye. How many of them were on the way here? And gradually answers were found for all of them. This will become clear too. Pavel Ivanovich apparently caught this instant change in the mood of his interlocutor, although outwardly, apart from an ironic smile, it was unclear what or to whom it was directed. It did not manifest itself in any way. We are from the planet Celia, which is the central, one might say the capital planet of the huge empire of Tehran, which includes 126 inhabited planets, and representatives of the most diverse races live there. I am not afraid to say, they live in peace and harmony. He paused and added, for the most part. Besides them, there are several dozen rather harsh planets, where only mineral extraction is carried out, and there is no permanent population. Only workers. You call it the shift method. There are several planets with very harsh climatic conditions, as you would say, prison planets, for violators of the laws of the empire. Don't be surprised. They are sent there only for very serious crimes. Most often, these are attempts at a coup d'etat, assassinations of members of the imperial family, or high-ranking officials of our empire. Moreover, criminals are given the right to choose a planet where they will spend the rest of their lives. Some prefer a planet with a harsh, frosty climate, like your Antarctica, and some, on the contrary, with a hot and very dry one, like your Sahara. There are also planets completely covered in tropics, with a warm, mild climate. Seas, but it is much more difficult to survive on them than on others, due to the very aggressive animal and plant world. But someone prefers to go there. This is our complex state formation. As in any other empire, no matter how good the emperor is to his subjects, there will always be. Here the AI thought for a second, trying to find a more precise synonym but failed.
Let's turn to your earthly categories. There will be people who want a little more.
Some want power, some want money, some want freedom. Especially those who already have enough power, money, and everything else, but they want more. To change the situation in their favor, they try to arrange conspiracies, organize coups, and so on. Over the last millennium, such attempts have been made 3 times, all, naturally, with a predetermined end.
To carry out a coup in the empire, to change the political system, is practically impossible.
But attempts to get rid of the emperor, or people from his close circle, influencing the policy of the state, and replace them with their own protégés, in order to have certain preferences, were made more often. And the fact that we ended up here on your planet, according to the results of my analysis, as you say, post factum. The AI decided to show off its erudition, is a consequence of precisely this latest intervention by opposition forces. True, a completely different scheme was used now, and the intelligence of the organizers is to be envied. They abandoned attempts at direct physical elimination of the emperor or members of the imperial family, senior officials, since they are guarded very professionally. They conceived a grandiose planetary blackmail. Here the ship's AI, which had just received its own name, confirmed that it had received it for a reason. Perhaps, of course, ethical standards were built into the program, but it behaved in a completely humane manner, which could not help but surprise Lena. "Aren't you tired, Elena Yurievna?" the greenish gentleman asked sympathetically. "Perhaps it would be worth taking a short break?" Lena, who never for a second forgot about her friends waiting for her outside, refused. No breaks were needed. She certainly believed, Pavel Ivanovich, that time practically stood still outside the ship. But she still had her doubts. That's why she was rushing things. Then a glass of refreshing drink, the interlocutor suggested. "It's night outside now," he said in a completely earthly manner. "And you haven't slept for a second." He remained seated, smiling, and in one of the doors of the hall, a small metal steward on wheels, reminiscent of a Japanese robot, which Lena had seen many times in documentaries and even feature films, appeared silently, holding a tray in his hand. On the tray was a tall, transparent glass on a thin stem, with a yellow-brown liquid, reminiscent of cognac in color, but the smell was really some kind of fruit drink. After just a couple of sips, Lena felt the heaviness in her head receding and an incredible capacity for work emerging. She held the glass in her hand and thought, do they drink from glasses too? Just like us. And the robot looks like an earthling. Why did he, meaning the AI, say that it is too early for me to see their true appearance? Apparently, her doubts were reflected on her face, and Pavel Ivanovich was a good psychologist, or he walked through her mental field again. After all, Elena left the block cube on the table for a second when she took up the glass. "Elena Yurievna, this glass was synthesized especially for you, so that it would be more convenient for you. We do not use such dishes. We have a slightly different anatomical structure. But food and other synthesizers for atomic assembly are some of the best in the galaxy. Shall we continue?" Lena, who had not thought about sleep, although the night really should have ended soon, felt much better after taking the synthesized tonic and turned to hearing again. "From your global network, I understood that there are many different competitions, contests, competitions, all kinds of tournaments and Olympiads held on the planet, both among adults and among youth. We have this too, but there is some difference. You have all this held under the auspices of various federations and associations, and at different times in different places. Residents learn about the winners of tournaments from the media, also at different times. Today, the winners in sports in a month." Here the AI paused to remind once again that he was using earthly categories. "The winners. Vocalists in 6 months, who is the best among musicians, and so on. We have about the same on each of our planets. But once every 100 years on Celia, the final of all planetary competitions is held, after which you can immediately learn about the winners in various spheres, learn immediately about the best people of the Empire. And according to a long-standing tradition, there are exactly 1,000 of them." Here the AI hesitated a little again, not knowing what to call his compatriots, but then, it seems, waved his hand, or whatever they have, and finished. "A person." Then he corrected himself. "Terranians." Lena frowned thoughtfully. Once every 100 years. How long do they live then? Which did not escape Pavel Ivanovich. He again seemed to read her thoughts, although the cube was in Elena's hand. 100 years, Elena Yurievna, is not such a long time for us. This is exactly the age when teenagers become young men and women. That is, here, on Celia. After the final of all possible competitions, tournaments, competitions, and Olympiads, you can immediately see the cream of the nation, its hopes, its future. This is what the conspirators took advantage of. I can't call them anything else. According to a long-standing tradition, all winners of interplanetary tournaments spend the following month, by your earthly standards, on our Pearl, the planet Aurea. This is a purely resort planet where there is no industry, production, no aggressive flora and fauna. There is only a mild climate, warm seas with sandy beaches, sun, clean air, and natural products, not holograms and synthesized products, which are found on many other planets. That is where the winners of youth competitions go to celebrate their victory, get to know each other better, and finally relax after intensive, persistent training and classes. After all, in the near future, they will have to replace their senior comrades in those areas that they have chosen as their area of competence. Here, Lena even admired the AI's ability to use such high-flown, completely earthly turns of speech. And since Pavel Ivanovich claimed to have based his knowledge of the language on the mind scanning of Elena's knowledge, she was even a little surprised. Was she really talking like that? Meanwhile, this Turanian rhetorician, not at all embarrassed, continued. This time, after the competition, it was decided to send the winners to Aurea on the pleasure yacht of our princess, Ilzianora, who also took part in the competition among dancers and became its winner. No, Elena Yurievna. It was an honest victory. He tried to anticipate her doubts. The princess deserved it. How the conspirators learned of the tournament organizers' desire to send the winners on the princess's yacht is unknown.
They planned to attack the ship, seize it along with all the flower of the nation, and then apparently lay out their prepared demands to the emperor. Of course, these are just my assumptions. I don't have all the information, but I think that's how it happened. Despite the fact that the yacht, since it had a member of the imperial family on board, was accompanied by 2 frigates, it was attacked upon exiting hyperspace after a jump, which was only necessary for 3 of your earthly days. We realized this immediately, as soon as we appeared at the exit point. As usual, one of the frigates left for the jump first, then the yacht with the tournament winners, then the second frigate. At the exit, from where it was only 3 days sailing to Aurea on cruise engines, our small squadron was already awaited. When we exited hyperspace, the picture was horrifying. Our frigate was engaged in combat with 2 ships, one of which was a battleship, and you know this is still power. And the fate of the frigate, it seemed, was decided. There was no way to contact it, as well as to report the current situation, either to the Empire or to the second escort frigate. The opponents had installed a powerful jammer. In addition, the radars showed 2 more ships coming out of hyperspace to meet us, the class of which was still difficult to determine. The second frigate, following us, was also going to attack. Since we still had room to maneuver, since no one attacked the Princess Ilzianora, they left it for dessert. We could only run away. Which is what we did, knowing that any ship can be tracked by its contrail, even in hyperspace. Our captain, saving the princess and all our youth elite, the future of our country, for the first time, used a combination of space and time warping, trying to throw future pursuers off the trail, and he had no doubt that they would come. Previously, such tactics were practiced only with the use of changing one parameter, either time or space. But as reality showed, the risk of being detected in this case remained. The captain tried to exclude any possibility of our capture and went for it. So we ended up here, near your planet, which none of us knew about. Even I, an AI of the 7th generation. Lena realized that on the one hand, the 7th generation is cool, but on the other hand, the Earth is located somewhere on the outskirts of the galaxy, and maybe even in a completely different one than the one from which the fugitives from the Turan Empire arrived. Iskin, meanwhile, continued. Having exited the jump near your planet, we decided to take shelter here. Our captain realized that jumping, experiments with 2 parameters at once, time and space, can take us so far away that getting out of there would be very problematic. Getting out even from here where we ended up was very difficult. It takes time to calculate the route and the jump schedule in hyperspace. And to begin with, in order to analyze, justify, and build them, it would be good to get our bearings where we ended up. From there, we can dance. And we just didn't have time since the speed of any military ship is an order of magnitude higher than that of our pleasure yacht. Therefore, we could not remain in orbit since there was a very high risk that the pursuers, in the event of help from empaths, and this is very likely, would appear here at any moment.
Well, and to detect our princess with the help of military scanners, even if we hide in the shadow of the planet, as you say, a matter of technology. The captain decided to land the ship on the planet and, if possible, hide. There we could cover ourselves with a force shield, and with the help of our battle droids, even if we were detected, try to repel the assault of the orbital landing force. Fortunately, a military ship cannot land on a planet. It can only drop a landing force, and not a small one, on the planet using an orbital elevator. But for us, this is in any case better than trying to repel a boarding party in space. There, our force shield will be crushed in a few seconds, and they will definitely not bomb the Princess Ilsenora from space on the ground. They need us alive. Our combat droids, although there are only 2 of them, are representatives of the 6th generation, and that is cool. And the anti-boarding team on the yacht is not weak, not like the army ones. After all, this is the yacht of a princess, a member of the imperial family. The droids on the other ships are only of the 5th generation. They are weaker than ours. Here the AI paused for a second, assessed Lena's ability to perceive information, which had increased many times over after taking the tonic, was pleased, and continued, starting with a question. Do you have any idea what a regiment is? An ordinary mechanized regiment in your army. By the nature of her profession, Elena, of course, had encountered such concepts and had a general idea of the army and its structure, which she confirmed with a silent nod. So, Elena Yurievna, continued Pavel Ivanovich, with some boasting, our 6th generation combat droid can easily destroy your entire mechanized regiment along with its tank and missile components. So it would be more profitable and easier for us to defend ourselves on the planet. The captain chose a valley between 2 mountain ranges for landing. It would be much more difficult to find us here than somewhere on the plain, in the steppe. Flying around the planet, we scanned it in all the ranges available to us, and determined for sure that there was no intelligent life here. Here Lena gasped, to herself of course, and tried to mentally calculate when these aliens from Tehran appeared on Earth. She still remembered that the first people on Earth appeared about 200,000 years ago. Australopithecus can hardly be called intelligent, although he could hold a stick in his hand. But the next ones after him, Homo habilis, and then Homo sapiens themselves, they are already intelligent, no questions asked. So the ship lay in the ground for more than 200,000 years, and it looks like new. And here, in the cabin, the birds are singing, the streams are babbling, and the drinks are great and not at all spoiled. Her stomach does not hurt. And in the cryo capsules, it seems, everyone is alive? Her thoughts began to run again, unable to come to terms with the conclusions. Pavel Ivanovich seemed to appreciate her doubts, but did not interfere and say anything about this. He still had a lot to tell, but he made a kind of lyrical digression from the main military plot. Do you want to see what your planet looked like at that time? Lena found the strength to silently nod her head again. The huge screen on the opposite wall of the unloading hall lit up, and at first Elena saw a small ball against the background of a dark, almost black screen. There were no twinkling stars around. As its size increased, one could see separate blurry spots of blue and white, then even some large elongated red-brown spot, the outlines of which did not resemble any of the known continents. But the green color of the forests and steppes, as Lena expected, was not visible for a long time. She figured that the blue color was water, the white most likely clouds, because of which the continent with its mountain ranges was unrecognizable. And in general, there were no familiar outlines visible, and the ball kept getting closer and closer. Here it took up almost the entire screen with its upper edge, and its movements slowed down a little. Here it was already possible to see oceans with clearly defined coastlines and mountain ranges, sometimes stretching along the shores and sometimes among the red-brown wrinkled foam-like surface of the earth. In a couple of places, Lena noticed the flashing of lightning, alternating bright crimson flashes, changing their color to white, yellow, and then dark without clear boundaries. Most likely some kind of thunderstorm and volcanic eruption, she thought. But still, a rich white-blue or bluish color prevailed in spots, sometimes with very clear contours, and sometimes blurred and gradually lost against the background of new spots appearing. Green was also present on the planet, but somehow not in the quantity that she would have liked.
Were there ice ages by that time or not? Lena thought frantically, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. Next came footage apparently filmed by some kind of atmospheric aircraft, some kind of reconnaissance drone. The high mountains with steep and sharp peaks still stretched in an endless ridge, but they could be seen quite clearly and not as a blurred red-brown strip. In some places, one could even distinguish individual large fragments of rocks that had once rolled down and formed the most bizarre clusters here, reminiscent of giant geometric figures, spheres, cubes, pyramids, and many other things, for which it was difficult to find names. At the foot of the mountains, small green groves of huge trees could be seen more and more often, which as they climbed the slopes became smaller and gradually turned into dense bushes. Even from the height from which the drone was filming, one could only guess at the gigantic size of the trees in the lowlands, although there was simply nothing to compare them with. The trees were shaped like terrestrial cypresses, wide at the bottom, where the trunks at the base were several girths thick, and gradually, like a pyramid, narrowed towards the top. Nearby there were also trees that were somewhat similar to modern palm trees. Only their trunks were an amazing red color, and the branches, like an inverted umbrella, were open towards the tops. Finally, the scout jumped over the mountain range and flew over a completely green plain with tall, thick grass, among which blue spots of lakes glittered. Here, too, in places not particularly dense, thickets of trees rose, sometimes merging into fairly large forests, densely intertwined with vines. And somewhere on the horizon, a broken line of a large reservoir loomed, the opposite bank of which could be distinguished with difficulty. Here the drone filming dropped even lower, and its speed dropped noticeably. In some places it simply hovered, trying to film the most interesting things on the ground. And there was plenty to see. On the bank of a huge river, where sandy, muddy areas alternated with low ledges overgrown with thick bushes, turning into vast coastal plains covered with tall, lush grass, about 50 animals frolicked, vaguely resembling modern hippos. Their sizes were impressive, no less than our hippos, but their muzzles resembled hippos only vaguely. It was not square, as Elena imagined them to be, but rather elongated forward, like a wild boar or a pig. Most of them, frightening their neighbors, opened their mouths with huge fangs wide, pushed around in the shallow water. Others slowly walked along the shore or rolled around in the mud. And some moved towards a small grove, near which a lake could be discerned, mostly overgrown, with some bright green vegetation. Here, with their paws, they undermined the branched roots of the reeds, growing in abundance along the edge of the lake, and ate them with appetite. The delicacy was so delicious that these huge gourmets did not notice anything and anyone around. And who could threaten such giants, especially in their natural habitual habitat? The drone hovering over the herd moved slightly to the side a minute later, flew around the grove and showed from above the one who wanted and could do it. The spotted red back of the animal hiding in the grass could only be seen from above. The thick and tall grass reliably concealed it from view from the ground. It is clear that it hid, not to hide from the fattening hippos, but on the contrary,
hoping to get close to them and attack. Here, one of the hippos left his friends at the meal and, stepping heavily with his pedestal-like legs, headed straight for the hidden predator, who did not reveal himself until the very end. And only when the giant, having sensed something, stopped, trying to catch the unfamiliar smell, the spotted hunter soared above the ground and rushed with huge leaps towards the intended victim. It was a predator similar to a huge cat, reddish-brown with black spots on the back and sides, turning into small transverse stripes on the legs. 2 huge fangs protruded from a typical cat's mouth, descending beyond the lower jaw. The fangs of ancient hippopotamuses were also impressive, perhaps even larger than those of the emerging hunter, but they were hidden in the mouth. But they had much less courage.
Despite almost 3 times the excess of mass, the lover of roots turned sharply and with amazing speed rushed towards the river, which he considered his home, ready to shelter the fugitive from any misfortune. His relatives, instead of coming to the aid of their fellow in trouble, scattered in all directions. Those who were in shallow water or near the shore hurried to the middle of the river and instantly disappeared under the water. Several individuals ran from the grove to the saving pond, but trying to get as far away as possible from the predator pursuing the game, and he literally, in 2 giant leaps, overtook his potential prey, fell, and seemed to be glued to the victim's back, clinging with his claws to the thick and dense skin, and with his huge teeth to the neck, just behind the back of the beast's head.
Then he arched his back, and leaning back with terrifying force, sharply lowered his head, with fangs sticking out of the upper jaw, daggers that easily pierced such a powerful defense. Time after time the head of the monster lowered, which sought to inflict wounds on the lateral surfaces of the neck, where the skin was weaker and there were more large vessels. At first the pain only spurred the hippopotamus. He ran even faster, like a racehorse, although his massive legs were very short. The predator, not at all embarrassed, continued his bloody work, and the wounds on the hippopotamus's neck quickly increased. The blood first ran faster, pouring over the skin of the victim, and then splashed upward in a powerful fountain, pouring over the muzzle of the saber-toothed creature. With its dagger-like fangs, it damaged some large, vital artery.
With each push of the receding blood, the strength left the herbivorous giant. His run slowed. His legs began to tangle. His body began to sway, falling to the sides, and already on the very shore, the hippopotamus stopped, looked longingly at his native element, where he wanted to get rid of his tormentor, but could not, and fell heavily onto the sand. At that moment, the predator lifted its blood-soaked muzzle upwards, and its mouth opened in something resembling a smile, which almost made Lena feel sick. The next second, the screen went dark, and she sighed with relief. Yeah, that was quite a picture, not for the faint of heart. The AI seemed to be smiling, if AIs could smile at all. His voice was at first tinged with similar emotions, but then became drier, because the events he began to talk about could not evoke a smile. Literally an hour by your Earth standards after landing, the captain, along with the boarding team and both combat droids, went on reconnaissance.
It was necessary to survey the area as quickly as possible and assess the methods of using it, choose the most optimal locations for the droids and the team, before the upcoming combat operations in order to inflict optimal damage on the enemy. It was impossible to land directly on the yacht. Although the yacht did not have heavy weapons, it did have several small-caliber turret plasma cannons that could destroy the landing force in the air. Therefore, it was worth waiting for the enemy somewhere to the side. On his orders, I blocked the entrance and turned on the force shield.
We were in constant contact. Everything that the captain saw later, I saw too. The captain did not neglect my abilities and often used my tips. "Pavel Ivanovich," said with some pride.
Another half-hour later, an incomprehensible tremor of the earth suddenly appeared, accompanied by a rumble. Then the earth, and along with it our ship, began to rock as if in a heavy storm. Then there was a powerful jolt, from which some of our passengers fell to the floor, and those who were lying down were thrown up. The champions and winners of the tournaments were confused, did not understand anything, and simply rushed around the ship, trying to hold on to any solid support during the jolts. A second later, another more terrible one followed, then another and another. I managed to strengthen our defenses and tried to hide some of the external sensors, as we found ourselves in complete darkness. Suddenly, there was a terrible roar, amplified many times by the acoustic sensors, drowning out everything. There was a crackling sound, and the connection with the captain's group disappeared. The transmitted image also disappeared. In those few seconds from the start of the earthquake until the end of the connection, one could first see sharp vibrations of everything and everyone around, then a massive rockfall rushing from somewhere above directly onto the frozen captain. The earth rumbled dully and was constantly agitated. It seemed as if it was groaning. Only after a few minutes, which seemed like an eternity, as trite as it may sound, everything calmed down. The shaking, the vibrations, the crackling, the roaring, everything stopped. An amazing silence fell, which could not have been expected on the surface of the planet, where many acoustic sensors were installed to monitor the surrounding space. There was no wind noise, no rustling of falling stones, no rustling of leaves, although not numerous, but still growing trees. No teen. All attempts to contact the captain and his team were unsuccessful. None of the external sensors, no matter how hard we tried, gave any information. Only the information from the force shield said that it was experiencing serious pressure, and removing it would be like death. We realized that we were buried under a huge rock massif that collapsed as a result of an earthquake. All our attempts to free ourselves were destroyed by this wild, merciless, and senseless force, which was impossible to resist even with our abilities. Here the AI paused, apparently recalling everything that had happened once again, as if it had happened yesterday and not many, many years ago.
In any case, its green holographic face became gloomy and thoughtful.
It looks like it's worried,
Lena thought, assessing the state of the silent artificial intelligence.
It probably does have some kind of emotional component after all.
And it's not surprising. Anyone here would be worried. And this is still a 7th-generation AI. And with its own name. A minute later, Pavel Ivanovich smoothed out the deep wrinkles on his translucent face and continued. We could have remained in this position for quite a long time. Our reactor, by the way, is also of the 7th generation, he emphasized as if by accident, but thereby, albeit in passing, he put himself on a par with this miracle. After all, he himself is also of the 7th generation, could ensure the normal functioning of the ship, even by our standards, for a very long time. And here, after all, it was only necessary to maintain life activity inside. There is no need to fly anywhere. No need to maneuver, no need to jump into hyperspace over and over again. No need to fight with anyone. The only problem was the passengers. There were too many of them. Of course, we had food modules and a fair supply of cartridges for them, but who knows how long we would spend in such a helpless state. Having weighed all the pros and cons, as you say, we decided to put all the intelligent beings into suspended animation, where they can stay for as long as they want without significant harm to their bodies, as long as the reactor works. It was the right decision. More than 1,000 intelligent beings in a small, enclosed space, without any immediate prospects for liberation, and not very familiar with each other, is a serious test for the psyche. And how it could end, no one could say. And then, who knows? Maybe another earthquake will liberate us. Or our brothers will still find the trail. At that time, there was no hope that we would be liberated by someone from a planet on which there was not even intelligent life. After that, I switched off all auxiliary systems, even my assistants' AIs, except for the one responsible for the life support system. Pavel Ivanovich noticed Elena's puzzled look and explained, "Besides me, there are almost a dozen AIs of a narrower specialization here. There's an AI responsible for the cryocapsule life support system. There is one for medical care on the ship as a whole, an AI, a storekeeper, a cook, and others. There is an AI responsible for the operation of the cruise engines and anti-gravs." Here, the main AI seemed to stumble. Or, rather, was. Lena gradually cheered up after such an almost real meeting with the saber-toothed creature and had already regained her ability to think and analyze. "Here it is," she instantly responded to the sad statement of the AI. The AI was, and she, as it was said at the beginning, the only chance. So, she has to return this AI. So what? Was it stolen or something? And who? Elena did not notice herself how, while reasoning about the current situation, she released the cube, a thought blocker, and mechanically rolled it with her hands on the table. At that moment, this was the only correct decision, and it is not his fault that such a terrible earthquake happened. It is rather my fault that I could not foresee this disastrous coincidence of circumstances. If it were not for the intervention of your fellow citizens, whom I carelessly launched onto the ship, counting on normal contact with representatives of another civilization, we would have flown away long ago. But what happened happened. Your fellow tribesmen were incapable of contact. None of them had even minimal mental abilities, did not have a mind link, and I did not know your language at that time, and could not communicate with them in the usual way. I tried to attract their attention by demonstrating signs and symbols on the screen in the wheelhouse, understandable to any intelligent being in the universe, but I encountered primitive logic and limited thinking. Significant differences in the level of development of minds and emotional instability of man took their toll. It is probably easier for you to look at what happened and how it all ended, he finished. Elena found it unpleasant to listen to the unflattering remarks of the alien mind about her fellow tribesmen. Primitive logic, limited thinking. It's good that he didn't just call them morons. After all, it's not their fault that they don't have a mind link. She too didn't know about her mental abilities until the very end. Although on the other hand, the FSB guys didn't rush here to establish contact with aliens, but to profit from something useful. That's for sure. Otherwise, there would be completely different specialists here, from somewhere in the Academy of Sciences. And what if soldiers or nerds really stole the marching AI? Even worse. Lena thought about this, tightly clutching the heavy cube in her hand, once again taking control of herself. It's still better if an alien can't read your thoughts. The newly illuminated screen showed an airlock chamber, part of the wall of which flickered in the projection of the entrance hatch, became covered with a haze, and then disappeared. Take 2, a view from the inside. For a long time, nothing happened. Then a man appeared in the opening, only not in camouflage, but in a real OZK, although his hands were clutching a machine gun, and not some kind of dosimeter. A general-purpose protective suit of gray-green color in combination with a gas mask could easily protect its owner from toxic substances, some biological agents, radioactive dust, but only if all this was of terrestrial origin. What could be brought in from another world, and whether the OZK could help in this case, no one knew, but the suit was used anyway. Instructions are instructions. The man took a few cautious steps, looked around, looked out one door first, then another, saw nothing dangerous, and said into the headset, hidden under the gas mask or into some built-in microphone, "Clear." It was probably problematic to hear the voice under the gas mask, especially at a distance, but most likely Pavel Ivanovich helped hear. In any case, Elena heard all the subsequent monologues and dialogues quite clearly. A few seconds later, several people appeared in the airlock, wearing the same gear and holding the same machine guns. It must be said that these were not the usual AKs, but something new from the special services equipment, small and resembling a folding portable pencil case. When there were about 10 of them, the last person to enter gave the order to split up and sent the groups to different doors. "No amateur performance," he instructed the soldier. "Only inspection to identify possible problems and gather information.
In case of an obvious threat, try not to engage in combat. Retreat. Everyone be on the wave, but do not pollute the airwaves. Keep in touch with me. All the pictures from your cameras will go to me and to the center. There they will tell us what and how. Everything else is the business of our nerds." Lena was amazed that here, among the military, scientists are called the same as in real life. For a couple of minutes, the ship's camera showed nothing interesting. Corridors, soldiers covering each other. More corridors, unusual ellipsoid-shaped ceiling lights that lit up as people moved. More soldiers. It was impossible to see any empty openings, doors to some cabins or utility rooms, and the soldiers soon gathered again in the airlock, which was quite spacious. The senior reconnaissance group member, and that was precisely it, reported to the center, which he had mentioned in passing, that everything is clear, we can launch. It became clear who to launch a minute later. People dressed in the same OZK appeared in the doorway, only not with machine guns in their hands, but with a variety of devices. These were the notorious nerds. There was obviously a break in the filming of the gradual expansion by the FSB officers, because Lena saw the same soldiers and scientists, but without protective equipment. The special forces were in camouflage, with the same machine guns, but the scientists were already in civilian clothes, but most of them even wore white coats. In the corridor of one of the doors, a light path lit up which at one time led Elena to the room where she was now calmly watching documentary footage of the very recent past. Following the yellow square fireflies, most of the nerds and several accompanying soldiers headed by the commander, the same one who gave commands in the first episode of the instructive film, followed the path. The entire large team gathered in the control room, where a large number of devices were located. Some of them resembled earthly ones, while others were completely unlike anything known. In the center, in front of a chair that vaguely resembled the chair where Elena was now sitting, there were several high pedestals, on each of which lay a device that was somewhat similar to an earthly laptop, but of an amazing yellow color. Some of the yellow suitcases were closed, and the central one flashed with an open panel, where some symbols were slowly alternating. Elena was unable to examine them in detail. The invited guests had surrounded the stand with the device so tightly. From the indistinct hum of voices, the flickering in front of the screen, the sweeping gestures, Lena guessed that the Earthlings were unable to understand something from the images being shown. One of the scientists turned on a video camera, trying to film everything being shown, but the commander of the guards crossed everything out with one gesture. He pointed to the panel to one of his subordinates, made several rotational gestures with his index finger. "That's it. Take this with you. Our specialists will sort it out there. Tomorrow we'll call the IT guys from Moscow. This is just right for them." The scientists' feeble attempts to resist this were harshly cut short. The commander looked at them with a bit of evil irony.
And if the door here doesn't open tomorrow, we'll wander the corridors again, kissing the walls. No way. If anything happens, we'll put everything back in place. Here he probably remembered Gaidai's unfading film. Later, someday, half. And he himself laughed at his own witticism, which he thought was so successful. The device, oddly enough, was easy to dismantle. The cables leading to it were easily unfastened, just like those on an earthly computer. Together with the device that displayed incomprehensible symbols, the guards took two more similar ones that were standing on neighboring pedestals.
Then the screen went dark. The silence in the hall lasted for quite a long time. Perhaps the AI was giving Elena time to evaluate everything that had happened, but she could not give a clear assessment of whether her compatriots had acted well or badly. Maybe they would really return everything, although she doubted it herself. These three devices, even two, are the stumbling block for our departure. One of them is the AI for controlling the cruise engines and anagraphs. The second is a small AI for controlling the repair droids. The problem is that all the ship's repair droids are assigned to it, and if it were in place, we could easily replace the lost first AI with a backup one. It's impossible to do this without him. I need to subordinate the repairmen to me, but I can't do it myself. There are no manipulators. He joked bitterly, spreading his holographic hands to the sides. And you, Elena Yurievna, are unlikely to succeed.
And I can't wake up my fellow tribesmen for this either.
The third device is the AI that coordinates the cryocapsules. On our other ships, all systems are duplicated for reliability, and more than once. But the Princess Ilsionora is a pleasure yacht that has never gone beyond our planets. So there was no such need here. And this is what came out of it. Lena didn't know what to answer, and the pause dragged on a bit. Then, Pavel Ivanovich finally voiced Elena's upcoming role as the last chance of hope, which he had already mentioned twice. Elena Yurievna, we need to return the AI to the ship. I can't do it without you and your friends. It's easy for me to destroy all living things around, but it won't help revive the ship. It's impossible to take off without these two AI. You are the only reasonable person who knows about our trouble. I have no one else to turn to. Yes, now I know your language and can communicate with other people, but will they understand me?
I don't mean Russian at all. Or will they just want to profit from our trouble?
They will demand preferences. Yes, we can synthesize both gold and precious stones, which are so valuable to you, and pay for them. But there is a problem. Our reactor, which has worked for so long, the exhausting supporting force shield, is, if not on the verge of exhaustion, then somewhere close. As soon as we were freed from this gigantic load of Earth, I immediately turned it off, gave the reactor a chance to rest before pumping energy for the upcoming jumps. And now I am forced to think and evaluate each of my steps by energy consumption. And synthesizers consume quite a lot of it. Such a paradox. By the way, we also synthesized most of the cryocapsules, and this is also an energy expenditure. I've known you for a long time, I could say since childhood. Lena realized that he was referring to her childhood thoughts and feelings after the mind scan.
I know all your thoughts, and I know that you are a good person.
And you, like no one else, understand me. After all, there are 1,000 of our children on this ship, the flower and hope of our civilization. From space, we can easily get to the time we left. Now I can do it, I figured out the coordinates. But to move, we need to at least enter the orbit of your planet. Pavel Ivanovich became very serious, which was noticeable on his face, rose from his chair and very solemnly pronounced the final phrase of his monologue, revelation. I ask you for help on behalf of the entire empire of Turan, from all of our 126 planets. Lena, extremely touched by the confession of the alien mind, imagined herself in his place for a second, and she had no doubts left. Pavel Ivanovich, she answered excitedly and no less solemnly, I will do everything I can so that you fly away peacefully." She paused and added, "So that your children will justify your hopes." If inside the ship, as the AI claimed, time flew by quickly, and events developed unhurriedly and quite amicably, then outside, where the night, although slightly retreating under the pressure of the graying morning, dragged on slowly and drearily, events unfolded quickly and unrestrainedly. They simply flew like an arrow, but not at all as our heroes would have liked. The side of the ship, near which the upset Maxim sat on the wing and Vanya Medvedev stood next to him, not forgetting to glance around from time to time, was brightly lit, and the guys were here as if in the palm of his hand. Max, pale and dejected because of the loss of Elena, completely and utterly withdrew into himself, and what was happening around him did not interest him at all. Ivan, who had gone through combat school, understood perfectly well that here they were shining too demonstratively, and any serviceman who left the tent to relieve himself could easily ask, "What are these 2 sentries doing here when there was always one, and not on the wing but on the ground?" This was the FSB, not some construction battalion infantry. And here the slogan, "The less you know, the better you sleep," would not work. "Max, we need to go down. We're shining here like 2 poplars on Plyushchika. If Lena shows up, we'll meet her," Ivan said as if it were a matter of course, and pushed him toward the stairs. Without saying a word, Maxim stood up and slowly moved down, holding on to the railing. Vanya covered this distance twice as fast. There was nowhere to hide on the ground either. The rock near the ship had been cleaned and taken away conscientiously. There wasn't a bush, tree, or even a decent boulder left behind which one could hide. The sleeping FSB sentry lay calmly near one of the yacht's supports, and Max settled down next to him. Ivan immediately realized that this was, of course, not a short circuit, and that it would be good to get out of here as quickly as possible. But he could not leave the not entirely adequate Maxim here. The only thing he managed to do before events took a completely lousy turn was to poke Max in the neck and press him to the ground. He himself lay flat on his stomach behind a support, covering himself with a sleeping FSB officer who did not react to anything. Ivan held the machine gun out in front of him out of habit, but with the rest of his mind he realized that he couldn't take it off safety. This wasn't Chechnya with its spirits. A second later, a very bright light from 2 powerful searchlights located behind the tents hit their eyes, and they would have again found themselves in the palm of their hand, in front of an invisible enemy in a clearly defined yellow spot. If not for the ship's support, which provided some kind of cover. The rest of the military camp remained in darkness, and it was simply impossible to see anything in such a situation. The sharp voice, amplified by the megaphone, was not at all unexpected for Ivan. This was exactly what he had expected. Maxim did not even raise his head. Either he was confused, or very scared, or completely lost touch with reality. "Attention! You are surrounded, and any resistance is useless. You are in the sights of snipers, and any attempts to change the situation will lead to negative consequences for you. I suggest you leave your weapons where they are and go out one by one with your hands outstretched." After a short pause, a sad proposal was made. A minute to think. It seems that the invisible commander decided not to enter into any negotiations, not to waste time, but to immediately take the bull by the horns. Before Ivan had time to think about anything, he heard the continuation of the speech, which did not please him at all. "I warn you, if even one of my soldiers falls, I don't care from what, fire to kill will be opened immediately." Another short pause. The minute has passed. Vanya was an experienced scout and did not believe the horror stories. Who would shoot at a potential tongue, especially one who had climbed up to you and got into a tight ring from which it was almost impossible to get out? He certainly would not jump down from a 70-meter height dump without a parachute. And the fact that potential tongues did not have parachutes could be seen even without glasses in such a bright spotlight.
The times of kamikazes were over, but it was still worth bargaining. It was worth stalling for time. True, the strict commander gave only a minute, but a minute is such an elastic concept. Okay, the hell with you. Bank, Ivan shouted, remembering his favorite film about Zeglov. But we need guarantees, he added, completely out of the text, starting to stall for time. Maybe something will change. The owner of the swearing microphone turned out to be a man with a sense of humor. True, his humor was specific, and he seemed to like Guide-Eye's films more.
They'll give you guarantees in the morgue,
he roared into his megaphone. But Vanya was not one of those weaklings either. He grinned ominously, trying to stir up Maxim.
We're not used to retreating,
and he said louder.
And is it okay that your soldier is lying in front of me, and my gun is at the back of his head? Don't you feel sorry for the young one? And I have a hostage.
The pause said even more than Ivan assumed. Yeah, he doubted me, the loudmouth. Call the elder. I'll talk to him. You've done your job, he decided to sweeten the pill. Yes. And turn the light a little to the side. It hurts your eyes. We won't run away. While the commander of the remnants of the awake garrison was thinking about what to answer the impudent fellow, Ivan was quickly giving the briefing to Maxim, who had come to life a little. Max finally realized that if they fell into the hands, or better yet, the paws of counterintelligence, they would definitely not be able to help Lena. He still believed that his wife was in trouble, compared to which the problems of the Jedis, who had failed their mission, were mere nonsense. But he would still show them, the bastards, and then he would help Lena.
So Max, crawl all the way behind the support and quickly undress there. All the camouflage, helmet, machine gun, all in the trash. You are my hostage. I don't think they saw your camouflage that well. And you are wearing a similar jacket, so it will work for now, by the way.
He nodded at the sleeping sentry.
He also needs to be undressed. It seems like I am wearing his camouflage. I don't think they found our first ones,
he said, referring to the naked soldiers from the mobile ambush. The man with the megaphone who, as it turned out, also had a specific sense of humor and had also watched Gavrukin's film, decided to clarify the situation and shouted without his megaphone.
Hey, Gorbati! Why are you trying to make me sound like a Gorbati?
Where did you get this hostage from? Did you bring him with you? Then he's not a hostage, but an accomplice. Do you get the difference? Without even noticing it, the officer who had started the debate briskly got involved in the conversation, although he had only given him a minute to think.
And you ask him yourself where he got it from. He promised to take me to the ship, but he couldn't. So if anything happens, I'll finish him off with a clear conscience.
Ivan answered, under Maxim's puzzled gaze. The commander of the special forces was probably not a master of negotiations. He again took a pause, which Vanya did not fail to take advantage of. Max, we still have to go out. You drag the soldier. I'll walk behind with the machine gun. Don't rush with your measure. Let's get closer first. The main thing is not to turn them off. I mean, don't put them to sleep. They figured something out in this regard. Otherwise, the officer wouldn't have mentioned the falling ones. Try to neutralize him first. What was it that Lena said? Send him abroad, I think? Well, or something like that, so they don't figure it out right away. And when you're sure that everyone is gathered, then take them all out. Except me, of course. He allowed himself to smile at the end of his quick speech. A few minutes later, after the FSB commander had twice suggested that Vanya go out with his hands up, he decided that the time had come, having once again discussed all the details of his release with Maxim. They were ready, and they had no other way. Maxim, with difficulty, lifted the naked sleeping guard onto his shoulders and slowly walked into the darkness in the direction of the voice, which was again amplified by the megaphone. 3 meters behind him walked Ivan, with his arms wide apart, in one of which he held an unfastened magazine, in the other, an automatic rifle. When they left the spotlighted spot of light, it began to shine again across the entire area. Someone had their finger on the pulse,
and was monitoring all the twists and turns of the negotiations. In front of the picturesque group of unsuccessful ship hijackers, about 12 fighters in full gear, with machine guns in their hands, were arranged in a semicircle. And these machine guns were mostly aimed at the same soldier standing behind the porter, with an unconscious body on his shoulder, but wearing sneakers.
Seeing his fighter on Maxim's shoulder in such an unenviable position, the commander literally gritted his teeth. "Well, bitches, you will answer for this." "For what, Commander?" Even decided to play the fool. "For everything. But first tell me how you put them to sleep. If even one of them falls now, I'll shoot you in the leg." He demonstratively pulled a pistol from the holster and pointed the barrel in Ivan's direction. Things were taking a nasty turn, although Vanya had expected something like this. But he continued to play the chosen role of a simpleton. How? Like this. He stretched out his palm with spread fingers, twirled it in the air, and clenched his fingers into a fist a couple of times, as if to say, "A smart person will understand everything anyway," but phlegmatically added, "With fluorothane. You heard, I bet," and smiled. He decided to play the fool. The Special Forces soldier got even more angry. "Let's play." "Take him," he quietly and ominously commanded the soldier standing next to him. But suddenly he gasped and looked helplessly in one direction, then in the other. Something was clearly happening to him, and not very good, but he held on, biting his lip. "So, Sazonov, in charge. No need to stand on ceremony with this one. And this one." He nodded at the soldier, Maxim, who was still holding him on his shoulder. "Hold on to him. I'll be right back." And he quickly disappeared behind the tents, waving the pistol in his hand in time. Ivan sighed with relief. So far, everything was going according to plan. If only Maxim didn't rush. They must have found many sleeping people since they laid everything out so clearly. Sazonov, standing on the flank, did not even have time to take up his post. He did not manage to command his buddies, the soldiers. He, too, literally a second later, clutched his stomach. Guys, you watch these." He nodded his head in the direction of Ivan and Max with the sleeping sentry on his shoulder. "I also feel not so well," quickly, and then almost skipped away into the shadow of the tents. Maxim, tired of holding the heavy soldier on his shoulder, first tossed him up, then leaned to the side, demonstrating a desire to throw off the heavy load, and, attracting everyone's attention, asked rather sharply, "How much longer should I hold him? I'm not Zabotinsky after all." He somehow remembered the weightlifter from his early childhood. The two soldiers standing nearby looked around helplessly in the absence of their senior, threw their machine guns over their backs, and grabbed the unconscious body from Maxim. One put his hands under his armpits, the other grabbed him by the legs. They stood there, looking around, not knowing whether to put their comrade on the ground or drag him into the tent. Finally, someone, probably a medic, commanded from the line, "Drag him to me. I'll take a look now." After they left, the group of guards was reduced by a third, but there was no longer any tension in the air. And everything would have been fine, if not for the commander, who returned at the wrong time, from behind the fence, and continued to hold a pistol in his hand. "What the hell is this?" the officer shouted sharply, not yet having emerged from the shadow of the tents. "Why haven't you hobbled him yet? Sazonov, your mother." And, without finishing his accusatory monologue, he turned sharply and ran off into the darkness again. A light laugh was heard among the soldiers, which somehow brought Ivan closer to the guards, who felt a kindred spirit in him. Everyone has their own job, nothing personal. And our captain seems to have eaten something wrong. And Sazonov and him. "Oh, guys, my stomach is also a bit churning," someone from the disorderly line suddenly said.
I also, in the bushes?
"Maybe we were all poisoned, huh?" someone fourth shouted, almost in panic. Ivan waved his hand in resignation, demonstratively sat down on the ground, folding his hands on his knees.
Run, all of you. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just sit here and wait until you all...
Maxim burst out laughing, and also sat down, a little to the side from his former escort, as if he was still afraid of him.
And the amazing thing is, the soldiers, shifting from foot to foot, glanced furtively at each other, then, reluctantly but gradually accelerating, rushed in the direction where the captain and Sazonov had run. A minute later, no one was guarding the guys. Everyone was busy with more serious matters.
Max.
Ivan asked cautiously, making sure that no one could hear them.
Haven't you overdone it?
The captain of the Wolf is experienced. If he figured out something about those who fell asleep, then he can figure it out here too. He looked around again. Keep your ears open. Or better yet, knock him out completely. Just not by putting him to sleep. Somehow else. And it would be better for the soldiers to see that we have nothing to do with it. He had barely managed to say this and turn away from Maxim when an enraged captain in an unbuttoned jacket ran out from behind the tents, waving a pistol, and headed straight for Ivan, simultaneously raising the pistol to chest level. "Okay, bitch, pray," he shouted from afar. Vanya, frankly speaking, was scared. He clearly hadn't expected this, but he tried not to show it. He, remaining sitting on the ground, raised both hands in front of himself, as if fencing himself off from the outrageous misfortune, and letting panic into his voice, said, Captain, what's wrong with you? I'm right here, sitting here. I haven't gone anywhere. What's got you all worked up about?" The commander, who had lost a bit of his authority and was trying to get it back by any means necessary, was already standing next to Ivan, who was sitting on the ground, waving a pistol in his face. "You, bitch, poisoned my people. First you put some of them to sleep, and you poisoned the rest. You think that will work? Well, you won't. I'll finish you off now. During the attack." "Captain! Captain!" Vanya started talking quickly, knowing full well that no one would shoot at him. They don't warn you about that, and they wouldn't keep an obvious hysteric in the FSB. So it's all a show for the public. He's trying to scare us and then shake us. We know. We watched in August of 1944. What's mine is mine, and I have nothing to do with it. Your shitty cook fed you something inedible, and I'm the one to blame. He was already shouting indignantly. No, that won't do. Look at him carefully. Is he sick or not? Ivan said whatever came to mind. The main thing is to talk. And involuntarily he was thinking, where is this inadequate officer sticking a pistol in the toilet? Is that how he holds it in his hand? And how does he unbutton his trousers? With one hand or something. And he's not afraid. What if he shoots something by accident? By this time, soldiers with gloomy faces began to appear from behind the tents, perfectly understanding that they had violated their duty. They had abandoned a dangerous criminal without supervision, despite orders, and were secretly expecting major trouble from the commander, who was also yelling like crazy at the man sitting in front of him. But suddenly, before he could finish another soldier's horror story, he bent over and literally choked in a fit of vomiting, which was repeated over and over again. It was so unexpected that everyone froze with their mouths open, until the exhausted officer fell first to his knees and then to his side. "That's it," Ivan said gloomily. "There will be no movie." He turned toward Maxim and said something that only he understood. "Turn off the lights." The kidnapped, or perhaps actually taken for temporary use, purely for study, small AIs, which was still hard to believe, were found surprisingly quickly. They didn't even have to be looked for. Pavel Ivanovich said that the last time he saw his younger brothers was when they were brought into that very laboratory of nerds, which Vanya called a kung. By that time, the repair droids had managed to fix a number of external scanners, until their owner, who controlled this entire, rather large crowd, was unscrewed from his rightful place, which made it possible to track their path into captivity. The recordings received after the setup were transmitted to the main AI itself. There was only one small thing left to do: to get into the truck, which was closed with cunning locks and bolts, and return the managing lads to their rightful place.
There was no need to worry about the sentry who had once guarded the secret module. He was sleeping soundly, and apparently was not going to wake up. After all the revelations of the chief conductor in the well-coordinated intellectual orchestra, from which 3 especially important instruments had disappeared, without which it was impossible to achieve a beautiful melody, Lena realized that she would not be able to cope with this task herself. She did not have such qualifications. Of course, Max did not either. Maybe Ivan Alexievich would help? Her amazement knew no bounds when, after brief explanations with Pavel Ivanovich, she finally exited the ship through the very door, the hatch through which she had entered. It was still night outside. The AI had not deceived her about the speed of time, but it was already pale, ready to pass into the ripening morning, although the stars in the sky were still twinkling. Lena looked at the colossal shimmering chaos above her head in a completely different way. After all, this now almost familiar and not at all mysterious ship had flown in from somewhere there. I finally got to it, she thought, with satisfaction. And only then did she look around. The entire area in front of the ship, right up to the tents standing a little to the side and higher up, was filled with a deathly white, lifeless light. And on the very border of light and shadow, about a dozen people in camouflage were lying motionless in various bizarre poses. And next to this calmly snoring camouflage team sat her Maxim and Vanya Medvedev, who had won her complete trust over the past few days. First of all, with his reliability and responsibility. She wasn't even afraid to leave Max with him. The most interesting thing was that both of these blockheads were laughing loudly, just roaring with laughter, slapping each other on the knees and loudly commenting on something. But Lena couldn't make out the words. Maxim, who for some reason was no longer in soldier's camouflage, but in a jacket borrowed from Ivan, was the first to notice her and jumped up even faster than her heart had even beaten a couple of times, and the echo of his laughter had not yet died down. Ivan was just turning his head, and Max was already flying up the stairs to the wing of the ship, having flown the 50 meters separating them in just 5 seconds. Not bad for a newbie sprinter. Lena was, of course, happy with her beloved husband's reaction, but she still looked perplexed. What had happened here while she was gone? Leaving all the stories for later, Elena voiced to the men a task that had to be solved at any cost.
And in the next half hour, until the guest dawn came to replace the impenetrable darkness of the night and did not fill the dark blue sky with pink rays of the sun awakening from sleep. After that, people will start to wake up, and some will go to work. Maybe not here at the site, but someone will come here in the morning. On the one hand, the task seemed trivial. Enter the laboratory Kung and pick up 3 yellow suitcases there, as Lena dubbed them, which need to be mounted in the control room of the spaceship. Just connect the connectors like a regular computer, or at least one, the same one that the AI uses to control the repair droids. They will do the rest themselves. The only working droid on the ship, the steward who served Elena a drink, and whom Pavel Ivanovich could control, was not capable of this. On the other hand, the Kung was closed, locked, almost walled up, and getting in was not so easy.
All attempts by Ivan, as more experienced in metalwork, and Maxim, as a newbie who should be lucky, were unsuccessful. Searches for keys in the commander's pockets, in the tents, and in the checkpoint trailer also yielded no results. Max's adventurous thoughts of shooting the lock in the door were categorically rejected by Lena. What if the bullet hit the AI? Then that's really it. And there are 1,000 teenagers, almost children, on the ship. And what will happen to them in this case? That's it. You have to think first, dear. And preferably with your head. Desperate Elena remembered her ability to mentally communicate and called the chief, who understood the problem even before Lena had built her mental speech into a digestible series. She did not have the thought-blocking cube in her hands. She had left it on the table in the unloading room. Elena Yurievna, Pavel Ivanovich answered. Don't worry.
I'll send you several nanobots. They'll open any lock. Absolutely any.
Wait. A few seconds later, several small stars, or fireflies, began to dance in the air near the tightly closed door of the truck, which, after spinning, disappeared one after another into the keyholes, of which there were several in addition to the massive combination lock. What these little ones did remained a mystery, but there was no doubt that they worked. The quiet buzzing in the door, or behind it, would sometimes intensify, sometimes disappear completely, then resume, but in a completely different tone. 2 minutes later, a request from the ship's main AI sounded in Elena's head. Elena Yurievna, try opening the door. The door opened easily and effortlessly, without even a creak. Finding the yellow suitcases in the darkness, using the phone's flashlight, was a matter of 2 more minutes. These portable small AIs turned out to be surprisingly heavy, and the men had to drag them. Maxim carried one, and Ivan got the other 2.
Lena, as the hostess, led them into the house that was already familiar to her, which she easily opened by touching the outlined oval with her palm. Were the guys nervous? They were. Unlike Elena, when she entered here for the first time, very nervous. And when at the end of the light path, which led them straight to the wheelhouse, they were met by a translucent light green Pavel Ivanovich, and even speaking Russian, they were simply petrified. And if it weren't for Elena, who gave them a good slap, they would have stood there with their mouths open, literally. It was necessary to work, and work quickly. It seemed that Pavel Ivanovich himself was worried, a slight fuss, completely unusual for him. A slightly trembling voice, asking to connect the suitcase to the left of the central stand first, spoke precisely about this. It was possible to understand him, and no one even paid attention to it. When a series of incomprehensible signs ran across the screen of the connected monitor, the main AI, as it seemed to Elena, sighed with relief. "My friends," he exclaimed, almost pathetically, "I am very grateful to you. No, more correctly, we are all very grateful to you. Our entire civilization. It seems that our problems are being resolved positively. I am forced to leave you for a few minutes and get down to preparing the ship for flight, in order to avoid any more surprises. Fortunately, the reactor has already been overclocked. There are some small details left, but without them, no way. Please go to the psychological relief room. I will join you as soon as I am free." And then he got ahead of Elena's yet-to-be-born thought. "Elena Yurievna, no one is going to kidnap you. It would be black ingratitude on my part after everything you have done for us." The most important sign of a high level of development of any civilization is the observance of cosmic laws, the main one of which is non-violence at any level. In conditions of contact, freedom of choice and desire must be observed. First of all, of the weaker party, which today is you, people. But you don't want to fly with us, do you? No, of course you do, but you can't. I understand you and respect you even more. After these words, Pavel Ivanovich disappeared. Quite quickly he began to fade. His contours lost their clarity, and then he either dissolved or evaporated, which again plunged both men into a complete stupor. Following the flickering yellow squares, Lena led the guys who had come back to life after a good shake-up to the crew's psychological relief room. For the crew, it may have been a relief room, but for Maxim and Vanya it became another loading room. They were loaded to the brim. Standing in the doorway, they looked in amazement at the waterfall roaring in the corner, and even made a timid attempt to stretch out their hands to the cloud of water dust at its foot. But that was the limit of their activity. They looked around in fear at the creaking and hubbub in the tropical thickets, trying to see who was making the noise. With childish delight, they admired the multicolored butterflies flying over large flowers, but could not take a step towards this beauty.
Lena had to make an effort to seat them in the chairs, which had once again become large and capacious. It would have been better if she hadn't done that. When the chairs began to silently transform, adjusting to the men's dimensions, they almost jumped up and ran away. And when the droid steward appeared with a tray in his hand on which stood 3 glasses of tonic, they opened their mouths again, and only the miraculous drink slightly restored their ability to adequately react to what was happening around them. On the table in front of Elena, a cube, a blocker, lay forlornly, which she looked at a little distantly, not knowing whether to pick it up or not. It suddenly seemed to her that communicating via mental communication with the owner of the ship was not such a bad idea. Yes, even this drink. Before she had time to think that it would be nice to support the guys, who clearly had it harder than her, this robot appeared with a tray. It is clear that he appeared not at her request, but by order of Pavel Ivanovich. But how wonderful. Lena decided to test her abilities once more, although she understood that distracting the main AI while the ship was preparing for flight was not very good. But he was a 7th-generation AI. That was probably cooler than Julius Caesar, who could do several things at once. And as if responding to her mental appeal, a screen flickered on the wall, and she and her friends once again watched the amazing footage of the distant past of Earth. For Max, the sardonic smile of the saber-toothed creature after defeating the thick-skinned hippopotamus was such a shock that, without realizing what he was doing, he grabbed Ivan by the shoulder and squeezed his hand like a vice. To Ivan's credit, he did not even react to this, absorbed in the miracle of nature he had seen. Pavel Ivanovich appeared in the hall half an hour later, when the horror film from the distant past of the planet was finished, and the tonic, the effect of which was appreciated by both Maxim and Ivan, had quietly run out. The solemnly smiling greenish face said a lot. It seemed that the adventures on the 3rd mountain were coming to an end, and the guys felt it. Ivan, who after taking the tonic became himself, looked at Lena attentively and warily, and she could not help but feel it.
She looked at him, nodded, and smiled, making it clear that she remembered everything.
Pavel Ivanovich. Her voice was neutral. We understand that you are ready to fly away, and now nothing prevents this. Except perhaps our presence here. Of course, we still have a lot of questions that we would certainly ask you, if not for the circumstances. In any case, we are very grateful for your kind attitude towards the inhabitants of Earth, despite some excesses that have arisen. Before parting, I want to ask you for help. Iskin glanced at the thought blocker lying on the table, chuckled in a completely earthly way, and said, Elena Yuryevna, you don't have to continue. I know everything, and I think that fulfilling your request is the least we can do to thank you and your friends for everything you've done for our civilization. But for that, we need to bring Ivan Alexeyevich's wife here, and the sooner the better.
The recovery will take about 2 hours of your time, and you need to leave here before new people start appearing at dawn. I'll get the medical capsule ready, and you go get the patient.
And Pavel Ivanovich dissolved again. Vanya, half rising from his chair and still clutching the armrests, looked at Elena with distrust. Is it really possible? He whispered. Is it really? My Lena will be able to walk? And almost in a whisper he added, so, it was not in vain. Elena Yuryevna ignored his last phrase and spurred her on with her own. Run, Vanya. You still have to get to Omshanik, to the car. Ivan suddenly straightened up sharply and looked at her in a completely different way. No, I'll go in a jeep. There's a military jeep parked here at the checkpoint with the keys in the lock. Like the one that was chasing us. When I was looking for the keys to the body, I looked in there. Then he turned to Maxim. Max, are you coming with me?
It'll be faster with 2 people, so you don't have to bother with the stroller.
Maxim smiled, happy for his friend, but answered grumpily, "You might not have asked." Ivan carried his wife, dragged out of bed and dressed only in pajamas, onto the ship, in his arms, almost running up the stairs by the wing. A small cargo platform, several droids were already waiting for him in the airlock, and Pavel Ivanovich himself was modestly standing by the door. Vanya carefully laid the perplexed Elena on the soft bed covered with an unfamiliar material, squeezed her hand tightly, and blinked encouragingly. "Trust me, everything will be fine." He, afraid of losing an extra minute. What if it was exactly that minute that was missing? Did not even bother to tell her any details of the manipulation awaiting her. He simply said that the aliens had agreed to treat her.
Although, to be honest, he himself did not know what awaited her. But he unconsciously believed both Elena Yurievna, Maxim's wife, and the AI, and himself. When the droids left with the freely floating platform with the priceless cargo, Ivan seemed to freeze, afraid to move, then nevertheless turned to Maxim. "Max, go to the moss farm for our Hyundai. I can't do it for some reason," and powerlessly sank right onto the floor of the airlock, putting his hands on his bent knees. After some time, he and the remaining Elena nevertheless moved to the unloading room. She had already become quite accustomed to the mental connection, and mercilessly exploited the owner of the ship, who, it seemed, only enjoyed fulfilling her requests. And this time, he turned on the running light path so that his guests would not get lost. Whatever you say, the ship was still huge, and it was impossible to get where you wanted, even on the 3rd try, without a hint. The wait dragged on, and even in the room, where there were so many temptations, Ivan could not find a place for himself. He would walk gloomily from corner to corner, then freeze by the waterfall, then approach the tropical thickets and listen to the hubbub of the hiding birds, then sit down in a wonderful transforming chair, which he no longer paid attention to. With each passing minute, his excitement grew, and no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself, he did it poorly. Elena, sitting calmly, only shook her head silently, while Ivan did not see her. A couple of hours later, when his Elena entered the hall, accompanied by droids and Pavel Ivanovich, on her own, without any outside help, and she looked quite impressive even in her pajamas, he turned away and began to cry. Not sobbing, of course, but he cried the way men cry. Sparingly, quietly. He was embarrassed by his tears, but he could do nothing about it. He could not even get up and hug his miraculously healed wife until this monstrous tension of expectation subsided. And with it, the tears disappeared. Only then did he get up, hug his standing wife, as if touching her for the first time, and quietly whispered in her ear, "I told you." Then almost syllable by syllable, "Everything will be fine." They stood there for a whole minute, and there was no one around who would want to disturb this amazing feeling of happiness. Ivan was the first to come to, very carefully moved away from his wife. Turned to Elena, still sitting in the chair, took a couple of steps towards her and suddenly fell to his knees. His eyes were moist, but there were no tears. "Elena Yurievna, Lena, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. If you need my help," he turned to his Elena and corrected himself, "our help, in any form, we will do everything." Maxim, who had already returned and was also watching Ivan, who was suffering while waiting, jumped up to him and tried to lift him up. Vanya stood up, hugged his friend tightly, and only said, "Max, well, you know." Only after his friend's Ivan turned to Pavel Ivanovich, "I don't know what to tell you, except my sincere thank you. If you knew what it's like to see the suffering of a loved one,
and not be able to help him. It's very hard. Now, thanks to you, there are several more happy people in the world. Thank you. And he bowed, in the most real way, as they say, from the waist. Elena Yurievna would not have been herself if, right before parting, she had not asked the main AI, "Pavel Ivanovich, won't your takeoff harm the soldiers? They are still asleep, or maybe they need to be dragged away somewhere far away." He only smiled silently, and Lena understood everything. She trusted Pavel Ivanovich. An hour later, when Maxim and Elena had sworn to come to the Medvedevs with little Alyoshka on the weekend, and were now returning home, Maxim suddenly slowed down and asked his wife, "Len, we still haven't found out why my dead people were glowing. And where did I get these anti-doctor abilities? And where did you get the gift of foresight? And what was that haze over the village? What was it for?" And a lot of other things. Lena thought about it, then put her hand on her husband's shoulder and declared, as if it were self-evident, "So we need to get to this Celia somehow. We'll definitely figure everything out there." Maxim, who had learned a lot about his wife over the past 6 months, slammed on the brakes in surprise and, frightened, almost screamed. "How?" "I don't know yet," Elena answered, smiling, deliberately emphasizing that cherished word, yet. Getting an appointment with the head of the city traffic police department turned out to be not such an easy task. He received people, on personal matters, once a week, on Monday, and for only 2 hours just when Maxim was at work. He could not get through to the accident investigation group or the inquiry body, which dealt with incidents with serious consequences. Either the duty officer gave him the wrong numbers, or all the employees were so busy searching for the culprits of road accidents that no one answered the phone. The only place besides the duty station where they managed to get through was the chief's reception room. The young secretary, with an unexpectedly pleasant voice, first of all asked what issue Maxim Sergeyevich, that's how Max introduced himself, wanted to meet with the first manager about. After all, his deputies could resolve many issues, and she was even ready to dictate their phone numbers. You just need to decide on the essence of the issue. Perhaps she was right, but Maxim didn't want to tell her, who sounded like a little girl, about the accident where his Alyoshka, who was still in a coma, and there was no end in sight, was injured, especially since no one from the investigative body had deigned to contact him in the past 5 days, which is why the all-consuming melancholy of the first days was gradually turning into an elementary, swelling anger. Well, he would tell her, turning his soul upside down once again, but she would still send him to the investigative body, and it was impossible to get through to them. What? The circle was closed? His little Alyoshka, whom Lena hadn't left her side for 5 days, was balancing somewhere on the edge, and this jerk, who had knocked him down on a crosswalk in broad daylight and had calmly disappeared, was now driving around the city covering his tracks. And it looked like no one was looking for him, or simply didn't want to. The center of a large neighborhood, with surveillance cameras all around. What else was needed? Right on the corner of the intersection where it happened, there was a branch of a large commercial bank, where there were always cameras. And a little further on, a private clinic, where there were also probably security guards, and the same video cameras. And further down the street, if you looked closely, you could find these cameras, if you had the desire. And it looked like the police didn't have that desire. That is why Maxim decided to go straight to his boss. And to the secretary's question, clearly protecting his boss's peace, he muttered something like, "On the issue of road safety." Well, what other issues can you go to the traffic police for? Not on the issue of paying utility bills? The girl with the pleasant voice did not like his answer, and his incomprehensible persistence. She rustled papers for a long time, which was clearly heard in the telephone receiver, muttered something, not forgetting at the same time to demonstrate not only vigorous activity, but also good manners, periodically calling for him to wait just a second more. Finally, she answered,
I can only make an appointment for you on October 2nd at 11:30. Will that suit you?
Max was taken aback. To be in the dark for another 2 weeks? 2 weeks when every minute could count. Yes, in 2 weeks the car could be repaired and sold by proxy, and no one would stop you from going somewhere far away, especially the police. No, thank you, Max muttered and hung up. He decided to come to his boss without an appointment or invitation. He had the opportunity to do so. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, the head of the city traffic police department, was angry and confused at the same time. How could he have ended up like that? Literally between a rock and a hard place. On one side was the mayor with his problems and requests. On the other side was the city prosecutor, also with his own requests that were directly opposite. True, these requests were not specific, skillfully veiled, at least on the part of the mayor, but that didn't make it any easier. The prosecutor, a straightforward guy, simply inquired about how the investigation was going and mentioned that the mother of the child injured in the traffic accident at the intersection was his employee, and not just any employee, but one of the best. He didn't ask for anything in particular, neither to participate personally, nor to help, nor to speed up. This was already implied. A smart person would understand, and Nikolai Sergeyevich considered himself smart. Otherwise, he would hardly have risen to the rank of colonel by the age of 45, and even headed the city department. The mayor called on Saturday morning, which was strange in itself. It was a day off, after all. And the call was on a mobile phone, which the colonel couldn't figure out. Where did the mayor get his number from? They didn't seem to exchange it. Then he waved his hand. He knows, and he knows. That's what he's the mayor for, to know everything. They weren't close. They didn't drink vodka together. They didn't steam in the same bathhouse. But they knew each other, and they had to meet. Mostly either at meetings and reports at the mayor's office, or at some ceremonial events, usually ending with a banquet. But even there were no heart-to-heart talks between them personally. And then the call. Nikolai Sergeyevich, good afternoon. Karpov is disturbing. Then came non-committal clarifications about business, health, plans for the weekend. Nezhnov sinfully wondered if the mayor was going to invite him somewhere in nature for the weekend, to some hunting lodge. According to rumors, he was an avid hunter, and the hunting season was just open. The head of the Internal Affairs Directorate, who once happened to visit the mayor, told him in a private conversation that he had a huge moose head hanging on the wall in the hallway of his country house, with the same huge spade-shaped antlers, branched at the edges, hunted personally by the mayor. But everything turned out to be much more prosaic. Nikolai Sergeyevich, I actually came to you on business. It's not a very ordinary case. The mayor began to explain, hesitating a bit. Although what's unusual about it? He said more firmly. My son's car was stolen. That's when the traffic police chief became wary. He didn't like something about the situation, but he hadn't seen anything particularly reprehensible yet, and couldn't figure out what was wrong. It's understandable that the mayor was calling him about the theft and not the police station. Although his son, as the owner of the car, would still have to write a statement. If the alarm bell rang somewhere on the outskirts, it was very far away and very quiet. The colonel did have a sense after all. My son is studying in Novosibirsk, Karpov continued meanwhile. He studied for only 2 weeks and came back for the weekend. On Thursday, forgot something. A gaper. He decided to be strict. Well, and here are my friends. How could we do without them? They decided to take a steam bath in our house outside the city. Well, it looks like they didn't just steam, the blockheads. They woke up in the morning.
The car was gone. No one saw or heard anything. That's how things are, Nikolai Sergeyevich, he finished rather pessimistically. He had to answer something. Viktor Alexeyevich, we will find your car, the colonel began overly optimistically, as it seemed to him. Don't worry. I'll call the duty station now, give the task, the mechanism will start turning. Only, my son needs to come to us, write a statement, and tell us everything in detail. He intended to explain in detail to the mayor everything that needed to be done, and what he, the head of the traffic police department, would do personally to ensure that the missing vehicle was found as quickly as possible, secretly counting on some preferences in the future. But Karpov, without much ceremony, interrupted him. Here's the thing, Nikolai Sergeyevich. The boys can't say exactly when the car was stolen. Maybe this morning, maybe at night, or maybe yesterday afternoon. They went there on Friday morning. The devils were steamed up in the bathhouse. They say they didn't go out into the yard. Here the mayor took a short pause, but Nizhnov already understood what he would talk about next, and although he really didn't like it, he didn't risk stopping the head of the city. And who would have risked it? Nikolai Sergeyevich, my son will be here in an hour. I'll send my driver for him now. The bastard has nothing to drive now. You take his statement about the theft yesterday. Otherwise, you never know. They'll do something bad with his car and you won't be able to prove anything later. But he's a good boy. The upset father finished on an optimistic note. But even over the phone, you could feel his tension in anticipation of an answer. The head of the traffic police department had no choice but to promise to fulfill all the requests voiced by the chief, although the bells of impending problems were now ringing loudly. The colonel knew the mayor's son, Denis Karpov, not personally, of course, but he knew him. He first heard about him about 2 years ago during a regular morning report, where the duty crews reported on their work and the violators they had identified over the past 24 hours. He accidentally caught the name Karpov, listened closely, and thus became acquainted in absentia with one of the most notorious violators who would later become known. The inspector, who had stopped a black Audi A7 Sportback with 3 sevens on its license plate that had exceeded the speed limit by 40 kilometers in the middle of the city, was incredibly surprised that such a powerful, practically racing car, capable of reaching a speed of 250 kilometers, was driven by a young man who, according to the documents, had turned 18 2 weeks ago. A thorough check confirmed that the owner of this luxurious foreign car was indeed this young man, who looked more like a 10th grader from yesterday. This former schoolboy came to the attention of traffic police officers 5 or 6 more times in 2 years, all for speeding. To be fair, he always paid the fines for his transgressions, and almost on time. He had no debts. Only a little later, it became known that this respectable offender, who paid his fines on time, if you can call a violator respectable, was the son of the mayor. This miracle car was a gift from the loving father to his child for his 18th birthday, and on the occasion of his graduation from the first year of the Novosibirsk Law Institute. It became clear where the first-year student got such a car, but even the head of the traffic police did not know where such a number came from. It was clear that one of his subordinates had made a good profit on this, but he did not bother to figure it out. This was already common practice. When the colonel found out how much such a car cost, he himself was not a poor man. He thought for the first time that he had chosen the wrong profession for himself. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov could only guess what this young lover of fast driving had finally done, since the all-powerful daddy himself was calling him with a very unusual request. Reality surpassed all the worst assumptions. Alyoshka went to school for only 2 weeks. Maxim, with uncharacteristic sentimentality and bitterness of recent events, recalled the enthusiastic impatience of his son, getting ready for school on the 1st of September. Of course, he woke up before everyone else.
His father realized this through the remnants of sleep by the quiet jingling, rustling, repeated squealing of the opening and closing zipper of the school backpack, bought a long time ago. It was obvious that the young first grader decided once again, and maybe not once, to check whether he had packed everything for school for the first lesson in his life. The knowledge lesson. Then Alyoshka could think of nothing else to do but unceremoniously show up in his parents' bedroom with a bulging backpack, so that his confidence would be confirmed by his parents. He had to get up. At the leisurely pace of a first grader, it would take about 15 minutes to reach the school located right here in the neighborhood. True, there was one but, because of which the first 2 weeks the child had to be seen off to school and met on the way back from school. The path to knowledge was hampered by 2 streets that had to be crossed, preferably without incident. One of them was nothing special. It was as small as the first grader himself, and there were few cars here, but the second, separating half of the neighborhood from the hospital campus, behind which the school was located. With its abundance of cars served as a serious obstacle. Here, at the pedestrian crossing not far from the intersection, the traffic light was constantly flashing yellow, and nevertheless, the crossing was not considered completely safe. Periodically, various kinds of excesses occurred here, ending, thank God, favorably. It was precisely in order to teach Alyoshka how to cross the street correctly and get to school safely that Maxim, who had a 5-minute walk to his work, walked him home every morning for 2 weeks, simultaneously teaching him the tricky survival skills of a small person in a big city. Classes at school began at 8:30, and Max worked from 8. So for a couple of weeks he had to be a little late. But the headmistress, having learned the reason, went to meet him and turned a blind eye to it. Alyoshka was met and walked home by his grandmother, as well as other first graders, who were also met more often than their parents by loving grandmothers. 2 weeks later, the already experienced first grader took an exam on pedestrian traffic rules, after which he had to decide whether he could walk to school alone, so that his dad would not be late for work, and from school alone, so as not to bother his grandmother. On Friday, Alyoshka left the entrance completely on his own and headed to school. He knew that his father was walking behind him, but they agreed that the son would not even look back until he reached the school gates. He got there normally, although he still turned around a couple of times, looked for his father with his eyes and, calmed down, walked on. He stopped before the crosswalk, looked in both directions, made sure that there were no flying cars, and calmly crossed. Maxim sighed with relief, although he understood perfectly well that he could not, and should not, see his boyfriend off for the rest of his life. Maxim was not surprised by the phone call that came shortly after midday. He was surprised when he saw who was calling. It was his mother-in-law, Valentina Ivanovna, Lena's mother, called him very rarely, and more often when she could not get through to her daughter to resolve issues with her, or simply inquire about her affairs, although she treated her son-in-law quite kindly and respectfully. Maxim repaid her in kind, but still did not call her Mom, addressing her by her first name and patronymic. However, Lena addressed his parents in exactly the same way. Other, by no means domostroy, times had come. At first, the voice that was undoubtedly addressing him seemed completely unfamiliar to Max. It was somehow lifeless, inanimate, as if it was spoken by a person completely devoid of emotion, who was having difficulty finding words. The voice of a person reminiscent of a rubber toy from which the air had been let out. And only when the meaning of what was said reached Maxim, he realized that it was indeed his mother-in-law calling. Maxim. A long pause. Lashenka was hit by a car. And then silence again. Max tried to comprehend what he had heard, but he made no attempt to apply it to himself. On the contrary, his mind tried to abstract itself from it, because it simply could not be. But as he realized that it was not customary to joke about such things, and what Valentina Ivanovna had said was true, Maxim himself began to resemble a deflated rubber doll. A colossal weakness, such as he had never experienced, rolled over him like a giant wave, blocking his access to air. Unable to take a breath or move, he was forced to lean against the back of the chair. The instantly arising feeling of nausea, noise in his head, and dizziness, in one moment, knocked him out of the surrounding reality. An incomprehensible veil before his eyes blurred the outlines of objects, and he saw everything as if in a fog. If he could look at himself now from the outside, he would hardly recognize him.
Instead of a young, handsome, self-confident guy, a small, crushed man sat on the chair, white as chalk, who nevertheless began to come to his senses after a minute.
"He's alive?" Max's voice also changed beyond recognition. It wheezed and trembled. "Alive." Valentina Ivanovna tried to pull herself together. "An ambulance took him to a miners' rehabilitation center. He's unconscious. A traumatic brain injury." And a little more quietly, with difficulty, "Severe." Something had to be done, and this realization that he, the man in the family, had to take on the entire burden of what had happened forced him to fight his fear, which at first overwhelmed him to the point of trembling in his knees. "How did this happen?" His voice stopped shaking, although the hoarseness did not disappear completely. "And where?"
Valentina Ivanovna, slightly encouraged by the change in her son-in-law's voice, began to speak quickly, almost without pauses, and her voice could already be recognized.
On Sovetskaya, at the pedestrian crossing. As usual, I followed Alyoshenka, even a little earlier, to keep an eye on him, as we agreed yesterday. I hadn't even reached the crossing yet, when I saw him already walking, so proud and independent. Either they were let out of school early, or something else happened, I don't know. And then, as luck would have it, he saw me, smiled, waved his hand and ran across the crossing to meet me.
Then she fell silent, again recalling with horror the scene she had seen, and her voice, filled with tears, faded again.
A passenger car, black, didn't even brake, and didn't stop. It just went even faster, when Alyoshenka fell. He hit his head on the asphalt.
That was all. She couldn't say anything more, and Maxim heard that his mother-in-law was crying, and not just crying, but choking on her tears, trying with difficulty to stop. There was still one very important question left unanswered, and Max, breaking through the indistinct sounds, asked, "Does Lena know?" "No, Maxim, I can't. You call her yourself, please." Her voice became quiet and lifeless again. "And where are you?" Maxim tried to distract her with his question. "I'm here, near the crossing. I'm waiting for the traffic police." That's what the ambulance said. They told them, and then they went themselves. They couldn't wait. Lena did not leave Alyoshka's side for the entire 5 days. She sat, leaning her elbows on the edge of the bed, leaning over her child, who seemed to have become even smaller, constantly holding his hand and quietly saying something, completely ignoring those around her. Her face became sunken, her features became sharper. Dark circles appeared under her eyes, more like bruises. It was impossible to recognize the former Elena in her, with her cheerful, charming smile, self-confident, relaxed, and capable of making independent decisions. All this seemed to recede into the background, and the first and only thing now was this little one, helpless and defenseless, lying in front of her. Her husband's timid attempts to replace her, at least for the night, so that she could have a good rest and at least get some sleep, ran into an impenetrable wall of denial. She looked at Maxim with surprised eyes, as if amazed at his lack of understanding, and quietly, as if afraid to wake up the sleeping baby, explained to him things that seemed obvious to her. "Max, how can you not understand? I can't leave here. I can't." Imagine, Alyoshka wakes up. It was easier for her to believe that her son was sleeping and not balancing somewhere on the edge of life and death. And I'm not there. Who will he call first? Me, Max, me, Mom? And I'm not there.
Do you want him to get scared? He's had enough already. Her confused explanations could not convince Maxim, but he could do nothing. He came to the rehabilitation center every day, brought everything Lena asked for, sat next to her near Alyoshka, but at night, at her request, he invariably went home. Having taken a vacation from work, like his wife, in the mornings he ran to the traffic police or tried to call the investigative agency, even once waited near the office of this notorious agency for half a day, but to no avail. None of the people he needed showed up there. No, other employees showed up, and sometimes stayed there for a long time, but they had nothing to do with the case of the collision at the pedestrian crossing on Sovetskaya Street.
Max managed to find out that the case of the hit-and-run on his son was being handled by Captain Vasnetsov, who somehow, miraculously, constantly eluded or hid from him. To his complaints, other employees began to respond with irritation that the captain was working on his case, but it was hard to believe. Simply put, it was completely unbelievable. During all this time, Lena never once inquired about the affairs that were going on outside this very ward. She did not ask about the health of her mother, with whom Maxim periodically called, and whom her daughter forbade to come to the hospital so as not to see her grief and tears. She was not interested in her husband's affairs, the situation at home, and certainly did not inquire about how the investigation of the crime that brought her son to the hospital bed was going. Nevertheless, one evening, before leaving home, according to routine, Maxim decided to share his problems with Lena, why he could not meet with Captain Vasnetsov, and why it was still not clear who was to blame for the accident. It was difficult to see the prosecutor's investigator in this tired woman, and she seemed to be listening with half an ear. But when Max finished the story about his empty adventures, she nevertheless turned to him, and her eyes showed clearly visible work of thought. "Max," she began slowly, not letting go of Alyoshka's hand. "I think they are deliberately dragging this case out. Why? They are trying to cover up the culprit of the accident, and this is some important person. I simply don't see any other reason. Even if the car was allegedly stolen. It's one thing if a pedestrian was hit at night somewhere outside the city, where no one saw it. Then, yes, the search may drag on, or the culprit may not be found at all. It's quite another when it happens in the middle of the city, where there are surveillance cameras at every intersection, in broad daylight, when there are dozens of witnesses around. The second point, Lena was coming to life before our eyes, and it turned out that the investigator had not disappeared anywhere. He was just busy with other things. Mom said that during the questioning, the traffic cops took our coordinates, including phone numbers. Therefore, they know perfectly well where I work. And nevertheless, they are silent. This means that the situation here is not at all simple, and serious forces are involved. Calling to give at least a crumb of information would not have been difficult if they wanted to, or could. And they can't, because they were forbidden to do so? Is that how it turns out? It was clear who Lena meant by they. All those dark forces that are trying to stall for time and let the whole thing slide. So far, only traffic cops were seen here. It was easier to call the traffic police representatives that way. Max. Lena leaned over Alyoshka again and ran her hand through her son's hair with inexpressible tenderness. "I can't do this yet. I have to be here." Then she turned her gaze to her husband. "You will do this, because evil must be punished. Don't be surprised. You will succeed." I could turn to the boss, but I won't. On the one hand, I don't want to set him up. On the other, I don't want to be disappointed. Because it is not yet known what forces are behind all this. And this is not the first time for us. She looked at her husband with a sad smile. "Do you remember how we uncovered the case of the glowing dead and sent Princess Ilzianora home with the children?" They both seemed to freeze for a second, then simultaneously looked at the lying Alyoshka
and looked away in different directions.
Both Maxim and Lena were thinking about the same thing. But Maxim was the first to speak about it. If Pavel Ivanovich were here with his med capsule, Alyoshka would already be healthy. Max, don't... His wife tried to stop him with pain in her voice. You understand that all this is pointless. She was silent for a while and added sadly, It's easier to turn to God. The prayer will reach him faster. And then she added, Do you think I haven't prayed for Alyoshka? I pray for him every day. Max suddenly became embittered. Lena, why no need? Remember, this AI said that you have good mental abilities, and you also have a mind link. Try to contact him, or directly the princess. You saved her too. Max, his wife tried to reason with him. Calm down. We don't even know in which galaxy this empire of Tehran is, where this planet Celia is. Which way should we turn? And what's the point? Wait 500 light years or more. And wait for nothing, because we don't know at what distance my mind link works.
Here, in the area, everything was within half a kilometer, or even less. Maxim, despite the rather weighty arguments, stood his ground. Lena, we must use any chance, you understand? Any. Even such a ghostly one. By and large, we know nothing about the Turanians, except that they control time and space, like we control a car. Besides, we have nothing to lose. Elena promised, more to calm her husband, who had bitten the bit.
Okay, Max. I'll try.
And I'll try to sort out this drawn-out story with the collision, he said, pleased with at least a shadow of hope that had appeared. First, try to install cameras that should show the crossing, Lena instructed him.
And just ask, did the traffic cops take the recordings for themselves or not? Of course they won't show them to you, but try to be convincing.
For the first time in all this time, she smiled slightly.
Just don't hurt anyone.
We'll see how it goes, Maxim joked. Maxim was never a leader or a generator of ideas by nature, but he was a good performer. Max solved any task, especially if it was set correctly, as quickly, efficiently, and in the required volume as circumstances allowed, without any sloppiness or carelessness. Well, as is well known, insurmountable circumstances are extremely rare, especially when you have such a powerful tool of persuasion as a protective measure. Maxim had hardly used his anti-doctor abilities in the last year, but he was convinced that they had not gone anywhere. Therefore, he set out to look for the culprit of the accident calm and confident. If necessary, he would not think and be tormented by doubts. He would use them to the fullest extent. The newly minted detective decided to start his own investigation from the very crossroads where everything happened. He used this crossing every day, so he had an idea of where the surveillance cameras might be located. And he made his first visit to the branch of a large Moscow bank, located in a corner building at the crossroads next to the ill-fated pedestrian crossing. Already on the approach, Maxim examined an outdoor video camera, the peephole of which was directed at the street, and right at the place that interested Max most. A high porch with railings, massive doors, a waiting area with soft sofas, a spacious operating room with windows divided by decorative partitions, an information terminal at the entrance, a board on the wall with a list of numbers of invited clients, and, of course, a security guard. Everything was as he expected. An elderly, fairly strong security guard in a blue shirt with a black tie and a walkie-talkie in his hand met Maxim practically at the entrance. He looked at him carefully and looked away, apparently deciding that the incoming client did not pose any threat.
Max headed straight towards him, greeted him warmly, and asked where he could find the head of the bank's security. The security guard with the badge on his chest looked at the unusual visitor more closely, as if assessing him, paused, and answered the question with a question. "And for what purpose do you need it?" Maxim decided to be extremely frank, counting on reciprocity and understanding. "Here at the crossing on Friday, a car hit a child. This is my son. He is now in the Miners Rehabilitation Center, still in a coma. And the traffic police have not said a word, not a half word, about the culprit. It seems that they are not looking for him at all. And your camera is looking right at the crossing. So I decided to just clarify. Were they interested in the recordings from the cameras or not?" The security guard looked at him with sympathy. "I was not on duty on Friday, but I heard about it. Wait a bit. I will clarify." He hesitated for a second. "But can I see your documents?" Maxim was prepared for such a turn of events, so without hesitation he took out the passport he had taken from home. The security guard carefully looked through the passport data, glanced at the page with the registration, returned the passport to the owner, and disappeared behind an inconspicuous door with the sign "Service Premises," located behind the ledge of the wall next to the information terminal, having first knocked on it. A minute later he appeared, accompanied by a man dressed not in a security guard uniform, but in a regular suit with the right tie, in the same color. It is clear that his shirt was white. The man, who greeted him and introduced himself as the head of security, looked at Max no less attentively and apparently made some decision for himself. "I was told briefly about your problem. Let's go and talk outside so as not to disturb anyone here," and headed for the exit. The porch with high, shiny railings from the front door went off to the side along the facade of the building for about 3 meters, forming a kind of open but fenced corner, where there was a small urn, an ashtray, on a high chrome leg. It was to this that Max's interlocutor headed. Even from here one could easily see the pedestrian crossing with a constantly flashing traffic light. Maxim had to repeat his short story again, and he repeated it almost word for word. After listening, the chief of security did not react at first, was silent, then took a cigarette out of the pack, sniffed it, and simply twirled it in his hand, as if deciding whether to smoke or not. Then he finally raised his eyes, and looking at the intersection said, "I recently quit smoking. Sometimes I come out here." He raised the cigarette to his face again. Sniff. After a short pause, he continued, "I saw that accident, right from here.
I also called an ambulance, and I gave that kid's grandmother some water to drink while she was waiting for the police." Maxim said in confusion, "It was my mother-in-law. She was on her way to meet Alyoshka from school." Then he finally pulled himself together, remembering why he had come. "And what kind of car was it? Well, the one that hit you." "A black Audi. It was clearly flying faster than 60. He didn't even slow down, the bastard," he said angrily, referring to the driver, and broke the cigarette. Then he stared at it, as if not understanding why he was holding the pieces in his hand, and threw them into the sparkling clean ashtray. Maxim decided to go back to the beginning. "And did the traffic cops watch the recordings from your camera?" The head of security said somehow distantly, as if with condemnation. "They watched. Back on Friday, they even copied it to a flash drive." Maxim did not want to apply his protective measure to this normal, adequate man who clearly sympathized with him, and he, like anyone else in such a situation, asked,
"I understand that this probably shouldn't be done, but can I, as an exception, watch this recording? Since the police are not looking, maybe I can find this car myself."
The man rested his hands on the railing, and without looking at Max, suddenly said, "Now it's no longer possible." And looking at the perplexed Max, he continued, "The traffic cops confiscated the disc with the recording for that day. They showed up on Monday early in the morning with a decree and took it. True, others came, not the ones from Friday, or rather, one, the captain, Maxim was confused. How could this be? The police have all the data in hand, but there is no result? Or can't find it? Although the owner has certainly been identified. Why are they silent then? The thought that suddenly flashed through his mind seemed quite sensible. His sympathetic vis-a-vis had clearly seen this recording. Tell me, have you seen this recording? And froze, waiting for an answer.
Yes, I have, and more than once,
Was the dispassionate answer. And the number? Max's mouth suddenly went dry. Did you happen to see the number? Maybe you remembered it, he asked with hard-to-conceal hope.
This won't go any further than me, I promise.
The interlocutor, apparently having calmed down, took out a new cigarette.
There's nothing to remember. 3 sevens, about 777 AE, 42nd region. And as for, I have nothing to fear. I'm a combat officer. In the past,
He added sadly.
and I didn't give any signatures to the police.
Maxim rejoiced in his soul. Now he would have something to take to the head of the traffic police. Most likely, his fleeting joy was reflected on his face. But the head of security brought him back to earth, for some reason switching to the informal you. You'll have a hard time. He paused until he saw that Maxim was looking at him in bewilderment. This is the car of our mayor's son. Most likely he was driving. The traffic cops, when they were watching the recording for the first time, were talking among themselves and immediately declared that this was the car of Denis Karpov, the mayor's son. Apparently they had met more than once. One of them even gloated, something like, "The bastard has played the violin too much." They must have gotten on their nerves by now. And the other added, "I hope he doesn't run off to his Novosibirsk." Okay, good luck. And saying goodbye, he extended his hand. Yes, now Maxim had aces in his hands. Maybe not the biggest ones. He hadn't seen the recording from the bank's camera. But still, besides, he didn't plan to reveal the source of his information, and therefore its destructiveness was somewhat reduced. It would be good to meet with Captain Vasnetsov first, to see his reaction. I wonder what he would say about the difficulties of the search. He wouldn't say anything. Most likely, he would not be there again. You are always working, great sovereign, like a bee. Max recalled the undying phrase from his favorite comedy, and immediately thought with hostility, IBD worker. This term, an imitation of vigorous activity, he recently spied in an article about office workers, but here it seemed to be appropriate. Well, then he would have to go to the boss. The city traffic police department was located at the very exit from the city. And this is right, since it was unrealistic to find a place for several dozen or even hundreds of cars in the center. On the outskirts, surrounded by a wall of durable concrete slabs, there were several brick houses, and next to them, on a site the size of a football field, worried motorists left their iron horses while they solved their problems at the inspection. All problems were solved in a large 3-story brick building, which could be reached directly from the parking lot through a small gate, through which drivers flowed in a continuous stream from early morning until late evening. Passing exams, obtaining and exchanging licenses, deregistering and registering cars, analyzing accidents, searching for stolen and missing cars, and a host of other issues were solved right here. Therefore, there were always more than enough people on all 3 floors. The chief's office, however, was located in a small 2-story house with a tricolor over the entrance at the opposite end of the walled courtyard. It was quiet here. There was no such fuss as Max had seen while looking for the chief's office. It seemed that several years ago, when he had gotten his license and registered the car he had bought, there had been no such hustle and bustle. Nevertheless, a security guard in a police sergeant's uniform
sat in the small hall and lazily inquired about the purpose of his visit. Without asking whether he had an appointment, he silently copied Max's passport details into a thick ledger, where, as Max had noticed, he was listed as only the 5th or 6th person for the day. In the reception area, behind a high semicircular table, sat a young girl with a pleasant face and shoulder-length blonde hair, who looked at the uninvited visitor in surprise. "What is your matter?" she asked, without responding to Max's greeting. And he immediately realized that he had spoken to her on the phone. "I need to talk to your boss, Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov," answered Maxim, reading the name of the department head, beautifully written on the bronze plaque on the office door.
"Today is not a reception day," the secretary said unfriendly. "Or did you make an appointment?"
With some hope, a little more gently, she clarified. "Unfortunately, I do not have time to wait 2 weeks for an appointment. The matter cannot be delayed," Max went on the attack. "I have a complaint. Or do you also accept complaints by appointment?" he asked sarcastically. The secretary was a little confused, weighed something, then pressed the intercom speakerphone button. "Nikolai Sergeyevich," she began neutrally, hearing the voice of the boss. "You have a visitor. He did not make an appointment. States that the matter is urgent." She was silent for a moment and added, "With a complaint." "Let him come in," Nikolai Sergeyevich answered discontentedly, so that even the visitor felt this discontent. Oddly enough, this only pleased and excited Max. Let him get angry. Let him.
The office of the chief of the city traffic police department was standard,
the kind Maxim was used to in police TV series, only a little more spacious. 2 T-shaped tables, one shorter for the chief, the other slightly longer for subordinates and visitors, quite decent chairs, a computer monitor on the table, a portrait of the president on the wall, a safe in the corner and shelves with folders and books. Under the portrait, in a soft armchair, sat the chief himself. A youthful, fit man in a colonel's uniform with intelligent eyes, but with a worried look, from which an uninvited visitor should guess that he was here at the wrong time. The uniform suited the colonel, and even emphasized his importance. After briefly responding to Maxim's greeting, Nikolai Sergeyevich made an inviting gesture with his hand, pointing to a chair that he had pulled out in advance, standing neither far nor close to him. It seemed to be a previously practiced tactic. "I'm listening to you."
"What's your problem?" he asked in a well-trained voice.
Maxim decided to end everything as quickly as possible, remembering that he still had to go to the rehabilitation center, and blurted out in one breath. "On Friday, at a pedestrian crossing on Sovetskaya Street, a car hit my son. He is now in the rehabilitation center, still in a coma, and I can't meet with Captain Vasnetsov, who is handling this case, to clarify how the investigation is progressing and whether the culprit of the collision has been identified, who also fled the scene of the incident." And then he corrected himself, or rather the crime. "I would like to clarify this situation. Why does the captain not want to meet with me, and how is the investigation progressing?" An elusive shadow passed over the department head's face, as if the questions were unpleasant to him. He folded his hands in a lock in front of him on the table, paused for a minute, then answered,
"I know about this case. I even have it under control." He paused for a bit more and, adding compassion to his voice, continued, "The case is, of course, extraordinary. There hasn't been anything like this for a long time. But you are wrong to think that Captain Vasnetsov, who is in charge of the case, is hiding from you. Believe me, he is working. He works, as they say, not out of fear, but out of conscience. We have identified the car that hit your son." "And who is the owner?" Max began impatiently. "Has he been arrested?" The colonel winced, as if he had a toothache. He didn't want to name the owner. He continued, carefully choosing his words, and Maxim immediately sensed it. "We've established the owner's name.
But it's not that simple. Nikolai Sergeyevich looked closely at Max. The thing is, the car is listed as stolen. Maxim's face didn't reflect anything, except for his involuntarily furrowed brows. Lena was talking about something similar.
Whether it's true or not, that's the question.
Dig your own, the colonel said. 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 The colonel said.
Why then did the traffic cops who watched the footage from the bank's camera on Friday not know anything about this statement and clearly talked about the owner of the car, Denis Karpov? Such coincidences do not happen, or do they? And the inspectors really did not know about the statement, otherwise they would have talked about the thief and not the owner. Theoretically, yes, it is possible, but it is better to double-check. Having checked in with the security guard at the exit, Maxim headed to the duty station, located opposite in the 3-story building where he had been recently. Through a small window right next to the entrance, above which was written, Duty Department, Maxim saw the police captain, whom he decided to address. He had no clear plan, as well as no pre-formulated questions due to lack of time. He relied solely on improvisation. After greeting, he began to fantasize. Tell me, do you register reports of vehicle thefts?
Having received an affirmative answer, he continued. My neighbor's car was stolen on Friday. I only found out about it today. By chance, another neighbor told me. I'm calling Denis. I can't get through. He must have gone to his Novosibirsk. He looked innocently at the policeman and demonstrating his knowledge so that the latter would not have any suspicions of self-interest, added, he studies there, and I think I saw the thief. Maybe this will somehow help in the search. The duty officer disappeared from Max's field of vision for a second, then reappeared with a thick magazine in his hands. What is the owner's last name? He asked. Karpov Denis Viktorovich. He knew the name of the city mayor. Black Audi, 0777 AE, 42nd Region. He confirmed his knowledge. The inspector flipped through several pages of the incident report book, apparently finding the necessary entry. Yes, such a statement was indeed registered on Friday. But you need to contact Captain Vasnetsov at the Inquiry Agency in Office 7. He is handling the case. By the way, he also accepted the statement at 9:30. He was on duty on Friday. The duty officer, without knowing it, greatly helped the improviser. Maxim had already looked into this office and knew that there was no Captain Vasnetsov there. But he had to play out the captain's scenario behind the window. Max went to the 7th office, which fortunately was not visible from the duty room, stood there for a couple of minutes, and returned. Sorry, the captain is not there. Too bad, otherwise I'm flying to Turkey with my wife tomorrow. Maybe I think I should make a photo fit or something. He made a mournful face. Well, okay. I think Denis with his connections will still find his car. I'll go then. Max's calculation was justified. The duty inspector did not think for long, took out his phone. Wait a minute, I'll contact him now. I'll tell him what and how. Let him decide for himself. Maxim himself did not hear the conversation. The narrow window and the fact that the captain had turned his back to the visitor while talking did not allow Max to catch the gist of the conversation. A minute later, the duty officer turned to the volunteer assistant. Unfortunately, the captain is busy with work now. He will be somewhere around 7 in the evening. Will you be able to come by then? The captain asked hopefully. Having estimated that he would have time to visit the miners' rehabilitation center,
and return before 7, Maxim promised to come. Nothing had changed in Alyoshka's condition over the past 24 hours. The doctors assessed it as stable and severe. All intensive treatment measures had not yet produced any significant effect. When Maxim cautiously entered the familiar ward and quietly inquired about his wife, who was sitting next to her son in the same position, she only raised her eyes, filled with melancholy, and shook her head. Maxim sat down next to him and squeezed Elena's hand, hoping to at least cheer her up a little. But it seemed to have failed. She did not react to her husband's attempt. Then she began asking meaningless questions, sluggishly listening to the lengthy answers. Maxim, having waited for Lena to come to her senses a little, asked a question, the answer to which he had been waiting all day. "Len, did you try to contact the princess or Pavel Ivanovich?" Lena smiled sadly, only then spoke. Max, you are a stupid boy still believing in miracles. Understand, this is impossible in principle, and why, I told you yesterday." Then she finally took pity on the naive eccentric and added in a tired voice, "I tried. All evening and all night I tried. And with words, and with images that I sent to nowhere. You understand, to nowhere." She, almost crying, fell silent for a long time, but Maxim felt that this was not all. You know, no answer, no signal or action, none, and there can't be any. Max got angry. "Of the two of us, I was always the pessimist. You were the one who always walked ahead, both when we were dealing with the dead and when we were getting closer to the ship. And not only that, I was against it because I didn't believe it, but you believed it and walked, and you dragged me along with you. We came, right? We came. Tell someone, everyone will laugh, they won't believe it, but we came. Do you want the Turanians to be here in 2 minutes? That doesn't happen. This is not magic at the snap of a finger. Through time and space. These are technologies unknown to us, but they also take time. Do you remember what Pavel Ivanovich said after he cured Ivan's wife? This is the least we can do, to thank you for saving the future of an entire empire, or something like that. But the meaning is the same. Do you remember? And they are grateful people. And they understand that they are indebted to us, and most of all to you. Remember how he spoke so beautifully about the relationships between intelligent beings in the universe? You told me yourself. I am sure that they will hear, learn, find a way to find us and help. But it will take time. And he spoke so passionately and convincingly that the dejected Elena began to revive, although she had, of course, more pessimism than faith in a good ending. Max, you're great. I understand everything. I'm waiting, but I hope this time doesn't turn out to be too short for us. Another half hour later, Maxim finally told Elena all the hardships of his investigation, the most significant of which was his doubts about the veracity of the head of the traffic police department, about the time frame for registering the theft report. If this was true, then there was nothing criminal in the activities of the colonel and his department, and he would only have to wait for the results of the car search. But Max did not believe him. He did not believe him. He himself could not explain why, and asked his wife to analyze the situation, since she was an excellent analyst, which he had seen more than once. Lena asked a few clarifying questions, and despite the fact that Maxim was in a hurry to meet Captain Vasnetsov by 7, she was silent for about 5 minutes, thinking, and Maxim didn't bother her. Then she spoke. You know, Max, I think I agree with you that not everything is clean here. Look, the statement was filed at 9:30, and the hit and run. She even shuddered after these words, but managed to pull herself together. Was committed somewhere around 12:30. Usually, When a car is stolen, they try to quickly either hide it in a parking lot or get away as far as possible. And here? Where was the car thief for 3 whole hours? Or even more?
Did he think that the car wouldn't be missed?
And calmly drove around the city, and 3 hours later, when logically the intercept plan should have been announced, he drove along one of the central streets where there are plenty of cameras. This is either a very stupid thief, or it was the owner, the mayor's son, who has helped to concoct this fake statement retroactively. But it is impossible to do this without the head of the department, and here he screwed up. That's one. Second, usually the owner, having discovered the theft of his car, calls the nearest police station at his place of residence, and they pass the information on to the traffic police, declaring the interception plan. Rarely does any car owner have a traffic police phone number, and here it is 02. Everything is simple. These are statistics. It would be necessary to clarify whether there was a call about this at the police station or not. There is nothing you can do about this. I will do it myself. Well, and third, such expensive cars are usually stolen to order, and not to be dismantled for spare parts. There are only 20 or 30 such cars in the region, and the owners prefer to repair them in the branded showrooms where they bought them. Why then steal for spare parts that will never be in demand? Before executing an order for such a cool foreign car, they watch it for a long time, find out everything about the owner, his schedule, read the access code from the alarm with a scanner, seize the moment so as not to break the car, and so on. And not everyone will dare to contact the mayor unless they are completely crazy. It is clear that the entire administrative resource of not even the city, but the entire region, will be involved in the search. There remains the option that the order was made from another region. Quite possible. But again, there is a discrepancy. Why did the car thief drive around the city for 3 hours and not disappear immediately? Because the one who was driving did not worry about it at all, and did not even think about some intercept. It did not threaten him. But when he ran over Alyoshka, Lena looked at her silently lying son, took his hand again, stroked him, and continued. He quickly ran away and hid, and so much so that they could not find the car for a week. She's already being repaired, somewhere, in another region. The driver himself went there straight away. What did the traffic cops say about Novosibirsk and the mayor's son? I hope he doesn't run off to his Novosibirsk. It's quite possible as an option. We need to establish who filed the report of the theft. Ask the captain. If it was the son, that's one thing. But if it was the dad, that's something else entirely. Where was the son then? He's the owner. Or was he so upset that he couldn't come? Maxim felt that Lena was ready to develop this topic further. But he had to go to the meeting.
She caught it, fell silent, stroked Aleshka's hand again, and in a firm voice, which would have been impossible to expect from her an hour ago, said, "Evil must be punished." She was silent for a moment, thinking over her words. God forbid the colonel lied. I swear I will go to the prosecutor general, but I will make sure that he is removed from this position. Now Maxim was calming her down, stroking her hand. Lena, we don't need any prosecutor general. The system can't be changed. It's easier for her to deal with you, Captain, and say goodbye than with an entire colonel, especially if the mayor himself is covering for him. And I have no doubt about that. He could only register the report of the hijacking retroactively,
at the personal request of the mayor. Or they would transfer the colonel somewhere else, even with a demotion. But they wouldn't put him in jail, that's for sure. And I won't even put him in jail. I'll put him in bed for a long time, if not forever.
He'll spend the rest of his life blowing bubbles and shitting in diapers. No, bubbles are not needed. It's better for him to have a clear memory and even find out why he's being punished. And let him think about it for the rest of his life. Lena shook her head in bewilderment, although she didn't object. Well, Max, you're bloodthirsty. Maxim was not late for the meeting. When he looked through the duty station window, the captain nodded to him as if he were an old friend and waved his hand in a friendly manner, as if to say, "Come in." Instructing Max before the conversation, Lena advised him not to introduce himself as a neighbor of Denis who had lost his car. Maxim does not know the details of the Karpov family's life or the place from which the car was supposedly stolen, and he will definitely let it slip during the conversation. And this is already Article 307, if it comes to a showdown. Knowingly false testimony. It is easier to tell the whole truth, and that this is not an attempt to mislead the investigation, but the only opportunity to meet with the captain, since there were no other ways, and he kept avoiding the meeting. Well, maybe he didn't avoid, but was absent from work. You can believe it. There were 3 desks in the office, but only at one of them, by the window, was a man in a police captain's uniform, working on a computer. This was the sought-after Vasnetsov. Without looking up from the monitor screen, he glanced at the newcomer and made an inviting gesture with his hand. Maxim walked over and sat down at the desk. A couple of minutes later, the officer finished typing, quickly ran his eyes over his notes, and turned to the visitor. He addressed him with a cheerful smile. To be honest, I didn't understand anything from what the officer on duty said. The only thing is that you can tell me something about the case of the collision at a pedestrian crossing. Rather not tell me, Maxim began cautiously, but clarify how the investigation is progressing and whether the culprit of this collision has been identified. He decided to dot all the I's. I am the father of the injured child, Avrin Maxim Sergeyevich. The smile slowly slid off the captain's face. He turned back to the computer, even reached out for the mouse, but only drummed his fingers on it. Then he pursed his lips and cleared his throat. Max realized that the captain had made some kind of decision. What can I say? The investigation is ongoing, we're working, but as for the culprit, there's nothing encouraging so far. The car that ran over us is listed as stolen, but we haven't been able to find it yet. And he repeated his boss's words almost word for word. If we find the car, we'll find the thief. Maxim didn't reinvent the wheel. If you do it, then we will too. Could it be that the owner deliberately filed a report of theft in order to avoid being held responsible for the crime? He repeated the question he had asked Colonel Neznov, word for word. The captain, without looking the injured child's father in the eye, answered almost like the colonel, "He's also a victim. Maybe we should combine our search efforts?" Maxim was not going to cooperate with the mayor's son under any circumstances. Now he had received yet another confirmation that this policeman was just as slippery as his boss. Neither of them had named the owner of the stolen car. Why? What kind of secret information was this? Maybe it would be more correct to say supposedly stolen. Then, there really was something to hide.
Here's the thing.
A metallic tone appeared in the captain's voice. He began to become stern.
You don't get involved in this matter. This is not a game, and it can be dangerous. We'll manage on our own.
Then he softened a little, but his tone changed, became more official, by which the visitor should have understood that the audience was over.
I have nothing more to tell you. If there is any news, we will definitely let you know.
Maxim had completed his main task. He had received confirmation that the statement had been written personally by the mayor's son, but he still had no confidence in this. Of course, it would be good to apply the protective measure now. It would be possible to find out the truth with its help, but Lena categorically forbade this, assuring that they would sort everything out using legal methods. Moreover, she asked him to call her as soon as something became clear, and she would tell him what to do next. And although Lena did not suggest throwing a line about Colonel Nezhnov, Maxim still could not resist, and, trying to be as correct as possible, asked as he left the office, "Tell me, please, did Colonel Nezhnov by any chance ask you to register the statement about the theft retroactively?" Max saw that he had hit the bullseye. The captain was clearly embarrassed. His gaze became surprised and frightened. It even seemed to Maxim that his hands were shaking. But then, in order to overcome his embarrassment, the captain again assumed a stern look and even stood up, leaning against the tabletop. "What are you talking about?" he almost shouted. "This is a crime." Her voice was tense and at the same time somehow tired. "Max," she began slowly, "we have problems." Maxim immediately understood that the problems that had upset Elena so much had appeared after his wife had checked her assumptions. "Lena, we have only one problem that we are not yet able to solve," he began abruptly to shake his wife. "And that is Alyoshka. The rest are the little things in life that we will sort out in any case. Do you hear me? In any—" "Yes, Max, I understand, but still, listen." She paused to find out what else Maxim would say, but he was silent. "Now I know for sure that our son was hit by the mayor's son, and all this ostentatious search is just a show for us. Well, and probably for the inspectors, just in case." Maxim had boundless faith in his wife. He had repeatedly had the opportunity to see for himself her crystal honesty, the nobility that she displayed even in situations in which he would not even think about his opponents. If she now said that the mayor's son was to blame, then that was true. Max felt some satisfaction and even respect for himself. No, it was not for nothing that he constantly doubted both the conclusions of the head of the traffic police department and the stories of Captain Vasnetsov. They were birds of a feather. Although no, not quite. The captain is a subservient person. But that still does not excuse him. If you are an honest person, you should remain one. Lena, realizing that her husband was burning with impatience, continued, "I have a classmate in Novosibirsk who works in the transport prosecutor's office, Vlad Yuryev. I asked him to clarify whether Denis Valerievich Karpov flew from Novosibirsk to Kuzbas last Friday. It turned out that he flew on an evening flight at 21:15. The flight here, with all the waiting in the holding areas and so on, is only an hour and a half. Do you understand now? This Karpov hit Alyoshka at the crossing, immediately ran off to Novosibirsk, put the car somewhere for repairs, and himself on the plane. From the airport by taxi home, and in the morning as if nothing had happened, to the State Traffic Safety Inspectorate. But he wrote the statement on Saturday, not Friday, although it was registered on Friday. And this was done at the instigation of the head of the State Traffic Safety Inspectorate, most likely at the request of the mayor. He could not write a statement about the theft in the morning and leave Novosibirsk in the evening. Maxim was delighted. He would never have thought of this himself. And his wife, who was constantly in the hospital, managed to get important information, and in another region at that. Well done, isn't she? Meanwhile, Elena continued.
That's not all.
After this became clear, I asked Vlad to look at the recordings from the surveillance cameras at the entrance to the city from the Kuzbas side at around 4 or 5 o'clock. Of course, this is unofficial, but he did it anyway and just called me back. Denis Karpov showed up on a camera at the entrance to Novosibirsk.
He was stopped by a traffic police patrol because he was driving with a broken bumper and no front license plate, which he most likely removed himself so that it would be impossible to track him down on the cameras. And then such a bummer. Vlad said that, judging by the recordings, he didn't get out of the car for a long time. He kept talking to the traffic cops through the window, but they still made him. And they were standing right under the cameras. An interesting thought occurred to Max. Len, what if it wasn't him, but a car thief? Max, Lena began to explain as if to a child. A car thief with a license in his pocket is, of course, possible, but unlikely.
Only suckers leave car documents under the sun visor. And here is a lawyer almost ready. If it were a car thief, the owner would have had the car a long time ago. After all, almost a week has passed. Or, at least, he would have been informed about it. And yesterday the captain who is handling this case knew nothing about the car.
You talked to him yourself. And then...
There is such a thing as social networks where you can find anyone and anything, even photos. Denis Karpov is registered there, and in Odnoklasniki and Vkontakte. His photo is there too. It flaunts next to his car. I sent a screenshot to Vlad. He confirmed the match. If it weren't for Aleshka's condition, Max would have rejoiced. Here he simply asked Elena, Len, can I now deal with the traffic cops? And with the mayor? And most importantly, with this mayor's son? He said the last with some disdain and contempt.
Max, take your time. Don't be so bloodthirsty.
Here the father was defending his son, trying to get him out, if not from prison, then from obvious shit. And with the police it's even simpler. A subordinate could not resist the requests of a superior, whether a colonel or a captain. What would you have done? Do you know? Lena tried to be objective and merciful here too.
You yourself said that evil must be punished.
Maxim was perplexed.
Maybe we should give them a chance to fix everything themselves and act according to the law.
Elena did not give in.
You better come over this evening. We'll discuss everything. No need to act rashly,
Maxim promised. Towards evening, Maxim went to see Alyoshka and Lena. He had an unimpeded pass to the second neurosurgery department. His senior colleagues had helped him, but he did not abuse it, and did not come during nap time or at night. Usually, Maxim entered the hospital through the central entrance, which was closed after the end of the evening visits by relatives of patients, somewhere around 8. And now, having left his car in the parking lot on the other side of the street, he calmly headed to the department. Near the entrance stood a police UAZ, with both the driver's and back doors open. This seemed strange to Maxim. From experience at his hospital, he knew that answers to questions related to victims of criminal showdowns or traffic accidents could be obtained in the emergency room, but certainly not in the hall by the central entrance, where there was no one from the staff except for an elderly security guard and a cloakroom attendant. And what did they know? In the cabin sat, or rather half reclined, the driver with his hands thrown back behind his head, and it seemed dozing. By the open back door with his proudly raised head sticking out, and his pink tongue sticking out of his open mouth, lay a real shepherd. Its companion was not visible, probably hiding in the back of the cabin. So they had been sunbathing here for a long time. It did not look like the police visiting one of their sick relatives, and Maxim headed for the elevator, still unable to think of a reason for the police to come to the hospital. In the small hall in front of the department, where at this time both relatives and patients usually sat on leather sofas, there was no one. It was also empty near the post where the nurse usually did paperwork. But at the end of the corridor, where his Alyoshka was lying in the ward, there were a lot of people. Moreover, in addition to the people in white coats, Maxim noticed 2 in police uniforms. His heart instantly sped up, began to beat anxiously. His legs involuntarily began to move faster. A little more and Maxim would have run, but a man in a white coat rushed towards him, in whom Max recognized the head of the department, Mikhail Yuryevich.
He was Alyoshka's attending physician and was treating him together with one of the resuscitators. The head seemed extremely excited, concerned, and at the same time confused, which was easily read by the bewilderment on his face. Having stopped the excited daddy on the approaches to the ward, he wanted to talk to him, but it seemed he did not know where to start. "What happened?" Maxim asked impatiently, even forgetting to say hello. He spread his arms out to the sides, looked away, and helplessly raised his eyebrows. "Maxim Sergeyevich, the most important thing is to calm down. What happened? What happened? We ourselves would like to know what happened. It's just some kind of mysticism. And yet, are they all right?" He tried to get an answer from the head of the department.
"I hope so," Mikhail Yuryevich muttered vaguely. "They are not in the ward, Maxim Sergeyevich. They—" He seemed to be gathering his courage and then suddenly blurted out, "They disappeared." His hands dropped helplessly. Maxim felt an irresistible weakness in his legs and leaned tiredly against the wall, while the doctor continued. The nurse on duty came in at 6 as usual to take his temperature, and the ward was empty. Can you imagine? Empty. No boy, no mother. All the things were in place. Even your wife's phone on the nightstand. But they were gone. The nurse came to me. I just happened to be on duty today. First, we looked at everything ourselves, checked all the wards and utility rooms. Empty. Then we ran around all the floors and also, to no avail. It is clear that if your son were walking, you could leave. But here, a coma. And Elena Yuryevna is a completely reasonable woman. We had to call the police. They even brought a search dog.
It hung around the ward, but did not even come out. It sat down and is sitting. And no one in the corridor or anywhere saw them. Not the security, not the staff in the admissions room. No one. They definitely didn't leave the building. We don't know what to think. I'm telling you, it's mysticism. Having finished his somewhat confused and excited speech, Mikhail Yuryevich decided to look Maxim in the eye, raised his gaze, and was literally dumbfounded. A little more, and his jaw would have dropped. Leaning against the wall, resting his head against it and closing his eyes, Maxim smiled. He smiled, and he smiled heartily. It was not a grimace, not a forced smile with one corner of the mouth, as happens when you receive unpleasant news. It was a smile with which a person is ready to share joy with others, when he experiences a feeling of complete satisfaction.
The manager, stunned by such a display of emotions that were clearly inappropriate to the situation, tugged at the sleeve of Maxim's robe thrown over his shoulders. "Maxim Sergeyevich, are you all right? Maybe this man, albeit a young one, who has been in a severe, stressful situation for the last few days, who received such unpleasant, simply devastating news today, has gone crazy. Why not? What is there to smile about?" But Maxim tore himself away from the wall, seeing the manager's eyes wide with amazement, and answered calmly and quite sensibly, "Mikhail Yuryevich, I'm all right. I'm sure everything will be fine. They will be found." He paused, as if trying to figure out what else he could say so that, on the one hand, he would not be considered crazy, and on the other, without revealing a family secret. "That's what I feel." After a few more meaningless phrases, Maxim headed into the ward, asking permission to sit there for a while.
The extremely pleased head of the department and the police that the father and husband, who was left alone, was not throwing tantrums, did not demand an immediate continuation of the search, left him alone. If they had looked into the ward, they would have seen that Maxim was sitting on a chair near the bed with tightly clenched fists,
rocking incessantly and repeating like a prayer. Now everything will be fine. Now everything will be fine. He had no doubt that Lena and Alyoshka were now very far from this ward, and it was not a fact that they were even on Earth. Lena called about a day later. All day Maxim didn't know what to do or what to do. Elena told him not to take any punitive measures against those responsible for the accident without a preliminary joint discussion, which was impossible now for obvious reasons, and he couldn't break his word. This was stressing him out. He tried to read, watch TV, paced the rooms, darted from corner to corner, ate something, but his thoughts were far away. Not even thoughts, but just some scraps jumping from one thing to another. So when his cell phone rang, he immediately grabbed the phone.
Max, can you hear me? We're fine, Max. Do you understand? We're fine. Alyoshka is healthy. He sends you his regards.
And then he heard his son's joyful, ringing voice.
Dad, hello! I'm fine, I'm healthy. I'm already running.
Maxim was silent. He couldn't say a word because his throat was tight, and large tears spontaneously rolled from his eyes, which he wasn't at all embarrassed about, and didn't even try to wipe away. Lena, surprised by the silence, became alarmed. Maxim, can you hear us? Having cleared his throat, trying not to sniffle, Max answered, Lena, I'm here. I can hear you perfectly well, and I'm very glad that everything is fine.
Elena's voice became even warmer.
Maxime, my dear, thank you. Thank you for making me go out with the princess. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for your confidence, I don't know what would have happened.
Then she added,
Can you come now?
Maxime rushed to the nightstand, grabbed his license and car keys. I'm coming. Usually it took Max 40 to 45 minutes to get to the rehabilitation center located in the neighboring city. But here he did it in half an hour. In the back of his mind, he realized that he was sure to be caught on cameras somewhere on the highway, and that he would soon have to expect letters of happiness for speeding. But he was not particularly upset. Now was not the time. In order to get into the department, he had to use all his charm, eloquence, and that very pass for unhindered visits to the hospital, because he entered through the emergency room, since the central entrance was already closed.
Seeing that the elevator was stuck somewhere on the upper floors, Maxim did not wait, but ran up the stairs. The department was quiet and deserted. There were no personnel in the corridor or at the post, and Maxim, trying not to stomp, carefully approached the ward where his wife and son, who had suddenly recovered, were waiting for him. Alyoshka sat on his father's lap the whole evening until he fell asleep, and only after that did the boys manage to talk. Lena looked surprisingly attractive. Where had her fatigue gone? The mournful folds on her forehead, the circles under her eyes, in which Maxim saw a familiar gleam. Of course, her only son was healthy. And what else did a loving mother need? Elena's story was not very colorful. There were no descriptions of the magnificence and attractiveness of the places where she and Alyoshka had visited. But it was accurate and brief, which was the main thing now. Usually no one comes into our room during nap time, so I dozed off right here on the chair. I felt that someone was in the room, but I didn't have the strength to open my eyes and look. I'm terribly tired these days. So many worries, doubts. Lena spoke about the past days without any regret, calmly, as if it were an everyday occurrence, not worth any special attention. Suddenly I realized that right in my head, a female voice was asking me to open my eyes, just like on the ship on the third mountain, when I first met Pavel Ivanovich. I was scared, but I opened my eyes. A young woman is sitting next to me on a chair, pretty. Her hair is dark brown, wavy, falling on her shoulders. I've always dreamed of someone like her. She looks at me calmly and smiles, and then says, "Hello, Lena." Her voice is also pleasant,
and her gaze is so welcoming, almost like my mother's, although she looked younger than me. I, she says, am Princess Ilsenora. You called us. We are here.
I am silent. I can't say a word. Then I start crying. And she so quietly strokes my shoulder. Everything will be fine, she repeats. You did the right thing by turning to us. We will cure your son. And I started crying even harder. Although I understood that she was calmly reading my thoughts in my head, the princess said something else, and I gradually calmed down. How, I ask, did you get here? How did you hear my requests? Everything turned out to be quite simple. That's in their opinion, but I still don't understand. When the Princess Ilsenora entered the Earth's orbit, Pavel Ivanovich left a signal buoy, a beacon here, so that if necessary, it would be easier to get here. As if he felt or calculated everything, he is a 7th-generation AI. There was also some equipment installed there, which is configured for mental communication. And further along the way, at each point of exit from hyperspace, he left something similar, naturally corrupted, accessible only to him.
It turns out that distance doesn't matter for mental communication, at least within the galaxy. Everyone can contact everyone. I just didn't know that. I had no experience. Then at the site I communicated with the AI and thought that it was all limited to the 3rd mountain. What is very important is the impossibility of lying with this type of communication, because emotions are also transmitted here. My emotions and thought forms naturally got to this signal buoy, and then like a chain to Celia, to Pavel Ivanovich. He understood everything and was horrified. He continued to consider himself our debtor and decided to help me at all costs. Apparently, there was so much despair in my emotions that they understood it in another galaxy. They also understood that we ourselves could not cope here. He contacted the princess. She, an understanding and grateful girl, immediately responded.
The AI brought all the sleeping youth and personnel out of suspended animation in space, and everyone knew everything about the situation on Earth and how many years they spent here, and who helped them too, they knew. Returning to another time was not a problem for them. They returned to their own with a slight shift so that everything would settle down. We couldn't go out during the battle, that the escort ships were leading with the invaders, and so everything really settled down. When the Emperor, Ilsenora's father, learned of the conspiracy and that his daughter had disappeared, he turned everyone upside down, arrested almost everyone, and found out all the details except one, where his daughter was. Even the mind scanning of the defeated opponents did not help. They really did not know this, and the information allowed them to hope that the princess and the entire youth elite of the empire were alive and well.
Long-range reconnaissance ships scattered in search of neighboring galaxies, but never reached Earth. I don't know how it is there, and what about the time shift, but everything worked out, and the daddy, the emperor of his only daughter, could not refuse her request, but sent her not on a yacht, but just in case, immediately gave her a whole battleship. It has more firepower, and the speed is an order of magnitude higher. And most importantly, they have portable portals installed on their military ships, through which they can go where they need to, if the exit point is precisely designated. And according to my thought images, they saw our entire ward and calculated everything. They quickly reached us using the beacons, and then the princess dove to me. Then it was simple. Alyoshka, in my arms and into the portal. I don't know what that was.
In the corner of the room, there was some kind of swirl of space, like snowflakes swirling in a big cocoon, but you could hardly see them. Everything was just a feeling. We left on a ship. It was located in Jupiter's orbit, and they were already waiting for us there. The medical capsule and the gravity platform were already ready, and Alyoshka was taken away right away. By the way, I was also treated later. They returned us quickly, but the princess said that she was still in an unpayable debt and would take us to visit her, show how good it was there. We agreed that when we were ready, I would give her a signal and contact her. That was all. Maxim, who remembered how astonished the doctors were when Lena and Alyoshka disappeared, unable to find them in the hospital, even calling the police, wanted to find out how they reacted to their return. It was interesting. "You know, Max," Elena answered thoughtfully. "Nothing. It even surprised me, as if we had never disappeared." They were more amazed that Alyoshka had suddenly come out of a coma on his own, and with such good results. I think that our friends tried hard here, somehow influenced the doctor's memory. You remember after the departure of the Princess Ilzianora, the FSB guys didn't touch us either. I was sure that they would drag us around, terrorize us. They couldn't help but remember our faces, and they should have had cameras everywhere. But no, same here too. The Avrians' forced vacation was coming to an end, and although it was ending quite joyfully compared to the first days, Maxim still felt some dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Some kind of dissatisfaction? He was extremely unhappy that his wife was not allowing him to sort things out, and deservedly punished the culprit who had almost sent their only son to the next world, and those who, taking advantage of their position, covered for him and hid him from retribution. Max admonished his wife. "You supported me when I punished my offenders in prison. You even compared me to Schwarzenegger, used him as an example. And what has changed now? They almost destroyed our family, and you yourself called for it. Evil must be punished. Isn't that so?" Elena, obviously reassured that Alyoshka was alive and well, and all the hardships and worries were behind her, was much less aggressively inclined. She certainly wanted the mayor, the head of the traffic police, the captain who was supposedly investigating their case, and the culprit of the accident himself to be punished, but only within the law. Her investigative work in the prosecutor's office, where the rule of law was above everything else, was so deeply ingrained in her being that here, too, she would like to see the legitimacy of punishment, and not lynching, which Maxim, who looked at things realistically, preferred. He convinced his wife that law enforcement officers would never put themselves in jail under any circumstances. It was obvious, but Elena thought differently. In the evening, Maxim went on the offensive. "Lena," he began from afar, "do you want those responsible for all our serious problems to be punished by law? But we haven't taken any steps to achieve this. We're still sitting and waiting for something. When will they themselves be ashamed? We haven't gone anywhere, not to the police, not to the investigative committee, not to the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor cannot initiate criminal cases. He only gives his consent to initiate them." Lena answered mechanically, thinking about something of her own. "Good. Our..." He hesitated for a second, searching for the right word. "Enemies committed an illegal act, right?" "Right. They know about it, but they think that no one else has any idea about it, and that's why they're keeping quiet."
I think they already know that Alyoshka has recovered, and they assume that their parents will forget everything in their joy. They won't bother them, and the case will die out on its own. "It's very possible," Elena answered. "And I think we need to show them that we know everything, and if they do nothing after that, they will need to be punished. We can go to the Internal Security Service, but I would prefer to deal with everyone myself. Because the mayor doesn't give a damn about the Internal Security Service, and he is also guilty. When he was inaugurated, he took an oath to serve the well-being of the residents of the entire city, to protect the interests of all citizens and not just his own son to the detriment of others. After this, he has no right to work as mayor at all." Lena, realizing that Maxim was right in many ways, did not think long. From the drawer of the computer desk, she took out several sheets of paper, from which it was clear that these were photocopies of some documents. "Vlad sent this by email today, and I printed it out," she said, and handed Max the first sheet.
This is a copy of the protocol on an administrative offense against Denis Viktorovich Karpov for driving without a registration plate. The date, time, place of drawing up, everything is indicated. Even his signature is on the protocol. Here, she handed over the second sheet, is a photocopy of his electronic ticket and boarding pass for the flight from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. The date, time of departure, everything is indicated. On the third sheet was a list of passengers for this flight, where there was a check mark next to Karpov's name. There was no doubt that Denis Karpov took off from Novosibirsk on September 13th at 9:15 p.m.
Maxim, armed with killer facts confirmed by documents and therefore inspired, decided to go to Colonel Nezhnov as he had the first time after lunch. Then there would be fewer people and no one would interfere with the conversation. There was no one in the reception room except for the secretary, also sitting at a high semicircular table. Seeing the visitor, she involuntarily stood up and said with a surprised and questioning face, "You? Again?" Maxim, stretching his lips into a wide smile, which looked like a smile only from afar, and even then very relatively, answered, "Me. Again." Today he was in an aggressive mood, and he was not going to wait for the secretary to report him to the boss. The same one, having finally straightened up, tried to say something, but suddenly her face became confused. She involuntarily knitted her eyebrows as if listening to herself and, having taken a couple of steps, began to speak in a different, slightly frightened tone, and about something completely different. "You sit for a minute. I need to leave urgently. I'll come and report you to Nikolai Sergeyevich. Sit. I'll quickly—" After which, she literally ran out into the corridor. Naturally, Maxim had no intention of waiting for her, since it was he who had sent the lovely young lady behind the fence, as he had once sent a police inspector, in order to get to the head of the department without hindrance. He did not knock on the closed door. The colonel had hung his jacket on the back of his armchair and was sitting in a shirt with an untied tie, carefully examining something on the monitor screen. Maxim did not care whether he was reading official documents or playing solitaire. Having briefly greeted the owner of the office, and without waiting for his answer, he walked, uninvited, to the chair that had been pulled out. To say that the colonel was surprised by such unceremonious behavior of his visitor is to say nothing. He was amazed and, just like the secretary, only said, "You?" This time Maxim did not smile. "Mr. Colonel," he began dryly, "2 weeks have passed since my visit to you. During this time, neither you nor Captain Vasnetsov, despite promises, have given any information on the progress of the investigation into the hit and run of my son. I have the impression that the investigation is being deliberately delayed. Correct me if I'm wrong." Nikolai Sergeyevich wanted to yell at this brat who allowed himself to make claims against him, a police colonel, the head of the department, and in such a form, and how he came in without knocking, when even majors knock first, when the secretary is not in the reception room, and this completely insolent. But it was not for nothing that the colonel considered himself an intelligent person. And now he pulled himself together with difficulty and answered just as dryly and officially. "Your suspicions are completely groundless, sir." He hesitated, not knowing how to address this man, whose name he did not know. Maxim understood his difficulty and prompted, "Avreen." "That's it, Avreen. You have not been informed about the progress of the investigation, because there is nothing to report yet. The stolen car has not been found, and the thief, accordingly, has not been found either. Or maybe you are looking in the wrong place." Maxim interrupted his speech. The colonel was taken aback. What? But this was not what he expected. He was about to put this presumptuous youth in his place. But he did not give him such an opportunity. Maybe it makes sense to look for the car in the mayor's garage, or his son's in Novosibirsk. After these words, the colonel's face instantly changed, and he himself pulled himself together,
became sterner, although it was not obvious. He knew how to control himself, and there was no fear in his eyes. "Do you understand what you are talking about, Averin?" the policeman asked sternly, as it seemed to him. "I understand," Maxim answered, not at all embarrassed by the severity of his tone, taking the treasured sheets of paper out of his briefcase. "But do you understand that you will have to answer for this performance with the fake searches? It is not clear." Here their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the agitated secretary looked into the office and began to speak quickly. "Nikolai Sergeyevich, I left for a minute, and this man did not wait. He came in without warning, although I asked him to wait. This unexpected visit gave the colonel an opportunity to assess the situation as a whole. This boy knows something, and we need to try to find out what and how he got to the bottom of it. There is no point in pressuring him. It is worth getting him to talk. And then we will see." "It is okay, Marina," he said as gently as possible. "We will talk. But you should not let anyone in to see me for now. I am busy," he finished a little more sternly. The secretary understood everything and quickly disappeared behind the door, and Maxim handed the colonel photocopies of the documents. To do this, he had to get up from his chair after all. He was standing far from the boss's desk. "What is this?" Nikolai Sergeyevich said, puzzled. "And you read it? It's interesting. If you want, this is your sentence maybe." Max softened a little, but the grimace on his face said otherwise. He remembered that Lena had asked to give the colonel a chance. Neznov, pretending not to pay attention to the threats, but putting it in his memory, began to carefully examine the first sheet, and Maxim began to comment. "This is a report on Denis Viktorovich Karpov, drawn up by traffic police officers in Novosibirsk for driving without registration plates. Date, time, place, everything is there, as you understand. Agree? It's hard to believe that at 9:30 a person filed a report of car theft, at 12:30 a child was hit with this car, and at 16:30 the owner of the stolen car, who himself wrote a report of theft, was detained in Novosibirsk behind the wheel of the stolen car. 300 kilometers from the scene of the crime? Paradox! And why didn't he tell you anything the next day about the car's miraculous return to its owner, and you've been looking for it for 3 weeks without success?" Neznov's face darkened, and there was a reason for that. He clearly hadn't expected this. He needed to decide something, give some comments. But nothing good came to mind, and the colonel decided to stall for time. Maybe he'd come up with something. He moved on to the second sheet. "And this is a photocopy of the ticket and boarding pass for the plane that Denis Viktorovich Karpov flew from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. Date, time, route, flight number. It's all there." The colonel wanted to grind his teeth and hiss. Where from? He knew. But he had to control himself. The main thing now is not to lose his temper. If he came here, and not to the Internal Security Directorate or the prosecutor's office, it means he wants something. He needs to find out. What? Meanwhile, Maxim continued. "Denis Karpov really was with you. Only he was not there on Friday, but on Saturday, after he had already arrived. And he wrote the report of the theft on Saturday, but you asked Captain Vasnetsov to register it on Friday. Or maybe you ordered him to. I don't know. It's easy to check from the recordings from the surveillance camera that you have installed in the neighboring building in front of the duty station. Denis Karpov was definitely not there on Friday when the report of the theft of his car was registered, and he couldn't be there because he wasn't there. Or did you also confiscate all the recordings like in the bank at the crossroads?" Maxim asked sarcastically. The policeman hadn't expected this either, and despite all his self-control, he involuntarily glanced at the safe standing to his right in the corner of the office.
There really were discs with recordings from the bank's CCTV cameras and the duty station there. The colonel wasn't going to destroy them. You never know. What if someone needed them? So here they were.
Maxim was far from being as observant as the head of the traffic police department, but he noticed the colonel's glance and realized that the discs with the recordings were currently located there. Well, he'd have to confiscate them, just to be on the safe side. It would be another trump card. He remembered his promise not to refer to the head of the bank's security service in his search, but now that he had practically all the big cards in his hands, he was sure that Colonel Nezhnov would have no time to find out how Max had learned about the fate of the recordings. And the security guard didn't seem to be afraid of the police. In his agonizing search for a way out of a situation that was clearly not in his favor, Nikolai Sergeyevich realized one thing. Now he had to negotiate in order to buy time until Averin went to the internal security department or the prosecutor, or even higher. Later, then he could find a way out. He could.
There were no hopeless situations, especially with his potential. And now he could promise whatever this Averin wanted. The colonel leaned his chest on the table, making it clear that all ceremony was thrown out, and simply asked, "What do you want?" Then he added, trying to figure out Max's next steps. "You understand that all this was obtained illegally and has no legal force. And your son is already healthy. Why quarrel with the mayor?" Maxim was prepared for such a turn of events, and answered quite calmly. "And you, make a request to Novosibirsk, to the State Traffic Safety Inspectorate, and the Transport Police. Get an official answer. After all, your case is not closed yet." And what do I want? Nothing special. Just bring this case to the end, as required by law. Now, the crime is practically solved, and you have all the evidence of Karpov's guilt in your hands. Let the court decide whether he is guilty or not. My son recovered almost miraculously. He was in a coma for a week and could have died at any moment. And if I were the mayor, I would ask you about it myself, because next time this reckless driver will hit someone who will not recover, I think you would not want it to be your relative. Well, and then you write a statement about transferring somewhere to another city so that everyone can rest easy. If you want, you can retire. You probably have enough service. This was completely unacceptable for the colonel. After Max's frank and direct statement, there was a long pause, which Nezhnov had to break.
"How much time do I have?"
he asked in a changed voice. His voice had lost its confidence and morality. It had become more sullen and dull, but it was difficult to understand whether this was mimicry of the current situation or a real assessment of it. Maxim answered without thinking, 2 days. The colonel looked up, calculated something in his mind.
Not enough.
2 or 3 days just to wait for answers to the inquiries. Then, we need to meet with the mayor, discuss the situation. Maxim deliberately interrupted him and threw out an idea that was not very good for him, but he really wanted to see the mayor's reaction, how he would react to this, and what he would say. "And you tell him that it was the father of the injured child who dug everything up and is threatening to go to the prosecutor's office and the internal security department." "That's exactly what I'll do," the owner of the office said, grinning at the corner of his mouth. This is indeed true. Maxim realized that the conversation had come to an end, and it was time to leave. But he was still not sure of the colonel's sincerity of intentions. Nezhnov, with a dull look and drooping shoulders, sat with his arms outstretched and his chest resting on the table. But even now, he did not resemble a repentant sinner, but rather a cornered animal. Such a predator becomes very dangerous and can cause a lot of trouble. Maxim saw it clearly and decided to play it safe.
Nikolai Sergeyevich. He waited until the colonel raised his eyes and continued. I must warn you that due to the extraordinary nature of the situation, I recorded a short video message where I explained everything in detail. Now this file is hanging on the internet and is waiting for its time. The next second, Max saw that the colonel's gaze instantly changed, became hard, piercing, his lips compressed, which made the nasolabial folds become disproportionately deep, and he realized how right he had been not to believe the owner of the office. True, the unusual transformation lasted only a few seconds. Then the owner of the office again became sullen and confused, but that was enough.
Don't be scared, Colonel, Maxim continued after the metamorphosis was complete. For now, he deliberately emphasized this word with his voice. It's hanging, and its further fate depends entirely on you. It's been hanging for 2 days, but if you think that's not enough time, I'll postpone the upload to the internet for a week. If nothing changes during that time, or especially if something happens to my loved ones or to me, the video will go to everyone who needs it, to the governor, the regional prosecutor, the internal security department, and, as the cherry on the cake, it will simply be posted on the internet for everyone to see, so that everyone can see how brazen some big bosses have become. And again, the colonel barely managed to hold back his anger, but Maxim noticed it. He didn't care about all the policemen's ill feelings, and if it weren't for Elena, this well-groomed boss would already be lying here and now, on the floor blowing bubbles, or convulsing, or at night Max, with sadistic pleasure, went over punitive measures for all the villains who had almost orphaned his family. But he didn't settle on anything in particular.
If everything goes as we agreed, I'll put this message somewhere in a safe or keep it with friends.
He looked at the colonel with a grin.
For my own safety, I'm not so naive as to believe in the sincerity of your repentance.
After these words, Nikolai Sergeyevich Neznov suddenly turned pale. His eyes, as they write in romance novels, became clouded. Or, as sports commentators say about boxers who have been knocked down, swam. The colonel's head fell on his outstretched arms, and he himself spread out in a shapeless heap across the table at which he was sitting. Maxim was absolutely not concerned about the changes in his health. Big deal. An ordinary faint. It will pass in 5 to 7 minutes. If there is ammonia, even faster. It is good that there was none. Even during the conversation about the discs with recordings from the CCTV cameras from the bank and the traffic police duty station, Maxim noted that the safe door, where the owner of the office involuntarily glanced, was only closed, and the key was sticking out of the lock. Perhaps the colonel took something from the safe before Max's arrival and got distracted, or on the contrary, was planning to look there again in the near future. It was only to my advantage. Maxim, without thinking about the consequences, opened the safe and immediately saw 2 CDs on a small stack of paper folders, one in a plastic box, the other in a paper envelope. Obviously, one from the bank, the other from the traffic police duty station, Senka, and the hat. Both of them migrated to the evidence hunter's briefcase. Max lowered the back of the armchair a little, then, not without difficulty, shifted the owner of the office so that his head was neatly positioned on its upper contour, and the armrests did not allow the owner to slide to the side. After this not-so-shabby exercise, Maxim did not deny himself the pleasure of patting the colonel on the cheeks. What am I saying? Patting. In general, after this, the policeman began to show signs of life. He jerked his head, trying to turn away, mumbled something, and then tried to open his eyes. In parting, not without malice, but convincing himself that he was doing this exclusively in the interests of the colonel, who had suddenly fainted, Max squeezed the sufferer's earlobe with all his might, so that he almost immediately opened his eyes and stared in confusion at his executioner.
Without any comments, the latter, grabbing his briefcase, left the office. Naturally, there was no one in the reception area. Maxim had sent the unkind secretary along a route she knew well in advance. So he left the reception room without suspicious glances or comments, calm and unnoticed by anyone. In recent days, Elena often invited her husband to go visit Princess Ilsianora in Celia. That's exactly what she said. Go. As if it was a short outing in the countryside, and not a journey of a distance that the ordinary human mind could not even imagine. Maxim made excuses, citing the need to bring the case of the run-over of his son to a logical conclusion. How would Colonel Neznov behave? Would he really give the case a legal course, which Max had difficulty believing? Or, more likely, would he try to wriggle out of it? Then he would have to expect trouble. Maxim wasn't afraid for himself. He didn't take bribes, didn't drive drunk, didn't steal, had nothing to do with drugs. What else? There was no point in physically eliminating him either, because the deferred file would sooner or later appear on the internet anyway, and in the hands of the recipients, whom the colonel didn't want to meet. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult for him to organize a search of Max's car, with all the consequences. The traffic cops are real magicians. They'll trick any witnesses into believing that, yes, drugs were found in the trunk of this very Logan, but Max paid no more attention to that than an elephant does to a little dog. If they put it there themselves, they'll eat it themselves. If they're not tired of life. Especially since then the file that would be lethal for the colonel would end up on the internet anyway. Lena and Alyoshka were still the weak links. Well, God forbid. Lately, Maxim more and more often caught himself thinking that he wanted to cruelly punish the colonel, the captain, the mayor, and his rich kid's son, and everyone who doesn't live by their conscience. Of course, he's not a judge, but he wanted to. Sometimes, such thoughts scared him, but more often he simply, dispassionately worked out his possible actions in his head, and even outlined ways to eliminate unnecessary possible problems. On Monday, when Maxim and Lena's vacation was over and it was decided to send Alyoshka to school since he felt quite satisfactory, Max was convinced that his hostility towards Colonel Neznov was quite justified, and he even regretted that he had left him in good health at their last meeting. Usually, Lena returned from work later than her husband because it took much longer to get home from the center, where the prosecutor's office was located, than for Max from his hospital, which was located right there in the micro-district. Today, by the time Max arrived, Lena was already home. First, he did not attach any importance to this, but when he saw her eyebrows drawn together and her lips pursed from the hallway, he realized that something had happened, and it was not for nothing that she was home so early. Without giving any sign, and without trying to find out from the doorway what had actually happened, Maxim washed himself, changed his clothes, and, according to a long-established tradition, went to the kitchen to drink coffee. Dinner would be later. But for now, the couple's favorite coffee, over which they could simply chat, discuss the past day, and even complain if necessary. Usually Max made the coffee, since he returned from work earlier, but he honestly admitted that Lena's coffee was tastier, richer, and more aromatic. Today, the coffee did not seem so impressive, and the conversation in the kitchen did not go well, and Maxim still asked what had happened, why Lena was not herself. Having taken a sip of her favorite drink without any pleasure, his wife, looking somewhere past Max, said with bitter irony, "Congratulations, Max. You live with a bribe-taker." At first, Maxim did not understand either her black humor or the meaning of what she said. And only after a few seconds, suppressing the internal anxiety that manifested itself in unpleasant sensations in his stomach, he thought, "It has begun. I shouldn't have listened to you." Closer to lunch, when Lena, like most of her colleagues, was about to go have a bite to eat in a nearby cafe, a woman entered the office wearing, despite the not-so-hot weather, a straw hat
with a fairly wide brim. The woman introduced herself as the mother of one of the very young robbers sitting in the temporary detention facility and awaiting trial, whose case Elena was handling and had to represent in court.
The prosecutor's investigator did not have a chance to meet the mother of this bastard, who did not spare a pensioner during his raid, who tried to protect the money he had received from the bank, and stunned him with brass knuckles and kicked him, although she tried. But now Lena heard a lot of interesting things. What a wonderful child he was, and that he got into this case by accident, and took everything upon himself because he was afraid of the main organizer of the robbery, a hardened criminal, whose nickname she did not know, but if the investigator spoke to him again, he would definitely tell her everything. Her voice, at first quite adequate, gradually turned into a patter. Then shrill notes and sobs were clearly heard in it. And then a real hysteria broke out, with a stream of tears, the sincerity of which was undeniable. They literally flowed like a river. It was even necessary to give this overly impressionable mother some water, for which Lena had to run out to the cooler standing not far from the office in the corridor. The decorative jug with stylized flowers intended for this purpose, standing on the windowsill, was virginally empty. And who would think of changing the water in it every day, when the owner of the office was on vacation? By the time she returned, although she had been absent for 10 seconds, 15 at most, the river of tears had turned into a small stream, although sobs could still be heard. After Elena's promise to carefully review the case once again, the generally calmed-down visitor left the office without even saying goodbye. It even seemed to Lena that she did it too hastily, but she didn't pay attention to it. But after lunch, which was a complete surprise, a completely nondescript man entered the office without knocking, accompanied by a disgruntled Viktor Stepanovich, introducing himself as a major of the Internal Security Service. He not only guessed about his unattractive appearance, but knew it for sure and tried to compensate for it with the importance of his position and the ostentatious importance of the task he was performing. It was impossible to explain his exorbitant aplomb, self-confidence and categoricalness in judgments, his manner of holding himself and speaking, by anything else. Ordinary, arrogant fools would not be kept in such a service. True, the prosecutor looked at him without any even ostentatious respect. After a short introduction, the major said with obvious pleasure, "Elena Yurievna, our department has received information that for a certain reward you promised citizen Rusakova to minimize the punishment of her son, accused under Article 162 of the Criminal Code." What can you say about this? His excessively correct speech did not bother the major at all, although it reeked of officialdom. Lena looked helplessly at Viktor Stepanovich. Citizen Rusakova had left this office no more than half an hour ago. Elena certainly did not expect this, so at first she was confused, but the boss only shrugged his shoulders helplessly and spread his arms behind the major's back. Then he blinked his eyes encouragingly and nodded his head. "We'll get through this." He believed in his employee. Lena finally pulled herself together. "I can say that this is complete nonsense," she began too sharply, but the major did not let her finish and unceremoniously interrupted her. "I would not advise you to behave like that. You understand that we would not have come here without any reason. So I suggest that you voluntarily hand over the illegally obtained funds. This will be credited to you." Lena turned pale, but then the colonel intervened, trying to smooth things over a bit. "Major, don't you think you're going a bit too far?" But he didn't let the prosecutor finish either, believing that his status allowed him to interrupt even his superiors. "Colonel, now we'll conduct a search of your investigator's office, and I think you won't be laughing then. You'll definitely change your point of view." He had no doubts about the results of the search, which couldn't help but be alarming. "From where?" The security guard looked out into the corridor for a second, and two young men, probably junior officers, entered the office, obviously knowing what they were about to do,
and began to pull on examination gloves. Once again, I suggest that you voluntarily. He emphasized the last word with his voice. Give up the illegally obtained funds. You can't count on leniency once the search begins. His ostentatious confidence, oddly enough, allowed Elena to calm down. She leaned her back against the wall and, pursing her lips in disgust, nodded her head. Search. 2 employees from the archive were invited as witnesses. One of the detectives asked for the keys to the safe and began to study its contents, while the other looked into the drawers of the desk without much enthusiasm, as if he knew in advance that he would not find anything reprehensible there. Without even bothering to rummage through the papers, he moved on to studying the woman's bag standing on the windowsill. True, before that he looked closely at his boss, and with a fleeting gesture showed him his find. He silently nodded his head and turned to Lena. Elena Yurevna, is this your bag? And having received a confirming nod, he clarified, and what's in it? Lena shrugged her shoulders in bewilderment. My personal things. The major moved slightly to the side, so that the silent witnesses could see everything that was happening.
The young girls who had appeared here on orders from their superiors were quietly panicking.
Elena Yurievna was loved in the prosecutor's office, and everything that was happening now with Captain Averina caused bewilderment, if not to say more, a strong dislike for the organizer of this event. But this only concerned the employees of the prosecutor's office. The representative of the Internal Security Service, on the contrary, seemed to be experiencing a feeling of deep satisfaction, and the operatives conducting the search were indifferent to everything. They were simply doing their job. The archivists were forced to endure, and this is understandable. You can't argue with the bosses.
The next moment, an excited light appeared in the eyes of the policeman who was busy with the handbag, and with no small triumph, he pulled out of his side pocket a white, unsealed envelope without any inscriptions or pictures, which he again first showed to the major, then confidently placed his find on the table.
Is this your envelope, Elena Yurievna?
The security officer asked dispassionately. Lena was quite surprised, since she saw it for the first time, which she stated,
But you will not deny that it was taken from your handbag?
The major inquired. No, I will not, she answered calmly, having managed to understand the whole essence of what was happening in these few seconds. Even more than that, I will say that this envelope was slipped into my handbag by that same citizen Rusakova, from whom I allegedly demanded a monetary reward, and who left this office about 40 minutes ago.
She didn't tell you that I had to give her water to drink because of a masterfully staged hysteria, and I had to get the water from the cooler in the corridor, where I was forced to go. Unfortunately, there were no employees in the office at that moment to guard her, since everyone had gone to lunch. The operative lifted the flap on the back of the envelope, and with some special, habitual movement poured out several $100 bills onto the table, unusually arranged on the lid in the form of a fan. There were no more than 10 bills, not a particularly large amount, but they looked nice. Is this your money, Elena Yurievna? The restless major continued. No, not mine. But even if you now magically find the word bribe on these bills, it does not mean anything. Elena's voice strengthened a little. I have not held this money in my hands, and my fingerprints cannot be there.